Berminat untuk mengetahui info lanjut mengenai prestasi pemain dan jadi sebahagian daripada MPL Malaysia? Layari laman rasmi MPL Malaysia sekarang. Ayo kita bersama menaikkan mutu MLBB di Malaysia. Jangan terlepas kemas kini Liga Academy rasmi MLBB Malaysia, MAL Malaysia. Ikuti semua platform rasmi kami. Ayo sokong MAL Malaysia musim pertama. Ikuti semua platform rasmi. Semua peminat dan penyokong dijemput ke arena MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 di Serdang. Anda berpeluang berjumpa dengan pemain kegemaran anda, kumpul tanda tangan eksklusif dan sertai kempen Fan of the Season.
Interested in knowing more about player performance and be a part of MPL Malaysia? Visit the website of MPL Malaysia's #1 esports league for the latest news and league updates. Don't miss out on updates from the official MLBB Malaysia Academy League, MAL Malaysia. Follow all our official platforms. All fans are invited to the MPL Malaysia Season 13 Arena in Serdang. You will get a chance to meet your favorite players, get exclusive autographs, and join the Fan of the Season campaign.
Santos Galas can you do it? Dan Albert di sana ternyata harus hilang.
Real edge fight as Long gets instantly shot down by the Blazing Duet, as well as the Electro final blow. This is going to be easy cleanup for Todak as most of the...
Apat yun, pero nasipa din siya yung ninakaw na sipa. Buhay pa rin ang buhay! Backline already, and they're running for the lives. Gunning it, David trying to drag the members of RG right underneath the turret. It's not enough though. Gray coming all the way, and he cleans it all the way out. Just no way for him to run.
Kita kata ada satu buah reward di polisi membuat pergerakan dari Mika terlalu benar-benar slow. Rafanya sudah tumbang.
Nikmati jagung 5G untuk gaming sepantas kilat dengan Hotlink Prepaid 5G. Internet 5G tanpa had dengan kelajuan 5G tanpa batas untuk layan gaming tanpa gangguan. Nikmati latensi rangkaian 5G terunggul dan gameplay termantap sepanjang malam. Semuanya hanya RM32 sebulan dengan 20% cashback. Dapatkan sekarang.
Yo, kenapa tergesa-gesa? Tak boleh tunggu kejap ke? Sama-sama. Bertahanlah. Awak nak mati kat sini ke?
Kalau saya hilang kawan, bunuh saya tanpa. Itu tugas saya.
Mestilah.
Confirm mantap, confirm lah Nescafe.
Kami akan bantai Barakuda.
Kau nak main sini, kau tak payah nak ada mentality champion.
Paling tak boleh lupa time minta maaf.
I have no idea with that. Maybe masih ingat banyak lah.
Nak cerita buruk ke nak cerita baik
Lepas tu adalah macam conflict sikit. Macam saya bergaduh dengan mak saya kan. Nak masuk e-sport. Sampaikan saya kena halau rumah.
Aku ada terbaca lah orang cakap, ni dah rusty teruk lah. Dah boleh pergi kerja kilang lah. tapi ya, aku okey je sebenarnya. Yang video aku viral nangis-nangis apa semua tu, itu bukan sebab aku kecewa dengan kecaman orang apa semua, tak ada. Kecaman netizen semua aku tak kisah pun. Semua tu like aku disappointed dengan aku punya performance je. Dengan apa yang aku bagi, apa yang hard work yang aku put. Tapi end up performance aku macam tu lah. Sebab aku tahu orang-orang yang komen apa semua, diorang tak tahu pun apa yang terjadi. Diorang nampak daripada luar, diorang tak tahu apa yang dalam. Macam ibarat kita tengok bola, dia ni passing betul-betul lah. Kita bukan tahu, kita bukan join training pun. Kenapa Harry Maguire main setiap minggu? Kita tak tahu pun dalam training dia macam mana.
Pergaduhan yang paling risau, perit dan pedih lah kan. Kita tak ada cakap apa-apa. Cuma waktu tu MPL Season 6 di mana Todak tak ada kalah lagi best of 3. Waktu tu pressure dia sangat besar sebab orang semua mengharapkan kita menang daripada regular season sampai habis. And waktu tu masing-masing pelik gameplay dia. Pelik gila kan. Macam timing tak kena. Pakai hero pun pelik-pelik. And dengan pressure apa semua pun bengang. Mental, ketuk meja, kata kita main apa benda ni kan. Waktu tu nak play off dah. Tak silap pun lagi 2 hari dah nak play off season 6. Kalau korang main macam ni, better aku pergi main dengan parti-parti Indo joki apa semua kan. Lagi bagus daripada aku main dengan korang kan. Biasalah kan, kita bekerja as a team, as a kumpulan kan. So kalau tak gaduh tu bukan team lah maksudnya kan. So bila habis tu dah macam biasa je lah. Basically kita orang gaduh macam tu je. Dia tak ada lebih-lebih sebab try to be professional lah. Try to not take it personal sebab in the end of the day kita nak kena bermain dengan orang tu juga kan.
The M3 lah for me seriously is so hard for me. The M3. Until now I still cannot forget about it. Just like we scream, we rustic. I think for the 2 days already, almost 12 game like that. And then I score to Zaim, I score to everyone, and then we almost want to fight like that. But after that, I still think I'm correct like that. But I didn't say sorry to Zaim and semua that I feel so bad. Until now, I cannot forget. I think this one moment also.
Have you ever make someone cry?
I think a lot. This one actually is a lot. I feel that I so bad on this. Every season I think quite because of me lah. Because of pressure, I pressure him a lot to cover me to become a best rider. My bad. Sorry. My tank.
Saya adalah minta maaf dengan ibu saya sampai saya melutut. Sampai saya melutut dah saya minta maaf dengan dia sebab ya kan ibu kita kan nak yang terbaik untuk kita kan. Tapi mungkin sebab dia tak nampak lagi lah masa tu game tu macam boleh buat duit. Dia fikir macam masa tu game tu hanya main untuk hiburan, macam bermasa. Tapi bila saya start yang ni yang sebelum ni saya start tier 2 tu saya dah start macam menang tournament. Dan tu dengan RTZ kan. Saya menang tournament dapat duit. Dan tu baru dia dah macam dia dah start support so slow lah dia start support. Kira dia macam penyemangat saya lah untuk teruskan dalam e-sport lah.
Untuk yang memaafkan AJ, memaafkan orang yang dengki dengan AJ. Dengki tu maksudnya dia sampai buat sesuatu, sampai menutup perut nasi AJ sendiri. Tapi AJ tetap memaafkan orang tu. Itu yang paling besar.
Bagi saya banyaklah salah dengan AJ sebab
Masa kat RSG, saya 10, saya banyak marah dia dan buat dia nangis lah sebab saya tak suka sikap dia. Dan sebab saya terasalah sampai sekarang benda yang saya buat tu salah, tapi saya mungkin ego tak minta maaf dan sekarang baru saya rasalah saya sebagai senior saya tak sepatutnya buat macam tu lah kat dia masa kat RSG. Dan saya terharu sebab masa tak ada orang ingat saya, ambil saya, dia yang cari saya dan try saya untuk ke tim hak. Yalah, saya banyak buat salah kat dia tapi dia masih ingat saya dan saya nak berterima kasih lah dekat Iris sebab bagi saya peluang lagi untuk ke pro scene ni.
Actually, after the game, I will apologize to them. Just like, because I thinking just like I want to win only because for my everything.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win. On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rockstar?
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh ku pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
Ay, ay. I'm a rock star.
MPL Malaysia Season 13 is powered by Muntong. Enjoy a superior 5G network and lightning-fast gaming experience only with our official mobile internet hotlink. A big shout out to ROG Phone 8, the official gaming phone, for keeping our players at the top of their game. Grind on with Nescafe to keep your gaming spirit going. Thank you to all of our sponsors and partners for your support in MPL Malaysia Season 13.
Kini, kita sudah sampai di penghujung MPL Malaysia musim ke-13. Pasukan manakah akan muncul dan menjadi bintang yang bersinar? Menjadi seorang bintang bukanlah tentang mencari populariti, tetapi tentang menemukan bakat dan dedikasi yang tak terbatas dalam diri. Setiap langkah yang kita ambil, setiap mimpi yang kita kejar adalah sebahagian dari perjalanan menuju kejayaan. Tidak semua bintang terkenal lahir dengan bakat semula jadi. Mereka tercipta melalui ketekunan, kerja keras dan keteguhan hati. Mereka mengubah impian menjadi realiti dengan tekad yang tak tergoyahkan. Memahami bahawa kejayaan tidak datang dengan sendirinya, tetapi harus dikejar dengan penuh kecekalan dan semangat. Jadi, untuk musim ini, siapakah yang akan bangkit untuk menjadi bintang yang bersinar untuk membawa nama Malaysia ke MSC? Selamat datang ke Playoffs MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 bersiaran langsung dari Stadium MBSJ Serdang Jaya. Nama saya Rose, hos anda sepanjang musim ini. Dan hari ini adalah satu hari yang semua orang dinantikan sebab hari ini adalah hari pertama untuk playoffs kita, mana step by step, match by match, kita akan tahu siapa yang akan mewakili Malaysia di MSC. Tapi sebelum tu mesti kita ada schedule untuk hari ini. So apa kata kita tengok jadual untuk perlawanan hari ini? Untuk match pembukaan, kita akan saksikan perlawanan Todak yang akan menentang King Empire Esports. Will King Empire Esports get their well-awaited sweet revenge, or will Todak proceed to meeting Selangor Red Giants tomorrow? Untuk match terakhir hari ini, kita akan saksikan RSG Malaysia yang akan bertemu dengan Team Hub. Dua-dua pasukan ni, satu menang akan jumpa Homeboys esok. Alright guys, hari ini adalah hari pertama playoffs. Maksud tu, semua perlawanan hari ini adalah satu perlawanan yang sangat-sangat penting. Sebab pasukan yang kalah akan balik rumah and end their journey di MPL Malaysia musim ini. And the winning team will continue to the upper bracket tomorrow, meeting both Homeboys and Selangor Red Giants respectively. Alright, I'm sure everybody is just as hyped as we are. And with that, apa kata kita jemput kedua-dua pasukan ke atas pentas MPL Malaysia, Todak and King Empire Esports.
Todak. The fallen Todak Empire has risen again, stronger and more powerful than ever. With formidable reinforcements, the Todak Langar DNA is re-energized and ready to dominate. They always say Todak is a whole different beast in the playoffs. The King of the Ocean is back to reclaim their throne. Let's cheer for Todak!
King Empire Esports.
They stormed into MPL Malaysia with one goal, to conquer the league and forge its kingdom. With the pride and ambition of a lion, they roared into the early season, dominating fiercely without mercy. Can they secure another victory and halt the iconic Toda? Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for King Empire Esports!
Sekarang, marilah kita menjemput jurulatih dan analis bersama Head of League Ops, Cedric, yang akan mengalas tugas untuk memastikan perlawanan sentiasa berjalan dengan adil dan lancar. Mari kita teruskan dengan fist bump di antara pasukan sebagai tanda profesionalism. Inilah gaya kita. Inilah semangat kesukanan kita. Kawan di luar gelanggang, lawan di Land of Dawn. And of course, to kickstart our day, mestilah kita ada special something untuk semua orang yang tengah tengok dekat rumah. So, with the Join the Fight code, you guys boleh claim this in-game untuk mendapatkan free in-game freebies. Alright, nampaknya MPSJ is actually pretty full for a Thursday sebab ramai orang dah tak sabar nak tengok siapa akan main seterusnya. Alright, and with that, let's show it to the casters. Teams, this is your moment. Game on.
Thank you, Rose. Welcome once again to the MPL MY Season 13, the playoffs, day number 1. My name is Mars Adine, and as well as Sunfrost here up on our screens. My name is Gideon Q. This is Terrence Icy Baby 1-2. On my right and on my left, it's going to be LaFell to keep you guys company for the rest of the English stream. Just to keep you guys up to date, we have a play-in stage. These next two best of fives will predetermine who will be making it on throughout the rest of the playoffs and who's going to fall early on in this tournament here at day number 1 with such high pressure stakes matches. Terrence, tell me what's going on through your mind.
Oh boy, I am genuinely worried about these two teams, to be honest here, because I actually like these two teams for the past 3 seasons now. To see one of these teams going to be eliminated right from the get-go, it kind of saddens me here, considering it's only Thursdays. And like, I don't know, man. Like, I like King Empire, but Todak is the legend, but it's so frustrating, man.
LaFell, Todak, King Empire. Straight to the hard questions.
Honestly, I have no idea which one is going to win, because here's the thing. We got a hot patch on Tuesday, and now it's Thursday. They only have 2 days to prepare. So it becomes a situation where Todak has been very innovative throughout the regular season. Now, we do have to see, for this playoff, did they have enough time to come up with something new that King Empire Esports will not be able to overcome? So I feel like that's going to be the reason why they win or lose.
Whether they win or lose could be something that could change the landscape that we see it as today. But with considerable number of tournaments, and also, like you mentioned, the patch 1.8.79 highlights here. Here's a quick rundown for you up on screen, just to give you a little bit of an idea. Talk about major changes with me here. Personally, I think I don't feel like the Joy, the Amons aren't going to make that much of a difference.
I feel like it really depends on the team, because for a team like the Niners, which is unfortunately not in the playoffs, they will love this patch because Max is an amazing Amon player. I've heard that quite a few players have been practicing certain junglers, because some junglers, they just need level 4. And this 2 minutes buff in the jungle does make it possible for you to get level 4 without interruption after 2 minutes. Yes, you're going to have some interruptions, but it does depend what Malaysia has to show. Now, I do have to say, Fredrin, the energy eruption cooldown, I kind of feel like when you first look at it, it might be a big impact, but I feel like if you're using the cooldown build with Brute Force Breastplate as well as Oracle, it doesn't make that big of a difference. If you're using Fredrin with the front build, the tanky build, it does feel like a big difference.
What about you?
You know, to be honest, I don't think there's much changes when it comes to the meta here. Yeah, technically, quote-unquote, here, it's Moonton way of saying like, hey, tank junglers are getting out of control here, but I feel like the reason why junglers are suffering a lot is because they're constantly being invaded in the purple buff. 2 minutes is not enough time. I feel like at least 4 to 5 minutes, maybe until after the second turtle of invades, then maybe it would help a little bit more to kind of buff things out for assassins. But of course, that's pretty much it for the patches here. Let's talk about the standings from the regular seasons.
Yeah, like you mentioned, again, I think that personally with these new hotfix changes, it's going to affect the top 2 in current standings at the end of our regular season. It was Selangor Red Giants who took the #1 spot. Same goes for Homeboys, and that means they get a free buy-in to the playoffs. They don't have to play for today, but one of our 2 teams, either Todak or Todak King Empire, will face off against Selangor Red Giants, or is it going to be RSG MY up against Team Hawk? Whoever wins that moves on to face off the Homeboys.
We got to look at the standings here, because in the regular season, Todak is number 3, King Empire Esports is number 6. So there's quite a big gap. However, looking at other tournaments that Todak has been in, they are not looking all that great. While King Empire Esports has been very quiet, I've not seen any performances from them so far. So between these 2 teams, I would say King Empire Esports have more up their sleeve.
more up their sleeve? What about hero pool? Is that going to make a difference?
I think Todak is in a situation where they can actually experiment a little bit more here. The difference between Todak and King Empire is, like, personally, I feel like Todak is the type of team where if they are experimenting heroes, they're still able to play at a comfortable level, whereas King Empire, they need a lot more training and repetition before they actually pull something off. So I feel like Todak stands a very, very good shot, especially when it's, 2 days of adapting to the new patch. So I think Todak has a better chance of just taking this game.
I would say, like, sorry to interrupt, but if we're talking about the hero pool here, something that we do have to talk about is the draft for both teams, where King Empire, they still have a 100% win rate with the Benedetta, right? But no one has been letting it through. Same with Todak. They have this one hero that they've been winning so lot on, which is Lu Yi. If Zion Senpai gets the Lu Yi, then Todak has a big chance, but I don't think he's going to get it.
Well, I mean, that's the thing, right? When we're talking about Todak, they're one of those teams that just has a deep hero pool, deeply enrooted in the brand itself. If you're joining Todak, you're expected to have a wide hero pool to use against your opponents in comparison to King Empire, who have subs to kind of fill in that gap. I mean, Todak, they never miss, right? Every single time they come to the playoffs, we expect them to try and look for an international standings. The previous standings haven't been that great. The format has changed over time, but this MSC in particular is extremely important. One of the biggest prize pools we've seen thus far.
I would say it's like their empire is crumbling, because before this, Todak never misses an M series.
Never misses.
They've already lost that one.
Yeah.
And now it's about MSC. They've never missed MSC. If they miss MSC as well, then their streak is over.
To be fair,
To be fair, I think when it comes to situations like this here, you can't count Todak out, because when it comes to Todak, it's unexpected, right? Like even in the previous season as well, no one expected Todak to be eliminated in MPL, right? For even a chance in the grand finals. But now, I didn't expect them to make it top 3, to be honest. Like, I was expecting somewhere in the lower bottom here, but considering that they brought in Shizo, Raflesia, Zion Senpai, Momo, Gary into the pool here, a lot of us were expecting that, hey, they might be doing okay, but they didn't really do too well in the early weeks. But somehow, with Chiku coming back as a substitution, it kind of worked out. But now, Chiku's not playing, so this is kind of a shocker for me.
Well, I mean, now that they have well, I mean, when you have Chico, you know that the macro decision-making is going to be sharp, is going to be together. He likes to over-communicate, but when we look at the heroes, right, this is the bigger problem. This is where I start thinking that for people like Shizo, and one of the few changes in the hotfixes were to Harathan as well as Roger, maybe that's going to stray away from their main strategies to play something a little bit more, map-oriented. We'll see against King Empire.
Yeah, King Empire, we got Dado, Sasa, Smooth, Vitter, as well as Susujin, where this is also a surprise, where during the regular season, it's all about X-Win. It looks like X-Win is going to be the sub for this one, and Vitter is going to be the main lineup, where based on the things that I've heard is that Vitter, so far in scrims, have been much more aggressive, and in terms of the hero pool, it's a little bit wider. So it's going to be very interesting for King Empire Esports to bring out Vitter to go up against Todak.
That's the thing about X-Win, right? X-Win has been known for his very oppressive nature of playstyle of bringing Grok as well as Guinevere, but as well as Arlott as well. These three are the core heroes, but the problem with these three heroes is that these are three pocket strategy roamers, which is a little bit different from the usual meta playstyle, which is either Minotaur or maybe even the Matilda playstyle, which is kind of counteractive of his usual playstyle. So I guess that's the idea that King Empire is having, to just sub him over, but generally, after seeing this roster, I'm worried for both teams.
Before that, I do have to shout this out. Looks like Momo's family is in the crowd, where everyone is wishing them luck, and they even say like Momo and Yums will be in the grand final. So they're looking for Todak to go up against SRG in the grand finals.
Ooh, that's a long time down the road, but it just goes to show how important this game is going to be. This is just the play-in stage, right? Now let's have a look at what Zaza. We messaged him on the side and we asked him whether or not he has any other dreams besides MSC. And all he had to say was he just wants to meet Ronaldo. That's just the bottom line.
I do have to say, I don't think he made this emoji. I feel like this is created by someone from the MPL.
I can't imagine him doing something like that at all.
Sasa's too cool for that.
That or is posting up stickers that he really shouldn't be. One or the other. One or the other. Can't trust these boys. Very, very naughty, as they say, as we jump into the drafting phase of our very first best of 5 here at the play-ins. Let's see which one of these teams is going to get an early advantage once we figure out who's going to be on blue and who is going to be on red. Is everybody ready for this one? Let's jump right into the drafting phase.
I'm sorry, Gideon, but that is a very, very sick Benedetta AU.
Oh yeah, that is very cool.
That was so cool. Like, This wasn't here in regular season. Now it's like we bring something new every single time in playoffs, right?
Hey, I just wish it wasn't part of my contract to always use an MPL skin whenever I get the opportunity. That's also another thing that would like not be in my contract, but hey, we all manage. Now, KGE going to be on the blue side up against Todak on the red side. The draft has already started, and I think this is what we were expecting to see.
Definitely. Looking at KGE banning out Harif as well as Luyi, this is like priority heroes because talking to the players, even though Harif has been nerfed, is still a beast in the gold lane. Sure, in the mid and later stages of the game, it's easier to burst down the Harif, but the laning phase is still so strong. Like even
change the wrong ability numbers personally.
Yeah, no, I do agree. It's like you make it so that Harif is less tanky, but honestly, at that point, Harif kind of doesn't care. For Toda betting out the Novaria as well as the Benedetta, and before we even get to the first pick, two things to shout out. Carmilla getting banned out here by KGE is actually a very crucial thing. Means they want to clump up. And number two, internationally, in most tournaments, whoever gets the first pick, which is the blue side, apparently has a higher win percentage, where in the Philippines, they abuse getting the Fredrin first pick. So it's going to be interesting for Malaysia, who is the first pick. What is our priority?
Yeah, personally, I feel like when it comes to the hot fixes as well, Chips is one of those heroes that kind of got released. There are a lot of teams who hit or miss with that particular hero, but with this recent change, it makes Chips so much more valuable in the sense where when you pull up a shortcut, boom, instantly you get like a free old Faramis out in this regard. So right now, obviously, KGE is going to be picking it here. Like seeing this Carmilla ban is good for me because I know for a fact that Carmilla is a great way to deal with shortcut just because it has a delayed response with the ultimate. So if Chips comes into shortcut, drop and Carmilla out, anybody who passed through it will immediately get linked up and you are going to get like a wombo combo just completely wiping whoever who goes through the portal.
Personally, I just like to get the free quote-unquote heart guard when you walk out of the shortcut.
Oh yeah, right now,
right? Yeah, dude, it's great. It means that I can walk out for free and not receive that much damage.
It's 1,000 shield, right?
It's almost the size of a heart guard.
It's
almost
crazy.
the size of the heart guard.
Crazy.
We get the Arlet. We also get the Fredrin. Fredrin has been high priority bans, so I'm surprised that they're straying away from the gold lane here. I would have expected maybe even a Moscow, which we've been seeing a lot. MAL, SPS, MPL, PH, Grand Finals as well.
I feel like at this point they're sizing each other up to see who's going to take what, because the S-tier picks right now is the Natan as well as the Moskov. So I kind of feel like they just want to see what do they want to prioritize. However, with Todak able to get one and ban out the other, I feel like they're in a advantage here.
Okay, let me bounce you the question. Now that we see Vexana on blue side from KGE, are we expecting Valentina in response just in case as a deterrent at the very least for KGE's upcoming picks?
I feel like you don't have to pick up the Valentina just yet because there's still a lot of heroes in the mid. One notable one is Faramis as well, where Faramis going up against Vexana is 50-50 a bit, but they picked up the Minotaur here, so they're opening up. They're not really worried about getting this S-tier marksmen then.
I'm really surprised they actually opted to go for the Minotaur. Yes, it's a great way to actually deal with the shortcut if Chips comes in, but the problem with it is that you have to anticipate where this Chips is going to be coming from because you won't know exactly Chips is going to be coming from which angle until you check every single corner, which is very difficult to do as a Minotaur. But if you play an Ube strategy which I think Tora is going to be going for, that is doable. But again, back to your point here, you brought up the Faramis here, which is something that I'm very surprised that Tora didn't go for because of the fact that it's a great way to deal with the shortcut combo.
I mean, they can also just figure out a composition that works really well 3 and 2, right? Have 3 players that really strong synergistically together, the other 2 a little bit more independent. That way you can cover more of the map without having to put yourself in danger. That's my line of thought here, right? Because I'm seeing the Yuzong ban. I'm also seeing Lilia ban coming in from the side of KGE as well. So they are worried about being able to maintain control over mid. And finally, we do get to see a gold lane ban in that Natan after the Harith.
They have to ban Moskov.
Yeah, I kind of feel like they're trying to force KGE to ban it out. No. It looks like they're banning out the Faramis, the one that we have been talking about, where Faramis is a good counter here. So now, again, still, Valentina is still up. One thing that I do have to say, because of the patch changes in regards to how the jungle works now, Baras usually wants to invade the jungle quite early.
Yep.
2 minutes, 4 minutes, that's prime time for Boxia to go in. I do want to see what's going to be the different maker here. Like, are they going to invade in the opposite direction of wherever this Fredrin is going to be? If that's the case, then this is going to be on Chips. Chips has to be the one to inform which side of the jungle is still available.
Okay. It's not just Chip. At least for KGE, they're throwing a wide net into the ocean, right, to find the vulnerabilities. So if Chip doesn't find the angle, at least their side lane pressure is able to create those opportunities suitable for Chip to set up this gank or invade from Baxia's side. Now, Torak, they have to answer a couple of questions. Number one, how badly do they want to control what side of the map? Whether it be gold or whether it would be EXP, most likely it's going to be in the gold lane direction. So now that you have Minotaur, you can't just have a baby.
No, they need the mage. They need the mage right now. Like, this is going to be an Arlot XP for sure. But I feel like, based from Torak, when it comes to mage, I think going in for either the... Oh my god, this is so tough. Like, what's a good mage? Lunox isn't too bad. Farsa... I am not a big fan against Farsa against Baxia as well as Roger. Like, you are going to get dived here. But Yves is a pretty good one. You know, it kind of slows down the tempo for Baxia and Damos, which lacks mobility when they start the fight.
Well, I think more importantly so, at least they created a decent comp in that 3-in-2 format, right? Strongest together as 5, but if they play a 3-in-2 format, they have enough enablers, enough people to peel their opponents to make sure that their cores, Moskov and Yves, walk away for free at most. So I don't think it's a bad idea.
Honestly, looking at Toda, I feel like the strongest that they will be is the second turtle. Because at the second turtle, they can go 5 men there, where the Moskov with the Spear of Destruction can join the fight as well. And during that time, they should be having enough levels to secure a turtle. So I'm really looking at Toda to abuse the Spear of Destruction coming in from the Moskov on the second turtle. If they don't achieve that, then it's going to be on KGE then.
All right, walk me through this early. We heard about the mid game. What about late game if it ever gets there before we go into the Land of Dawn?
I would say late game is all Moskov. Moskov can carry you all the way to the late game. Much more reliable compared to the Roger.
Well, with that being said, it's time for us to jump in towards the Land of Dawn here once again. Welcome to the play-ins of MPL MY Season 13. It's KGE up against Todak. KGE on blue side, Todak on red.
That was hot, by the way. Looking at the opening.
Yeah, that was a very sick overlay.
Very clean.
But I like how this Chips is just invading rather early as well. I was very surprised that Toda is not defending this, but because of this play coming from Vader, it is going to kind of slow down the rotations overall. You can see none of the Toda members here, especially the mid lane roamers, just ignoring him generally. But Momo, bottom lane, taking a little bit too much damage against Smooth here. Not a great sign, but Vader now going to be a little bit of an awkward situation. It's taking a little bit too much damage. Does have the passive to kind of regenerate later on, but Todak doesn't have the tools to actually commit to this fight. Susujin being called in right now. Looks like do they want to go for this, but seems like they will disengage. KGE seems to be winning on all fronts right now.
I mean, I would say they have the advantage coming in from the draft because their gold laner as well as the XP has the capability of actually owning the lane to make sure that their counterpart aren't able to rotate as fast. So I kind of feel like this is a good sign. And we definitely see the extra damage going on to the Chips. It matters because I feel like King Empire, they really want to go for that camp because it does made it so that Gary gets the level 4 a little bit later. But because of the changes in jungle, they have to retreat.
It's pretty significant here. I think that at least for the side of KGE, they have multiple at wait, hold on, engagement in enemy territory.
Okay, top side here. Frederick getting me dived on as well. They've paused the toys, but Son Momo also very low. Not going to be able to provide the backup here as King Empire may be able to collapse on this as well. They've lost the Frederick. Momo is going to be left all alone here. He doesn't have his 4, and he's going to fall eventually. First blood in the hands of the Chips for King Empire.
Nicely done by King Empire. Well, looks like the damage reduction change definitely mattered for Gary there.
Yep, I mean, at this point, this is what King Empire has to do because this is what the Baxia wants to do. You want to go crazy early.
Oh no, Gary immediately caught out by the chain combo here. Rafflesia not able to retaliate against this. King Empire going to be grouping up, trying to invade on the roads of purple buff here. It's past 2 minutes, so no more reduction for Todak. But who's going to get it as well? And Susujin steals it away, so no purple buff for Gary.
Lovely work so far by KGE. I'm liking what they're doing. They're stealing away camps even though the hotfixes have been put into place. Better yet, they're using their side lane pressure as a means to keep Todak on their toes constantly. But for the most part of it, it just boils down to whether or not Vitra shows himself on the map.
I would say this also shows that Smooth has been using his time very well. We've seen after the Beneda keeps getting banned out, he's been practicing this stance. But this time, I've never seen him being this oppressive. I've never seen him dominating the lane this much. And it's against Momo of all people.
mean, they've done it before, right? And I think that's what we need to see from KGE's side. We have been seeing that their side laners have been the key for this team to give them that identity, and the other three need to supplement that. But I think for King Empire in a meta like now, with how the draft has been, it's designed around them.
Yeah, it is going to be a little bit difficult here. But again, right now, Todak, they are going to be forced to play behind here. I like how they're having roughly babysit Shizo as a priority defense. But again, putting in this situation, being reactive here is going to be hurting them here because King Empire is dictating full tempo and going to be setting up Smooth to try and gank down towards the bottom lane. But again, it is going to be a slow game for now.
I mean, like, right now, it is in King Empire's interest to actually control Shizo because, again, the second turtle is going to be a big power spike for Toda. So if they can make sure that that doesn't happen, then King Empire will have a better lead in this game.
Okay, Vader now going to be pulled back here. He's getting zoned out. Finally pops the shortcut to try and keep himself alive. So he is going to be A-okay because of that shortcut. Toda not able to collapse on this. Rafflesia not in position to try and re-engage this. Still has the ult, still has the flicker. But Turtle going to be the priority. Vader going to be waiting up on his health. He gets his passive, so he's going to be regenerated for now. But Todak, are they going to try and buy time here? What do they do now?
I think for KGE Empire, the fact that they lost their shortcut allows Todak to actually take their time with this. They want to get to the later stages of the game. Let's drag this turtle out for as long as possible.
Yeah, right now it does look like Toda has priority here, and Gary is going on to Smooth.
Okay, here comes, pops the out here. He's going to be dropping the interruption. Yeah, big one, big Minon's rage. Here comes the real invasion as well. It is going to hurt them, and Moscow going to be joining the fight as well. KGE, they were caught off guard. Susujin will fall. Shizo gets the kill. A big catch from Todak on King Empire.
Well, for the most part of it, I think we need to take a moment here. Because after seeing KGE do so well, at the very least, Todak, they're playing their comp around the turtle fights exactly how we expected it to.
Yeah, like I said, this draft is all about the second turtle. But before that, it looks like they're going for this lane. Looks like they want to get this turtle as fast as they can.
Well, Zyme Savoy going to be the POI right now. They dropped the shortcut as well to go in for a counter play to get one. But Todak will be able to back out for now. It's not exactly the greatest, but still, they get something out of it.
I would say that was a massive misplay because the minions aren't positioned well enough for them to actually contest for that objective. So I feel like they showed their face a little bit too much. They should have, after the victory there, control the lanes again and then think about getting an objective. I kind of feel like that was premature.
Okay, walk me through this, right? Because right now, all eyes are on Vitor for this early to mid-game eventually with the power of that shortcut. Should he be using it defensively like this? Or are we expecting King Empire to maintain this sort of pacing against Toda?
I feel like they have the right idea, which is they're trying to slow down Gary as much as they can because we have to remember the changes for the Fredrin is that the more levels you have, the shorter cooldown that you have on your energy eruption. So if you're able to delay that, then Toda is no longer going to win this neutral objective. So using the shortcut onto the Fredrin is good. However, the timing doesn't seem to be well thought out because it doesn't seem like the rest of the team is ready to collapse onto the Fredrin. So the idea is there, the execution isn't.
All right, let me expand on that a little bit more because I feel a lot of it just comes down to like how much time you have walking away from that mid lane. And I think as of right now, Vixana's doing a good job clearing, but not necessarily leaving the lane as quick.
Well, bottom lane, middle lane here, Todak finally kind of doing a little bit of check here, trying to see if there are any kind of response here. They don't really have an idea where Chips is. Top side as well, Sasa gonna get harassed here a little bit here, but Todak, they're grouping up as 5. This is exactly what they need to do to prevent being picked up apart. But at this point, is it actually worth it here? They're prioritizing the top side, but bottom lane Smooth is already shoved up towards the tier 2 already.
Honestly, I have no idea whether it's worth it. I'm leaning towards not worth it because against strong leaders.
Oh no, Weeder going to be jumping from our back lines while Real Obliteration going to be zoning them off. Weeder now trying his best to stall to play here, but a turtle in the hands of Toda, and Gary with a big appraisal's draft survives it all. King Empire, they have to back out. They will find Momo instead. Trade 1 for 1, but at the same time, Turtle in the hands of Todak.
I think... You know what? I'm doubling it down on this. I think KGE have the correct idea, and I think both you and me, LaFell, we both agreed on this. We weren't sure about that one because whether or not they were going to take that fight, completely separate story. This should be a nothing sandwich for now, but whoa, wait, hold on.
Okay. I don't think they can fight this here. Todak will get a free tier 1 up top. Meanwhile, again, Todak playing this Ube strategy which is not hurting them a lot because Smooth is getting free farm all the way in the bottom lane throughout the past 2 to 3 minutes right now.
I think they're missing out on the main point of their composition, right? It doesn't matter whether they get Turtle or not. They need to get map pressure. So I'm surprised that, like, you know, they had Smooth on the side lane. They also have Vitter right next to him. I totally get that, but once you spot out 4 by the enemy Turtle side, you just send Vitter, right? Yeah. That tier 2 should not be there on the bottom side.
No, legit, I do agree. I kind of feel like King Empire, understanding that Toda, their strength is in the river, just play for the lanes, man.
Yo, what? Vitter just died tier 2? He's gonna go commit on Momo. Instantly takes him out, pays with his prize, but again, under tier 2, Toda is splitting up the fight. They don't really want to commit together here, Gary. Committing onto Dato, they will find one, but it is gonna be a trade with Rafflesia as well. They will lose Gary from Sasa, and just like that, King Empire, they dissect Toda on all fronts here. Zyme left completely alone, not able to join the fight at all.
I mean, as we say it.
So, about the river there.
Right. No, like I say, it's like, your strength is in the lanes, so go to the lanes. The moment they go to the lane, they won big.
I swear. Somebody, their analysts are probably listening on the cast right now. It feels like every single move that we've mentioned, Todak or King Empire take it a step further, right? Just leaning into the strengths of their composition. This is what we like to see so far, but we haven't seen the major overlaps between the two, right? How are they going to struggle and find that position against each other? Because so far, it feels like the Spear of Destruction, whether it hits or whether it doesn't, really depends on its target rather than the position that it gets.
Right now, honestly, Shizo is not even a 3-item power spike. Shizo needs 4 because 3 main damage items and 1 defensive one. Whether it be the Wind of Nature or Immortality, kind of doesn't matter at this point. He just needs 1 extra defensive item, and this game will go over to Toda because King Empire have 3,000 gold lead, but Toda is still able to keep up with the pace because their strength is around the riverside. And King Empire, they made that one good play around the lane. If they keep playing the lanes, Toda won't be able to fight back. So King Empire, they need to understand this. As long as we attack the lanes, we have a massive advantage.
Yeah, and as of now, the Lord getting juggled in between Sutsujin as well as Gary. They can't really decide what they want to do. Peter has been showing himself so many times down bottom, and Toda, they're just not budging away from this Lord fight.
I mean, considering that it's 30k to 26k, King Empire, they have a lot of time to work this if they want to set up for a checkmate angle, right? Ideally, they get that Lord, get 1 inhibitor, create a 10k gold lead, and close this game out against Todak. That's the most ideal, but we've seen teams actually fumble the ball because of these Lord dances taking way too long.
Well, speaking of Lord Dance here, Peter going to be taking the short route from the top side. He's looking for a flank here. Zyme Senpoi seems to be showing himself a little bit here. Here comes the conceal play. He wants to go for Zyme Senpoi. He's thinking about it. 4 men together, all grouped up. Not worth challenging the Minotaur, but if they get the first jump on Rafflesia, that's a completely different story here. Lord in the hands of King Empire, and Todak says, you know what, not worth it.
You know, that was actually pretty good coming in from King Empire. The fact that they were able to sneak it under Todak's noses, that was impressive, especially Vitor using the conceal just to zone them away. It's like, I'm not going to engage, but you don't know that.
I like that. I like the posturing from King Empire, right? Because they know they can get a reaction out of Toda.
Oh, 2-man taunt coming in. Dato gets completely destroyed. Peter going for the flank. He's in a little bit of trouble here, but he's going to be able to get out, fortunately, here with the help of Sutsujin. But Sutsujin has to pay the price. They trade 1 for 2, and Toda is able to defend now.
Dedo is so mad. He thought the knockup was enough to cancel it. Gary's like, nah, this is still gonna kill you, brother.
Oh, that Appraiser's Wrath has some emotion behind it, man. That hits so hard.
That's a feels bad moment for King Empire because it felt like an endable moment for King Empire, but because of that small misplay, Todak is able to hold on for at least a good amount of 2 minutes.
Kind of made it look like Vexana was in like a secret relationship with Frederick. And Frederick was not happy with how it ended.
Where were you last night?
Where were you last night? All right. For the most part, KGE now playing on the opposite side of the map, right? Playing for the long lane. 96 more seconds until we next see the Lord spawn. The checkmate angle, they missed it, right? They missed that entire timing unless Todak fumble the ball really, really hard right now. But look at them, they're stuck as 5. They're not giving that opportunity.
The craziest stat I saw just now was that Gary is the highest damage dealt. I mean, like, to be fair, it's not like way above everyone else, but still, that shows how much the damage the Appraiser's Wrath still deals.
True damage, man.
Yeah, at the same time, it's hard, right? Like, if Gary is able to catch like 2 to 3 members here, you follow with a Minon Rage, King Empire just can't get out. So, like you can see, every single time King Empire takes this fight, they want to take this fight as chaotic and as split as possible, just because of the fact that they don't want to be chain CC'd by all the combos from Todak.
I mean, there still needs to be a front to back, right? I mean, I don't think that KGE is in a position to actually take these front to backs like we usually see. Even if they get the flank, who do they want in the back line, right? Because at the end of the day, Deto still needs somebody in front of him to actually soak up the damage.
Here's the thing. This Tamos pick is genius. And the reason being is that he's one of the heroes that can use a vengeance.
Yep.
And the vengeance can make Moskov kill himself, man. Like, in the team fight, if Smooth gets on top of Shizo, that's a big win for King Empire. After that, it really doesn't matter. Shizo can't attack. Especially if he has 3 items, 4 basic attacks, and he's done.
4 basic
That's how
attacks.
strong the vengeance is.
Does Shizo force himself to get a Haskell just to counter that?
I doubt it.
it.
I don't think it's necessary. The Demon Hunter Sword should keep you alive. Just don't hit the Vengeance. I think it's
it's a waiting game.
It's a waiting game, right? It's about how can you get these free resources out of your opponent. And considering how King Empire plays, they are not throwing resources without a purpose.
Now, Peter, he's got the immortality. Kind of scouts out the rotations coming in here. He's calling in the cavalry, but he doesn't really know where the rest of the team are. Zaim Senpoi gonna be running all the way back towards the far lines here. He cannot afford to be caught without the real world manipulation here. Con comes in, trying to check onto Smooth, but Smooth getting his health dropped pretty low from the glowing one coming in from Shizo right now. Sorry, from Rafflesia.
Not Rafflesia.
Wait,
Zaim Senpoi.
Zaim Senpoi. Oh my god, where did he go? But
they're all starting to
another check once again. Smooth.
I mean, at this point, they're trying to force out Smooth from using the Vengeance Man. Like, they understand that's a win con for King Empire. As long as Smooth is a non-factor, they could, even if they don't take this Lord, they can take the team fight.
And they don't have a real means of chunking him out, right? They need Zaim Senpoi to walk into position to get a Void Blast to even get some free damage onto him.
You can see Zaim Senpoi is just so afraid. Wherever Reader shows himself, he's hiding on the other corner of the map, the furthest away. But finally, going to be showing a little bit of aggression here as the Lord. Getting kited a little bit more. King Empire still deciding on how they want to take this point. Conceal play comes in, but no, Rafflesia, he jumped in, instantly got melted here. Momo with the final slash, instantly gets popped off. Sasa in the back lines, finds 2, gets the double kill, and Todak, they immediately got shut down. No Lord, no jungler, no anything.
That was a huge misplay, man. Like, I was surprised by how much damage Rafflesia took, and that forced Shizo and Momo into a very bad position because they're like, we gotta save this bad situation. I feel like they should not have forced that.
I mean, to be fair, I think they got caught with their pants down. I think that Rafflesia wasn't expecting that much. Well, let's look at the items, right? Let's have a good idea of what they built. Deto was actually so strong.
No, here's the thing. Sasa's full item.
Oh, that's also true.
Wow.
Sasa's full item.
That is a little bit unexpected here.
2,300 gold ahead of Shizo. Dude, no wonder Rafflesia was chunked that low. It's a full item Roger.
And he's using the Trinity build, so he has consistent damage rather than that like big burst that we're used to.
Yeah, in the human form, yeah.
I was expecting the burst potential coming from Sasa, but considering how tanky Todak is, it makes sense why he went for the Trinity build. But at the same time, I did not expect him to just dive the backlines and find 2. But for now, Tier 3 will fall. Todak has no choice but to full defense this. Can they get the full wombo combo? Shizo trying his best going for the fight here, but 3-man knockup from Dato will stop the combo. Minon's Rage comes in. Susujin holding for his dear life, but Dato will finally trade him off. Crystal being focused down. Todak will lose everything for absolutely no chance at all. What a start for King Empire.
Clean start, strong momentum, still playing to their strengths. Cool, calm, and collected. Nicely done by KGE.
We gotta say as well, Victor is doing work on that chip. He's really dictating the tempo going up against Todak. And I gotta say, going back to their own camp, Todak has a lot to talk about, man, because there were quite a few misplays that cost them the game.
Yeah, I think that one is definitely a communication issue, right? It just came down to the Filipinos communicating with each other, and unfortunately, the Malaysian counterparts just couldn't keep up with it, or they just didn't get the information fast enough. It's a struggle to see, but it's only game 1.
I don't know. I feel like it was definitely on Rafflesia as well as Shizo, because if your rumor gets caught, Like that's 100% not gonna be able to help him out. Just let him die, man.
To be honest, I feel like Torak just wasn't expecting that this chips is just so annoyingly strong. Like the previous patch was already disgustingly strong because think about this, right? Vitor made an attempt under the tier 2s of Torak when there's no minions at all. And he somehow, yes, he died, but the rest of the teams was able to win this team fight despite being in one of the worst position. I would say in the fundamentals of MLBB, don't ever dive tier 2 without backup. Like they just did that and got away with it.
Well, technically he did get back up. I mean, like, everyone came.
Everybody decided to come at the end of the day, right? Just to fight for that momentum, but it's really tough. We'll talk about this a little bit more, but first we have to go to our backstage, check out our MVP, give it up for Smooth this game. That early to mid game, impossible. Momo did not find any angles. I think he only found, like, what, one good final slash throughout that game?
He just couldn't. Like, he was winning the first 2 lanes, right? Like, the first 2 engagements against Torak was literally like, Smooth was chunking him down so low to a point that what can Momo do to actually salvage the team fight? Because he was getting died by Vader, he was getting died from Smooth, and eventually it came to a point that Smooth set up the fight so well preemptively before the actual main fight that Torak just could not react to him at all.
Well, that's where I have a couple of issues with KGE. I don't think they're impossible to beat, and I do think that overall their gameplay is still a little sloppy, but I do think that at least for Smooth, he had the right ideas, right? The fact that he took Impure Rage, I want to win lane, it's against an Arlet, we only touch each other for like, what, half a second, so I gotta make it count.
I gotta say, Smooth getting this MVP is huge, because the way that Torak plays, they're all on Momo's shoulders because he's the playmaker, right? He will do the big engage. I mean, like, think about it in this game. How many engages did Reflecia do? Right? If
only one major one. The rest was just he couldn't do anything.
That wasn't even an engage, right? KGE started it. Gary got the kill. They were trying to chase after them. Then Reflecia used the Minon
Rage.
It's like he didn't engage. He just counter engage.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah,
Their
fair
main
enough.
engager is Momo. If Momo is using something like the Terizla, this Arlet, as well as Yuzong, he will start things off for his team. If he's unable to start anything, the entire team does nothing.
That makes sense. That makes sense, especially considering that their team wants to kind of like group them up together and then put them into that, death box like we usually see in the past couple of seasons when Yves is in play. But so far, I think that at least for Torak's side, it's a communication issue, something that they can clean up over this best of 5 series. I think that unfortunately, right, I feel like KGE could have played the map like way more. They knew Torak wanted to play as 5, and they also struggled to realize that if Shizuo goes by himself, like you expect to see a Moskov to play for that Spear of Destruction 4-1. That's when KGE can, bite them again.
Yeah, but that's the thing about KGE, right? Like, I feel like macroly, this is the best KGE I've seen throughout the entire regular season with Vader, because there was a lot of macro plays that we don't really see when Vader is on the Vader map. He's like intentionally showing himself on the lanes so that Torak will collapse on them. But even that, they're just not budging. And because of that, it allowed Sasa multiple opportunities to get free farm across the map where, like you say, quote unquote, when you have a Moskov, he should be farming on the other side of the lane. But because of that mental pressure that Vader is showing himself intentionally, Shizuo is just afraid to farm away.
Well, let me just say this, right? I think that with Vader in the lineup, the team seems a little bit more aware of the game state, right? That's what I feel with Vader in the lineup in comparison to X-Wing. I do think that the team is still rather disconnected at times. They are aware, but I think that disconnection is something that I didn't see with X-Wing in.
Something that I dislike looking at the damage numbers here, Shizuo only dealing 30,000 damage. I think is quite low here, especially Zyme Senpai is doing 56,000. It's like, okay, fine, he can attack from a far enough range that he can build up this damage per minute. Like Gary did 36,000, he did a lot. Even Smooth did 33,000. So I don't know, I kind of feel like Shizuo is not bringing out the maximum potential of this hero, where we've seen Moskov can dish out massive numbers, because you have to understand that if you hit the front line, you're also hitting the back line. So it really spikes up his damage numbers that we're just not seeing here. And you guys were talking about how Vitor just shows his face trying to bait Torak for an engage, but Torak never engaged. So this might be a very major flaw for Torak's lineup, that no one wants to start a fight. Like, maybe they're being a little bit too disciplined by like letting everyone take whatever they want.
I think this comes down to the fear factor, right? Like you brought up a very, very good point, which is Smooth having the vengeance. think about this. What does Shizu do? If he splits off, he's gonna get ganked by a beater. If he fights fun to fun, he's afraid of the vengeance from Smooth. So I guess from Todak's perspective, Shizu was put in a situation where he just doesn't know what to do.
Well, I think it's also conditional, right?
Yeah.
As you mentioned before, you have to wait for the vengeance, like both
Yes.
Phil and Terrence have mentioned. Not to leave out Deto, who was kicking
Annoying
up.
as well. Yeah.
Like your spacing needs to be perfect, and you also need to proactively have your dash off of cooldown before you walk into these fights, right? As soon as your dash, you're susceptible for the next 8 seconds of your life, maybe even 6 seconds, depending on what level. But at the end of the day, walk up too far, Eternal Guardian is going to get slammed on your head, right? If you're below 50, Sasa can kill you even. And even then, right, you have to start thinking of your abilities as resources. I think that Shizu's resources far too independent and very selfish for as a necessity to survive.
I would say going to the second game here, Todak can't allow Momo to lose that lane that hard.
Yeah.
Either in the drafting phase or their rotations, they gotta let Momo win, man. If Momo wins, there's more opportunities for them to do whatever they want.
Is there any consideration of splitting up support as well as jungle rather than moving as a trio squad, but 3-2 in the opposite directions?
I feel like that's definitely possible with certain heroes, right? Like something like a Yuzong that can win his lane. He just needs a few good traits here and there, and then he can start dominating by his own. Then yeah, just split them off. Just make sure that they don't lose enough, and then you're good.
I think personally, when it comes to the drafting phase as well, when it comes to priority in particular here, King Empire definitely drafted this draft in a way where it took everything into consideration, right? Like, you talked about, hey, Vexana needs somebody in front. Guess what? Drop an Internal Guardian. That's somebody in front for you. And Todak just can't really take all these engages because of the fact that they can't, I would say, out-sustain the amount of peel and damage that King Empire brings to the table right now. And again, I feel like Todak just can't handle this chips combo right now.
It's either they can't handle the chip combo, something I do think that they're probably going to ban when they take over, well, from Todak at the very least, take over on blue side, leave it up to KGE to decide it, right? A lot of these priority picks in the draft itself were coming out of blue side from KGE.
Agreed.
So we'll see. Maybe we'll get a more standard draft of what we're used to in the upcoming game number 2. Adjustments that need to be made probably comes down to the draft, and I do think that Revelation, they got to disconnect the support and as well as EXP, play more independent roles. If not, they just got to work on talking to each other.
I don't know, man.
Right?
Like, they have to figure it out, because if not, KG is going to have this in the bag, man. Because throughout the game, I would say the amount of control time, KG had 80% of the map all the time.
Yeah.
80% of that map. When we look at our Hall of Famers here, Rich Guy, the carry, Sandbag, and as well as our best wingman, we have Sasa, Zyme Senpoi, Sutsujin, and Vitter as your best wingman. So far, I think, the stats check out.
Yeah, Zyme Senpoi tried his best to deal a lot of damage, but again, it's just poking damage. It's not straight up, I'm going to attack this one guy. He doesn't have that space. Dota didn't have that space at all in this game. It felt like they didn't have a tank.
Well, at this point, he might as well play Farsa, right? At least you have longer range. At least your pokes are going to be a little bit more, the damage sticks a little bit better overall. I felt like Sutsujin generally played a standard game. Vitter definitely showed a lot more presence this time in comparison.
They're more confident with Vitter in the lineup.
Well, for sure. That's why I think with Vitter in the lineup, they're more game state aware. That's why they're very like, oh, yeah. You've given us all the information we need, the step-by-step before we actually execute the plan.
Because based on this, from what I'm seeing from KGE is that with Vitter, they're very macroly aware, whereas from X-Win, he's looking for micro plays to kind of distract the opponent's vision or their map awareness to a certain degree, and it's not really working out in terms of playstyle. But KGE with Vitter right now, and I want to see how they are going to be playing when the Chips is not in pool, because Chips, I feel like the way he played it was very, very good, because normally as a Chips, you see somebody, you have the highest tendency to just, I'm just going to go in, blah, 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 drop something. But he intentionally not going in a lot of times forced Todak in a situation where, what do I do? He's here. If he commits, I'm dead. But if I split off, he might come from behind. So it's a bit annoying to deal with this kind of composition, if you ask me from Todak's perspective.
Well, on a micro sense, yes, it is pretty annoying, right? Especially when you're playing on two opposite sides of the map. Once we look at these highlights, I think, this is the one good engage that we've actually seen from Todak. Yeah. Very well set up. This was the layering of CC that we were expecting to see from mid to late game onwards.
And it does seem that with an advantage, even Toda is unsure how to use that advantage, which is very unfortunate. Having win that turtle fight winning the team fight as well as the securing the objective, they immediately lost that by losing Zyme Senpoi a few minutes after that. Like maybe even a few seconds after that. So I kind of feel like Toda in this game looked disconnected. I feel like that's the best way to really talk about this. Not only the way that they engage, but also it's like, okay, we won one thing. How do we transition to the next? It felt like even they were surprised that, oh, we won this one. Now what?
Yeah. Definitely think that this game should have been longer if it wasn't for Todak making that final mistake at the very end. But, you know, can't be too harsh on this. We are critical for the time being to see what we could learn here at the MPL MY, but at the very least, it's a best of 5, so there's more data to be collected. For the second game, at the very least, we've talked a lot about Todak. Let's talk about KGE. What do we expect to see from them, especially since now, well, I'm only assuming that teams want to lean into blue side, so therefore that means KGE would be on red.
I think when it comes to this as well, again, here's my thing, right? I want to see KGE play this comp without the chips. Will Toda be able to react? Because I'm pretty sure that there's just too much Toda could have handled that situation. And King Empire, yes, I like that they're playing a little bit better macro now, but in terms of clumped up vibes, they are a little bit more sloppy here. Because when it comes to priority, I feel like KGE is prioritizing on things that I just know I'm just going to win. Because they had a draft that, for me, completely shuts down whatever Toda wants to do. And at the same time, I did see Chiku kind of walk by after the match and he was looking pretty pissed as well. So I feel like we might see a potential sub in this upcoming few games.
Well, I wouldn't be too surprised if he's a little annoyed after seeing that game, right? We're expecting Todak to be at the very least in a more polished shape, especially for this playoffs. Playoffs Todak, right, is what they were known for when they get that strength. But let's look at the power distribution between Shizo and as well as Sasa. Now, we didn't get to see much in that game, but at the very least, we can kind of tell that the laning phase was pretty even between the two.
One thing that I do have to say is that if my numbers are correct, Shizo has been performing the best on the Claude. His Claude has been very self-sustaining as well as doing quite a lot during the team fights. When it comes to Sasa, Sasa keeps trying to win the lane. It looks like, again, Shizo, like you said, it was more even. It doesn't look like Sasa was winning it outright. But the thing is, Sasa was more proactive in dealing the damage. It looked like Sasa was more confident of walking up and saying, I know you guys can collapse onto me, but I believe in my own abilities to get out of this bad situation. So he's just going to deal the damage himself. And in the moment everyone collapses, he gets out of there.
With that being the case, right, we've seen the gold lane meta kind of shift after, you know, watching MPL PH Grand Finals, their playoffs, SPS as well. We see that the Moskov is either a hit or miss for a lot of these teams. So either they scale down, saying less mechanics, higher scaling cap, like Natan for an example, or we lean back to the good old classics, carry. I was going to say Moskov again, but Claude in this case.
I was just going to say Moskov and Roger, same thing. It really depends on who's using it. Because it's one of those heroes that's difficult to use, but if you find someone that can use it well, he will dominate. Like, the kind of guy that can 1v9, someone like an Innocent, you know? Because even if we see other people using Roger, it's really not at the level of Innocent.
Agreed, I agree. And of course, when it comes to this composition as well here, you know, I like how King Empire was able to just dictate the entire fights on when they should be taking fights, whereas Todak unable to respond to that. And again, brings back to my question here. The whole point of having a strong Moskov is that you are able to push side lanes and you have this global presence to kind of go in on your own. So that's the whole point. You want to force a fight where it becomes a 5v4 rather than 5v5. But with the chips, you can't really do that. Because if I'm left alone on my own, and while the other team's on the other side of the map, a chips comes in, I'm dead regardless. So I think that's the reason why Todak isn't able to... I mean, Shizo in particular isn't able to do that. But again, now let's talk about the meta picks here. The meta bans. Baratz being the top pick here. What do you think?
Not that impressive
Baratz at all just now.
Not that. I mean, he was banned.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
Yeah, I don't think he's impressive. I think right now, Baratz, especially since you want to invade so very often, is leading on the condition that you have some strong side laners to kind of walk with you, right? You can't do it by yourself anymore. And I think more so now after the hotfix. Worst yet, we haven't seen too much. Well, I think for a lot of EXP laners, if we don't get the Swiss Army knife of the EXP lane, Benedetta, maybe even Paquito or Yuzong, some like to lean into the Baratz. It's like losing matchup, don't care. I clear waves fast, and that's all I need to do.
Is that a Hellcat or a Roger? I think it's a Roger.
Both. It's both.
I think it's Helker because okay.
I don't see the difference.
I'm not gonna go there.
They're both prideful animals. They both pounce on you. You don't get to say too much if it's a good engage.
I'm seeing the smiles on Lafel. He's like he wants to go there, but what are you thinking, Lafel?
No, silent but deadly. Right? It's silent but deadly. Deadly disease. I'm just telling you. With 33 more seconds left on the clock here, the only thing left to discuss is the mid lane. Personally, for me, I think Deto's been doing quite a fine job here. It feels like Zaim Senpai, he's either all in or all out. You never see him like 50-50.
I would say that Deto did not have to do that much in that game. Like Smooth, deserving of the MVP, really shut down what Toda was trying to do. So it's kind of like they know he could do way more, but at the same time, he doesn't have to. He just does his job.
To be honest, if I felt like if Deto didn't die twice to Gary, he would have gotten MVP. Like he played really well this game.
There's a good chance that his stats will probably put him in that position, right? Now, we come back into the game and Todak have selected red side once again, putting KGE on first pick.
They have to ban the chips. Like, respect that. Like, you guys, it's very apparent they couldn't deal with it. No, what? They're going for respect bans again. They're shutting down both Dato and Smooth once more.
I think what? We can generally handle the chip. I think overall, considering the number of effective chip ults compared to how many times Smooth is just standing there
and doing,
and doing more just by his presence and having the vengeance, I think that's good enough, right? I think at KG, they don't mind. They still have multiple lines of play from this drafting point in comparison to Todak.
For me, I feel like chips is a fine ban, but it's like really... It's really just for Sword. If you're going up against Sword, you have to ban the chip.
Okay. Todak menang Urza Cruz. Okay. Okay, bro.
All right,
okay.
chip ban.
Yeah, they have to respect this here. But now, that being said here, Barats has been that true. So this time, they might be able to actually pick it up themselves, KG from KG.
No one cared about Angela before, huh?
Yeah.
No one cared about Angela.
I'm so glad people are straying away from Angela, especially for people who are like Deto and as well as Zaim Senpai.
Yeah.
They can play the game. Just give them a regular mage. Everyone keeps putting them on the Angela, and then they're like, their enabler is just doing doo-doo. Their jungler is like, no, I'm 3 levels behind, or even their Yuzong in the EXP lane is just struggling to breathe.
So right now, KG, they have a lot of options here because the Barats and Fredrin are open. You can take one or just let your opponent take one of the other. And it looks like they're going to first pick the Moskov. Perhaps Sasa is a bit pissed. He's like, how dare you use Moskov like that? Let me show you how it's done.
I think he just wants to try and diff Shizo in lane, right? Because again, this will now devolve to basically, what? Are you willing to go back to your old faithfuls like the Claude or try to win out this lane early on this Roger?
Yeah, Faramis is also in the pool as well, but I don't think Toda is going to pick this Natan right here, right now. He can pick it later on before he goes to the second phase here. But again, like you said, Roger is still in the pool, but I don't think Roger suits the composition coming from Toda here. It feels like they need to prioritize on the Faramis as well as maybe the Barats here. Or in this case, you know what's already open? Matilda and Barats.
I mean, it's
completely ignored if you think about it.
I mean, it's a bold call to say Roger doesn't fit the comp, but nothing has been revealed. We don't know what comp they're actually going for until right now. Here we go. The lock-ins, Roger, as expected, Fredrin. Yeah.
Matilda ignored completely.
Ignored for now.
Wait.
I think KG will go Matilda Barats this game. Like, they could. Straight up.
Matilda, Barats. They really want to do that? Matilda, sure. Barats, either or. I don't think they want to go for both at this point, but instead, they don't touch either or. Baxian as well as Vexana, leading back to the same traditional comp.
Okay. Huh. Okay, kind of a little bit of adaptations here coming from King Empire. Instead of going for the chips this time, they went for the Moskov, right? So, I feels like... right now, KGE is trying to mirror back what they had from game number 1, but this time without the chips, I'm more curious on what kind of roamer KGE has.
I mean, you asked for it, didn't you?
Yeah, I know. That's the thing, right? Like, I know I asked for this, but again, if they can play like that again, technically KGE should be able to get a 3-0. But if they don't, well, we're in for a potential 5-game match.
Man, that sounds like a tier sub talk right there. We need a tier 3, man. Come on. We gotta be like, yes, they're gonna invest in the Matilda. They're gonna do it in right now. But Todak, instead, get the Arlet once again to make their EXP support a little bit more flexible. A good way to close out the very first phase of this draft as we move on into second. I see the beard scratcher, LaFell. What's going through your mind?
The only thing that I'm thinking about is for Toda, they gotta aim for Smooth now. They gotta make sure that he doesn't win the lane. So they're betting on Thomas. I'm thinking what other thing can they ban as well? I'm thinking either something like Paquito, Lapu-Lapu, even the Terizla, because with their lineup right now that Toda has, not looking at their mid so far, it's going to be difficult for that lineup to deal with a Terizla. So I'm also looking at Terizla as a possible ban here.
Yeah. I get the idea. Especially since they still need an enabler for Moskov to land the arrow more effectively. I get the Terizla. What else? Strong CC. I mean, Yuzong only because of the Petrify, but that's on cooldown. Yuzong's also banned out. Good for, well, that's fun. Todak, they could look to pick up an EXP early on, but would it matter to show it early?
I think Xbox isn't too bad this game if they decide to actually go for it, just to deal with both the Baxia as well as the potential annoying Eternal Guardian coming from KGE. Again, I feel like if they go for it, means that, you know, Smooth can do whatever he wants. Paquito is in his alley as well. Terrorista is also in his alley. But for me, I feel like Todak has been emphasizing on Zion standpoint being able to play multiple heroes a little bit too much, rather than just picking up like strong core mages like Faramis or even you prioritizing it for him instead, where I think Todak just emphasizes on his flexibility a little bit too much this game.
On his flexibility, I feel like the mid meta in particular just revolves around, do you get something that's able to counter out a Vexana comp or no?
Yeah.
That's usually what it boils down to, and then afterwards is the supplements to how to round out the composition. Todak, this time they're going to be locking in the Vexana, just to make sure, you know?
In my head, I was thinking they should get the Valentina here. If not, they're trolling, because the Valentina is pretty good here going up against the Moskov Bakhtia as well as the Vexana, because Moskov is a mid-range hero. Going closer to short range, being in the carry range, Valentina can deal damage towards him, because usually when you see other gold leaders who want a longer range, something like a Farsa, but close range heroes, Valentina is good, especially when you can get the Eternal Guard. It can help you a lot.
Let's not forget that they also trade really effectively in the earlier stages of the game, right? The laning phase is going to be quite important. If Vexana loses 90% of her HP clearing 2 waves, is that technically fair for her? And I think that Todak at this point, now seeing the Edith make a couple of regrets, it means that being proactive in this game might hurt them. Terizla, as expected here. Do we see the export from the side of Todak?
They don't really have much choices here.
They can still go for like Paquito if they really wanted to.
Are they gonna put the roam, roughly say, on the Arlott roam here? Because it feels like they're trying to set up in this way, but I feel like this Arlott is actually gonna be played by Momo, and Todak might consider picking up like a Florine or Angela for Raffles here, knowing his hero pool.
I don't know. I feel like Arlott in support range, especially when you're up against an Edith,
not exactly
bad.
Great. Is it?
I don't think it really comes down to, can you vengeance the CC?
Okay.
Like if she once you got a vengeance, it's all about that one interaction, being able to deny the CC with your vengeance. That's all you need to do.
Well,
okay. All right.
Instead.
Okay, here's the thing. I feel like they still need to have the same idea. Let Momo win his lane. Now that you have a Matilda, you can get to his lane much faster. If Momo has a rough time again, I think he's going over to KGE.
Added a little bit more flexibility to the composition. Try to account for any kind of outliers or adjustments coming from both of these sides. I respect it. With that being said, game 2 of our very first match here of playoffs, day number 1 of this best of 5 series. Currently, KGE 1-0 against Todak in this best of 5. Let's jump into the land of Dawn before we continue. Play-ins have been looking off really good. But at this point, we need to see something from Todak. We want to see them fight to win. We want to see them fight to survive. Bring it up to 1-1. Let's jump right into the game.
Well, it is going to be a do or die right now. Todak adapting to the meta. King Empire still relying on their composition. A little bit of adaptation here. Hopefully things will be a little bit different in game 2 for Todak.
Right now, my only worry is that can they deal enough damage onto Smooth? That's it. Because that Terizla is going to be very tanky, especially with the body of Smith. So, again, if they can take down the Terizla, it's going to be good. If not, this is going to be a war of attrition, and I'm not sure which one is going to win, King Empire or Toda. It should be Toda because they do have the heal, but remembering the mistake they did in the previous game, I have my doubts.
Well, we'll see. This will be their opportunity to prove that to you. I think for the most part, I'm curious to see how KGE is going to respond to Todak, right? Because it feels like Todak is the type of composition that wants to be a little bit more proactive on the map in comparison to KGE.
Yeah, and seeing how this is happening as well here, you can see, like, I think Lafayette brought it up as well. Like, on XP lane. As long Momo wins his lane, he's going to be fine. But right now, he's freezing the lane. But top side, no lane. Zaim, Purified already expended before the first turtle.
He did not want to die.
Yeah, I feel like he would have died there.
He was gonna run. He was gonna get run down if he didn't just use his shadow dash as well. Now my bot side though, nothing much seems to be happening between Shizone as well as Sasa, both being very uninteractive, but Revelation just being mega annoying, just making sure that he spots out Sutsujin wherever he goes.
I mean, like the fact that Sutsujin is able to steal some camps over from Gary, I think this is a big deal, man. Like in the early game, you will be able to feel the difference when this Batsia gets level 5 before you.
Yeah, I think that's the thing about King Empire, right? Because of the rotations coming from Sutsujin here, he was able to steal a camp on top of it all. And once he gets his level 5, means that against Gary, he is most likely going to lose out in a retry battle in terms of overall damage output. But for now, King Empire, they're going to try to make a play up top though. Do they get it? Seems like Sutsujin comes in. Oh, Toda dodges the bullet.
Oh, I feel like they just wanted level 4 and they got it. Zaim Sembo is level 4 as well, thanks to his passive. So now, Toda going up against King Empire. Smooth hits level 4 now, so this becomes a little bit scarier for Toda.
Yeah, it is going to be a little bit slow here. Smooth going to be zoning them off here. But a big final slash from Momo. Catches Vader, but he somehow survives. He eventually falls. Smooth trying to fight back as much as he can, but he's going to be left completely alone here as Toda cleans him out all bit by bit. Zaim Senpai with the double kill.
Good play by Momo. Good flicker final slash before they could posture for an angle on to that penalty zone from Smooth. They made sure that they bit quick and they bit fast. They dealt so much damage, right? The impact was huge.
I mean, this is the strongest that Toda can be when Momo gets to play. The previous game, he didn't get to play, so this time, a little bit better, even though he is unable to roam as freely as he wants to. He has to stay in the lane just because the Terizla is controlling him that hard. But so far, at least he gets the advantage around the turtle.
Oh no, Shizo actually got the creep as well. Sasa trying his best to scare off these wolves, but Toda, as of yet, they're feeling a little bit more confident compared to game 1. And King Empire, they have to play this carefully now.
Yeah, man, the changes, the hotfix changes, especially to the Rogers, they're like, oh yes, he has too much spell vamp. You know what? Because you have too much life steal, we're going to make your wolf form a little stronger. We're going to give him more armor, so he's able to just tank damage from his boss call for free.
Oh,
he's fine. He's
being used. He's going to be able to get out here on top of the Matilda's gliding wind. King Empire once again in a very awkward situation. They're trying to set up with the Purifies, but again, Todak, they are aware about this. Look at this, Rafflesia. So much confidence now compared to the mineral game.
Hey man, when you have 3 Purifies on your side, it's just, what are you gonna do?
Oh no, Peter is dead. Mistakes were made. Mistakes were made. Todak finds another pick. And now bottom lane here, Sasa might be in a little bit of trouble. They are gonna try and retrieve him as wave over here. Sasa trying to get out, but Shiso will get the kill. And King Empire now getting taunted by Todak Sutsujin in a very difficult spot, but again, Turtle going to be the priority here. Dato trying to make a play on his own, but it's not good enough. Momo strikes once more.
Ooh, something about Momo getting a solo kill is very satisfying to me.
Is it that satisfying? I feel like I've become numb to it, right? I expect him to kill somebody sometimes. Todak right now with a 2.3k lead in the bag. And right now, King Empire can't seem to be keeping up with the tempo. Like, Todak have really amped up on the gas.
But here's the thing, though. Sasa is on this Moskov. He can make a difference.
Yeah, it is going to be a little bit difficult here, but now with the final slash coming in, Momo getting caught out with the penalty zone. They're calling in the rest of the team, but again, Gary secures the turtle. Peter getting left all by himself. Shizo was able to find a double now. Gary going to try and catch out Dato. He does catch it. The Abraser's Wrath will not connect, but King Empire, they lose 2, they lose to the turtle, and they are losing map control as well, as Todak going to be knocking on a tier 1 down bottom.
He learned his lesson. He flickered out of there, even though he landed the fear. He just didn't want the chance of getting one shot like the previous game. 0-7 currently, 4.2k lead for Todak.
So, Gideon, let's have this conversation.
Oh, yeah.
You remember when we had basically negative win rate on the Arlet as well as the Quad?
Yes.
Opening up the regular season?
Yes.
Moskov has been great everywhere else, right? Can we imagine for the first 2 days of playoffs, Moskov has a negative win rate?
It might be a
it's just a MY thing. You know, it's like,
yeah, it's definitely an MY thing, man. Oh, dude, not even that. Even like even Natan had some pretty terrible win rates in the first 3 weeks until it slowly started to get back up into place. For the most part, I think that especially for these gold laters, it really is the pilot and not the plane.
Yeah, I do agree. So right now, Toda having 4,000 gold lead, this is massive for them. I like that this time Shizo is much more confident actually moving up and trying to deal a lot of damage compared to when he was using the Moskov. Now, this is Sasa. Sasa is one of the more veteran players in the MPL in general, not just in his team, in general. So I do want to see, after getting 3 items, how does he react? Because for Toda, they don't have the Vengeance. So he has more opportunities to free hit.
Well, they're trying to get up his farm for now, as Vitor and Dado also going to be setting up an ambush on his lane. Unfortunately, the concealed play gets scouted out by Todak, and they're not going to be able to react to this here. And as soon as this happens, King Empire, they have to back out. They lose a tier 1 up top. And Todak, they're looking to try to make a play here. Zion Senpai does have the primal form coming in, so he is going to be a little bit more hurtful. But Momo now getting scouted out by Suzujin, but the teammates a little bit too far off to actually provide assistance right now.
Hey man, it just goes to show how strong Todak is when Momo gets to play the game. And not only does he get to play the game, he's winning out in his lane. He's a full level ahead of Smooth. He was a full level ahead of Smooth ever since the very first turtle. And now KGE have no tempo, no control over the map, and we're able to get tier 1 bot side and top side, even though it was like a bit of a weird rotation, right? If you're in King Empire's position, I don't think Sasa wanted to move that early, but the fact that Shizo did really puts Smooth at odds against him.
Yeah. One thing that I do have to say is Zion Senpai is doing an amazing job controlling the mid duo. And all this while, it feels like he's doing it alone, giving room for Rafflesia to actually move around the river as well as helping out the side lanes, because Zion Senpai is level 10, Deto is level 8. It's been quite a while that they've been a 2-level difference here. So Zion Senpai just using his passive, getting a level advantage over his counterpart, able to control 2. This is why I like the Valentina in this kind of draft, and I like it when Zion Senpai is using it.
Oh no, Sujin, he might be in a little bit of trouble here. Momo does have the angle for the final slash, but again, doesn't want to overcommit. Tier 1 still stands. Rafflesia getting scouted out by Vitor, but he's so low. Nice sidestep here, but does he have the taunt? Oh, Gary missing the taunt, so Vitor will live to tell another day as they try to strike back onto his top side. Gets scouted out, but here he comes, Gary. 2-man taunt, Zion Senpai looking for the play. Eternal God stops the back line. Gary gonna be looking for the flank. Vitor gonna be surviving for now. Suzujin will fall under turret. And Smooth as well tried to make a counterplay, but Zion Senpai destroys them both with the double kill, not even using the ultimate here.
Good work from Gary. Good work from Todak. They cut off reinforcement paths towards their tier 2 and canceling out the circling eagle mid-animation. Just very nicely done from Gary.
Yeah, right now Toda is definitely in control. For King Empire, they're just buying time. And I gotta say, Dedo has to step up here because he's been very defensive. He's helping out his teammates, but he's not really being the one to enable things happening, if you catch my drift. He's reacting what Toda is trying to do. He's not forcing Toda to react to what he wants to do.
I think the worst part is that he's not exactly the strongest diver on the team. He's designed to be an anchor, to sit in the back line and stay safe as much as he can and wait for that big impact moment. But Todak, I think he's worried about the flicker final slash from Momo. He's also worried about the circling eagle from Rafflesia. Good Spirit of Destruction, but I don't think it's going to result into anything.
They can't. They just can't fight this year. 7k net worth difference. Lord now in the hands of Toda, and I'm pretty sure this lead is going to go even bigger now. Whereas King Empire, they need to find a way to get levels up on Dado and Vitor, because right now they need to be able to match Todak's tankiness as well as damage output. And if they don't do that anytime soon here, it might be a very, very clean game coming from Todak.
Yeah, because I'm looking at all the levels, and it's only the mid that's really suffering here, because Zion Senpai is 2 levels instead of Dedo. Everyone else just 1 level.
Well, middle lane here, Smooth. He's going to get caught out, but at the same time, with the assist of Sasa, he's going to be able to get out here. Gary also going to be locked in as well, but Todak doesn't want to hard dives it yet. They are waiting for the Lord up on the top side. Waiting and waiting. Middle turret still will be standing, but again, it's all about timing right now. It's just when do they strike, and in this case, King Empire looking for the moment. They can't just open up the play. Vitor still has the flicker. Dado just got his one as well, but the Lord gets defended very, very quickly. But again, objective is going to be the key coming in from Todak. Here comes a spear. Sasa thinking about a jump, but can they go? 2-man stun, but no follow-up. A little bit too far off, as King Empire just wants to defend this, and Todak gets no value more than just an inhibitor down bottom.
I think that's more than enough, right? They've set up the checkmate angle. Next Lord, develop a 10k lead, starve out King Empire, one inhibitor already down, maybe even a second, and then close the game from there.
Yeah, they're gonna try and go for more. Here comes the drop into got it, but a taunt! Smooth! Not able to be caught out here. They're trying their best to go in for the final stash, but a little bit slow off. Gary now with the taunt has to get out. Missed timings here coming from the members of Torak, but King Empire won't live to tell another day as they lose their buffs, and they will be able to hold on for now.
Look at the damage dealt by Zaim Senpai. And this is just onto Neto as well as Victor. I mean, every once in a while during the team fights, we can see him going out of his way to deal way more damage onto everyone else. But this is so...
This is outlandish. Like,
yeah, this is outlandish, yeah.
Like, is he playing Novaria or something? What's going on? Zaim, he's playing a mid-range mage, and he's getting so much value out of it, for the most part.
Oh no, Todak is back. They're spelling T right now, and guess what?
Are they?
I guess they're spelling T. They were.
They're trying.
They're
trying. What?
Roughly.
Okay. Oh my God. Okay, there we go. They finally got it.
Talk about miscommunication. How hard is it to make a T?
You know what's really crazy? Zaim Senpai is level 14, 12 minutes in the game as a mid laner.
Like I said, this is... Everyone else is just one level different. Zaim Senpai is the one that The pass of Valentina is so good, people keep forgetting about it.
Yeah, they do. Every time you are progressively, every time you're making hits against your opponent, you're getting the EXP, and it stacks up when you're being overly aggressive against your opponents. You're rewarded for that, in a matter of fact. But now this is where it all boils down to it. King Empire, they cannot give this Lord away for Todak for free. They gotta take something away, whether it be a tower, whether it be a pick, they need something.
Yeah, this Lord is gonna fall very, very quickly here. King Empire not able to respond to this. They've got the spear, looking for the snipes, gets blocked off, but Todak once again secures the Lord. Going for the next objective here. It is gonna be the purple. They need everyone. Penalty zone already expended from King Empire. No value for this as Todak is gonna be crashing in. 9-0 as of yet. King Empire not ready to fight this at all. They can't. I don't think they can at all. Oh, it's tough. Zaim Senpai in the base as well, and there's just no respawn here. Taunt from Gary. Gets out to safety. Inhibitor will fall. Todak continuing with the assault. Slowly but surely. King Empire not going to be able to do anything. They have to make a move at some point. Lord comes in. Peter finally makes the play. He's going to get collapsed here. They're focusing on Momo, but they eventually take him down. Final slash not committed. They lose Peter. They lose to Sujin, but Sasa from the sides. He's making the play. He somehow survives this, and now Sasa will be able to push them back despite the crash from Todak. What a play from Sasa.
Wow.
That's the power of a Moskov. This is the 3-item power spike. In fact, looking at 14 minutes here, it might be a 4-item power spike. This is the strength of a Moskov. When he gets going, good luck trying to stop him. Right now, he has 4 items. He even has the Wind of Nature. I'm unsure whether he used it just now or not. But again, this is the strength. All you need is an opportunity. All you need is some space. Victor bought him space. Victor used his flicker to get the Earth Shatter to get something going on to Momo. And after that, Sasa was just like, you know what? Good enough. That's all I need.
He finds it, right? I'm more surprised that he wasn't able to clean up the rest of Todak. Everybody was able, well, a good majority of them, right? The fact that only 3 people walked away with just a sliver of health was all thanks to Reflecia each and every time. I'm surprised that we didn't see Sasa clean up the rest of Todak in that fight alone, but this opens up opportunity, right? Now, they've technically, quote-unquote, missed the checkmate angle. Todak has one more attempt at this at 45 seconds.
You know what's the difference maker here?
What's the difference maker?
The person that he killed was Momo as well as Gary.
Yeah.
Neither of them have enough kills for a shutdown goal. If he was able to take down Shizo with 4 kills or Zaim Senpai with 5 kills, he would have gotten a shutdown goal, and I kind of feel like he would have gotten his Malefic Roar as well. This is the foresight that Todak has, that the moment they see this Moskov going crazy, they're like, okay guys, we know where this is going, let's cut our losses. So this is their experience going up against Moskov, where they're like, we know we're ahead. We're 8,000 ahead, in fact. but we can still lose to a Moskov.
That's the thing, right? It's so crazy to see how Todak dropped the ball right there. But again, you have to give props to the King Empire here because they were able to find and stop Momo before he drops that final stash, which I think is the winning factor for Todak. But again, it came down to luck. It may be luck, it might be skill, it may be timing, but for now, it is still a very, very long journey for King Empire as a Lord Dance will begin between both Todak and King Empire. Oh boy, what do they do? Purple buffs first, Lord down half HP. Lanes are good. Todak, they may need to rush this here. Sunsujin, you've got to catch the biggest retry here. Getting taunted up now. Here comes the final slash. He's dead before he can do anything. Unstoppable for Shizo. Now the collapse comes in. They are going to try and fight everyone here. Meanwhile, Bitter will pay with his life, but Sasa is able to find someone. Dito secures the Lord. Todak, they did not know what to do. And now Sasa getting free hits after free hits. And the spear to find one from behind. Now the collapse comes in. Todak, they're losing members left, right, front, and center. What are they thinking? Now Zion has to run for his life. And King Empire has somehow, they made the most impossible comeback in the history of MPL. And just like that, they're able to collapse. And now they're banging on the tier 3s on the crystal. From Flacia, Zyme Senpoi. Now penalty zone comes in, needs to purify out. They've got the tanks, they've got the minions. Gary is back. They lose Rafflesia, and now King Empire will have to back off as Todak needs to defend this. Shizo is back online as well. This is what a instant crazy game here. Here's an instant replay. What the hell?
Looking at it's like, look at the positioning coming in from Sasa. The moment he sees that Gary's on that Lord, he's like, it's now or never. I gotta go in. I gotta make sure I deal enough damage that this Fredrin goes down. And he indeed takes Fredrin down. And then after that, again, Sasa's just like, bro, just let me 1v9.
Oh boy, this is difficult here. But again now, with the Uno reverse card has been played and jokes on Todak as King Empire looking to try and close up this game. No immortalities up on Todak. What will King Empire do? As Sasa is the biggest threat of them all right now.
Oh, King Empire equalized the score. Now ahead by 1.2k, but everybody's reaching their full build at this point. All that early game down the drain. Checkmate angle missed by Todak. King Empire look to set up for themselves. 3 missing inhibitors compared to 2 in Todak's side. And I think that Todak, they're still in it to win it, but they've got to be so careful of Sasa. Let's see any situational items. I see a Winter Truncheon. I am seeing a Winds of Nature as well for Shizo. Do we see the engagement Winter? No. He's taking his time with this.
Oh boy, this is tough. Sasa making quick work with this tier 2, 18 minutes of the game. And this has got to be the biggest comeback ever. Todak was 9k net worth advantage. Now, in King Empire is leading by 3,000. So that is a 13,000 chase back from King Empire? That's nuts.
It's a big lead. It's a big lead. But when we look at the damage now, Zyme Senpoi is still on the top.
Wow.
I mean, again, that just shows how Zyme Senpoi is a core factor of how Todak wins the games. He is able to control the map so well. He's basically being a mid laner with the mentality of an EXP laner. But the fact is, when it comes to the late game, it's all about your gold laner. If you can shut down Sasa, then you have a good chance to win. The only problem is that Sasa has the Wind of Nature as well as the Purify. That Purify, someone has to sacrifice their life to take that Purify away. But by that time, I'm pretty sure Sasa has everything going well for him. So this is a very difficult situation where you want to catch Sasa on his Moskov, but it's easier said than done. And the question is, who? Rafflesia can go to the back line, can get Sasa, maybe even take away his Purify. But by that time, you take away your Matilda, and Matilda is the one that can heal you. Matilda is the one that can pull you out of a bad situation. So it's not a good option to let Rafflesia be the one to go to the back line. And Momo has tried, but so far, not good results.
I think the only person who can realistically do it is Zyme Senpoi, right? But that's under certain conditions, and I think it kind of depends on whether Sasa decides to overheat. We've seen him overheat before in these playoff games. Here we go, the 50-50.
Here he comes as well. He might be take 2 once again from Todak. Draw Lord Storm, stomps on King Empire. They're trying to go for the toys for Song, but chain stun for Bitter, trying to stop the Frederick here, but once again it's day1 that steals the Lord. But Sasa hasn't shown himself yet. They've lost one, but Toda, they're thinking of backing out. Sasa finally joins the fight. Momo forced the fall, but the reset comes in. Sasa being prioritized. First immortality, it doesn't matter. Finally, Toda will shut him down. No comeback. King Empire, you won't fall. The Empire strikes back. Toda now looking to fight a little bit more, but they're so low. Smooth is able to fight Rafflesia. The Lord still pushing in. Toda, what are you doing? They are so low. Final Slash comes in with the Trunket from day1 to buy time. He's got immortality. They're clearing the minions. They're dropping everything. They lose day1, but guess what? He was able to take one with him. Smooth still holding on for King Empire. He's got the immortal, but Sidestep and Momo, they're so low. He needs to get out of Smooth. He cannot do any more than that. But guess what? He bought enough time. Vader spawns back, and now Vader will try and chase the remaining members of Toda. Run, Momo, run! Vader with the conceal. Are you gonna able to get out? He's gonna try. He's got ultimate. He needs to go, but the spear, no,
he can't do
it. Doesn't connect. Toda on full defense. King Empire trying to give us a game of our lives, man. What a game to start here in the playoffs for MPL.
And that's a full reset for both teams. I can't believe the game did not end off of that. Toda desperate to end, but King Empire making sure that they hold on with everything they've got here in game number 2.
Smooth was just like, you shall not pass. Everyone tried. He's like, no, I'm big boy Terizla. I'm the Rizzler.
Oh, man.
He took everyone down, man. He bought enough time that Victor respond.
Oh,
if
boy.
Sasa hit that Spear of Destruction onto Zion Senpai, that's game.
Yeah,
that was totally game.
They honestly should change Terizla's passive from Body of the Smith to Body of Wall, because holy cow, is he just keeping them out.
Instead of Body Smith, Body Smooth?
Yeah, Body is Smooth. Make it, that double it down, make it even better. Come up with a KGE skin while you're at it.
My gosh, day1 and Smooth, a beautiful defense, but again, it was too close to be called comfort here, as both teams 50-50 could have lost that, and day1 stealing the Lord made things a little bit easier for King Empire to defend against that. But still, again, luck is a skill. Skill is sometimes made by luck as well.
All right, they got to play this map well, because I think King Empire, they got to remember, they've got a boss off on their side. It's high risk, high reward, but that's what you've drafted. At this point, they need some kind of control, because every single time I see this Lord come into place, Toda, they've got naturally pushing waves. They've done all of their chores, and King Empire is always on the back foot because of that.
This is a crazy stat. Both 67% kill participation. In terms of gold per minute, Sasa has Shizo beat. Sasa in this game has been farming crazy. If the KDA doesn't resemble it, but he's farming faster than Shizo. That's amazing.
Agreed. But now Sasa, he just bought the power potion, so time is on King Empire's spot right now. They have to force a fight for the next 2 minutes before the power potion kind of wears off. Lord in the hands, down towards 30% now. Toda, what are they gonna do? Do they take this on towards Sasa once more? They need to get the catch. Momo looking for the flank. Can't seem to find it. Gary with the taunt right now. It's not the right target, but they have to back off. Minions are being shoved up top. And King Empire still doesn't really know where Toda is. They're showing face, but they don't really know what to do. What's the best situation right now? How do they fight this? The Lord gets resetted. Oh.
They need Vader to zone out Gary or Momo, and Sasa just needs to not get caught by Momo. Maybe use a Spear of Despair against Gary. It's hard to say, because no matter what move you see come out of Sasa, it feels like there's a good counter response from Toda.
Honestly, the longer they wait this is good for Toda, because the waves is in their favor.
They played an ulti here. Gary still looking to commit to this. He's a little bit too far off. He's going to be able to get out here, but King Empire, they force out the Primal Wrath, and Toda doesn't want to overcommit here. They've dropped too many spells and not a lot of value from both sides. Now, minions shoved onto his King Empire, and Toda will be the ones in control as they try to zone off the members of King Empire. Smooth checking the Lord health, but he's a little bit taking too much damage. A little bit too risky. as they make the jump. Sun Soo-jin still thinking what to do.
Good
Is
luck,
Shu
Sun
Unity
Soo-jin.
gonna be wasting a little bit more? He gets stomped out as well, but here comes the collapse. They're focusing on him. Can he get the kill? No, he still survives. Sasa still thinking, join the fight as well. He's still alive. They find one. They're looking for more. Lord still surviving this, but KGE members, their HP is so low. Sasa poking through the Lord. Not good enough. Gary takes the Lord, but no one dies from both sides.
Give me your thoughts on this, LaFell. Was it the right choice for Sasa to hit the Lord to maintain attack speed?
Definitely not. I feel like Sun Soo-jin was not in a good situation to secure the Lord in the first place, because I feel like Victor being taken down, Victor was the one with the Earth Shadow that can actually control Gary to make sure that he can't retry that. So the fact that Victor died, that was not a good time for King Empire to force that. He should have gone for bodies, not for the Lord.
Yeah, I agree as well. I definitely think the Eternal Guard could have been used a little bit better, but let's see. Todak now looking for the end game here.
Yep. This is going to be tough here. Smooth starting this off. Pedal Diesel comes in. He's going to be taunted his way through. First of all, that's going to be the first immortality coming in. Can he get out? He's getting taunted here, but the damage from Zion Senpai finds him eventually. They get two, but Sasa still standing on. He's got the life steal. Jizo manning up, but Sasa with the winds of nature. He's trying his best, but his best is not enough. There's just too much from Todak, and Todak takes Game 2 against King Empire, denying them the comeback as we tie it 1-1 here in the playoffs. What a way to start MPLMY. What a way here to see the playoffs. Two amazing teams pouring their hearts and soul in this Game 2.
GG, well played. That's only the second game here, equalizing the score in this best of 5. Todak have done it so far, but can they keep it up for the rest of this series? It looks like we're going to be here for a long day, boys and girls. A long day indeed.
You know what? I welcome it, man. Let's go all 5 games. Looking at how amazing this game has been, let's go all 5 games. We got to talk about 2 major members that made this game amazing. Zion Senpai as well as Sasa, man. Like, Zion Senpai made it to that it became the score of 0-9. Sasa got his items. It's like, okay, my turn. And what a turn he got, man.
He got a good number of turns. It felt like it shouldn't have happened, but it did anyways. And I think, you know, Sasa, he made the super play to keep the team in the game entirely. However, there's just too many overwhelming odds against them, right? I mean, these late game lords, they're so strong. Even with a full Trinity build, clear those minions does still take a lot of time.
Yeah, that's the thing about timers, right? Like Lord empowered minions as well as the Lord himself grow stronger over time, and there's only so much you can do on a marksman with only 6 items, right? That's why people tentatively say like Weapon Master is good, even the Florin Duo is good if they get into that stage of the game. But unfortunately for King Empire, it didn't exactly happen for them here. But now, let's talk about the winners. Todak, the MVP for the match. Game number 2 is going to be none other than Zion Senpai on his Valentina. Very, very oppressive one from him. Well done.
Impressive is...
He did not die.
Yeah,
not a single death.
It's an understatement. This guy not only is winning out in his lanes, he causes a 3,000 gold lead and is spilling his own lead into Momo's lane, allowing both of them to pop off.
Can we also talk about how, for the majority of the game, he did the most amount of damage?
Yeah.
And let's talk about game number 1. He did the most amount of damage as well on an Eve, where everyone's just like, this hero doesn't deal enough damage. And then Zion Senpai is like, excuse me, hold my water. We got to keep it halal for this.
We got to keep it halal for this one. 5.3k damage per minute. Let's see if he stays above the 5,000 mark throughout the rest of this series, because that's 2 for 2 that I'm expecting. I say expect, but we'll see when the main stats come out whether he's going to be the biggest damage dealer. But so far, so good. I think that Todak finally, you know, kind of pulled himself together on this one.
Honestly, here's the thing, man. I kind of feel like the moment they got a kill onto Sasa, it was on him as well, because we got to think about Zion Senpai, not just a gifted player, but he's also one of the main shot callers for Todak.
Yeah.
He is telling everyone what to do, and he's making the right decisions. Even though we've seen some misplays here and there, but when he's involved, it looks good.
You know, that's the reason why both Zion Senpai and Sasa's name has been popping out in all of MPL throughout the history, right? They are the 2 top players that we kind of, I would say, haven't gotten their love yet, or their limelight in particular here, because they were once former teammates. So obviously they play at the highest level. And in this case, this matchup to see both Zion Senpai going up with Sasa was just phenomenal to watch if you think about it.
I think
if Sasa had more space.
A little bit more.
I say a little bit more, but I do think that Sasa, especially into the Shizo matchup, has been pretty interesting. The laning phase, pretty dead. You know, don't get to see many advantages be created. But a single death in that lane, all of a sudden you're seeing 1.5 to 2.6k lead fall into the favor of the surviving gold laner. And it happens like in 2 games. It's happened twice already.
Zyme Simple still has the highest damage despite what Sasa has been doing.
Wow.
145,000. Sorry, I'm mixing up my words here. That's just such an absurd number coming in from a Valentina. Usually you would expect that to be Novaria.
Here's the thing, man. Speaking frankly, Sasa has been... his performance has been up and down. You know, there are times in the regular season where he's the best performing member in his team, but it's really not enough. In this game, I kind of feel like he is getting back to that prime level of Sasa where he was dominating back when he was in Onyx, right? So, Sasa, I don't know. Something about this playoff, something happened between regular season and the playoffs where he's just like, you know what? I'm coming for vengeance, man. This playoff, I'm going to be a monster.
Like, that's the beauty about this, right? There's no second takes in this situation here. One team is going to be eliminated out of this game. And I feel like everybody has stepped up in this game. But I feel like the one that is going to be able to win King Empire is got to be coming in from Sutsujin. Because think about this, right? He's missed so many retributions. And he has been compensated by Dato. Think about this. A mid laner without retribution securing objectives for King Empire. And I don't know.
How bad Sutsujin?
I'm not gonna lie. I've been giving shit to Dato for throughout the entire regular season, but today he's been playing out his mind.
Very strong words indeed, but I do think that Sutsujin was kind of left to die alone. Like, he definitely was hanging out with Spalding on an island all by himself sometimes, because again, he's the only guy there. Everybody else is too afraid to walk up, and even Smooth, understanding his responsibilities, can't be given these free ults over to Zyme Senpai, right? That penalty zone has costed them a couple of games, but I think for the most part of it, Zyme, he is... man, his trigger finger. He will never use a battle spell unless he absolutely needs to, or he never picks up an ultimate, the IMU, until the very last second. Like, he is not only looking for Vitor, but he's also taking into consideration, is there a better ult for the situation as it changes during the fight?
I really like how slippery Zyme Senpai is, because we've seen multiple attempts to gank him, and it's just like, I have Purify, what are you going to do? I have 2 dashes, what are you going to do? Right? I really like that he respects the engage coming in from KG. Like, remember the very early gank at mid?
Yes.
When Sutsujin came in?
Instant Purify.
He's just like, there's 2 people. Can I die? I can. I'm going to respect this.
Yeah.
Other people might not respect that. They might be like, I cannot play this. But Zyme Senpai is just like, I've played this game for such a long time. I know I will die.
He knows it. He knows it. And I think that experience put to good use on this Todok's next generation lineup so far. I mean, where do you think it's going to matter? Is it still leaning towards the EXP lane now that we've seen how Zyme Senpai is able to kind of expand beyond just the mid?
I really think it is on EXP, because this time Momo is able to play, and their early as well as mid is much more stable. Compared to before, when Momo couldn't do much, there wasn't a lot that can be done. In this game, Zyme Senpai leading made it so that the EXP lane has a better shot, because Dato as well as Victor is not allowed free roam to go everywhere in the map, because Victor in game number 1, he was staying inside the jungle of Todak. This game, not really. Zyme Senpai is the gatekeeper. He's making sure that both of you stay in my vision. Both of you don't leave my sight.
Yeah, and seeing how this is happening as well, I feel like it comes down to a lot of mental picture on how they are going to be able to respond to this. Because think about this, right? Like, even though Todak won game number 2, personally I felt like Todak should have had it in the bag right from the get-go. And they should have allowed Sasa to be able to do what he was doing. And to see how KG was able to push them back at this stage here, it is going to hurt them in the mental capacity here. And think about this. This is a best-of-5 series. We're not just talking about drafts. We're not just talking about outplays here. We're also talking about mental capacity. Did it get into the heads of Todak? Are they going to be able to bring this action or this momentum that they have into game number 3 Or is this just a fluke?
I definitely think the momentum is going to help Todak more than it is for KGE. We've never known KGE as a very momentum-based team to begin with. And I mean, coming back to your point, the fact that they play around Sasa, that is the identity of the team, right? They are playing around Sasa 90% of the time and don't usually lean into the EXP until absolutely necessary because Smooth is just that type of player. Now, let's look at the item build progression. A new graphic for you guys to see what the items, what component items were purchased at what times. Just have a rough idea of when the power spikes started to come in, because right from the get-go, if we compare Sasa and as well as Shizo, we can see that Sasa was able to get first items in before Shizo because Shizo decided to rush tier 2 boots first.
Yeah, honestly, when we're looking at the items here, we don't, okay, just one thing, we don't see a lot of item swaps. Shizo does more swapping than Sasa, so it does really show that Sasa for the later stages of the game, he's not, like, even Terrence brought it up, he bought the power potion. Maybe if Sasa is able to swap around items during the fight, maybe he could have sustained much longer, but maybe this is the limit of him as a player. He's very good at the team fights. He can get onto those targets, but he's not able to keep up with the standard of the gold laners nowadays where we see rapid item changes.
I think it came down towards a gamble, right? Like, was he willing to risk it in all this Lord, or was he gonna risk it with just item swapping? And for him to get that power potion to try and rush a lot and not being able to get it,
look at the 24-minute mark.
Hurt them a little bit more.
Look at Shizo's 24-minute mark. Immortality into a Rose Gold Meteor into a Wind of Nature. And then in the 28-minute mark, when he was diving crazy onto Sasa to end the game, Immortality onto Rose Gold Meteor. Sasa is an amazing player. But if we're looking at the progression of the items here, we're starting to see a limit for Sasa. You know, like, I love him as a guy. I love him as a player, but we got to talk about the stats. We got to talk about the numbers. We got to talk about how you micromanage your items. This is a very difficult thing to do, and it looks like Sasa is having difficulties doing it.
I don't know about you, but look at the top side here. What happened between Sasa's itemization? Because he had a Winds of Nature, and then suddenly he got a Malefic Roar, and then there was an Immortality, a Windtalker, and a Winds of Nature in the same duration of time. What happened out there?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, that was shoes. I think he sold his shoes for it.
He did sell his shoes at the very, towards the end there, but he mainly did it because that was the base defense, right? That was like after, the base defense eventually started to come through around that time as well. I'm seeing the Winter Target purchase towards like 26, but even so, I get the point. I get the point that you're trying to get at, LaFell. I do think there is a little bit of a cap on Sasa as of right now in comparison to the younger gold laners that we've seen here today. And so far, it's made... Would it? I can't say confidently whether item swapping would have allowed Sasa to survive, but it might have given him a chance to outplay the situation.
I mean, like, we can say that perhaps he did not have the gold thread, right? Because
also
that
possible.
That is, you know, one of the factors, because he did buy the power potion. The power potion is like, what, 3,000 gold. So if you're buying the potions, realistically, you should not have enough items to swap around your items very, very freely, because I don't think Shizo bought the potion. So
no.
Yeah.
Oh, no, he didn't buy. It's 1,500 anyways, but
1,500.
At the same time, I feel like Sasa, even though he didn't, like, this was a very sick play from Sasa, right? This was the reason why it's what I was able to kind of lose out on momentum. Sasa making a lot of crucial plays, but again, I don't think it came down to a situation where Sasa needed to item swap, because he was still technically alive in the final base defense. So for me, the turning point for those two fights was literally at that Lord Pit, where it came down to 50-50. Sasa went all in with the power potion, tried to snipe the Lord. The Lord Storm came up, they missed their retreat, boom, GG, well played.
The thing is, the Lord hit Toda, it didn't hit KGE. No one from KGE was hit,
weird,
so they should have secured it.
They should have, right? So again, my question still comes back to Sutsujin, you gotta step it up, man. Like, come on.
I feel like Sutsujin was still okay. It's the Victor is the one that we see definitely like after
fell off a little bit, right?
Yeah, I definitely think that Torak is playing a little bit more aware with how Vader is going to be moving around the map, and more importantly, the fact that it's target the guy with the CC, right? There's only technically Vader who has the most amount. Baxia has 1 in comparison to 4 from the Edith, so you know, they got to weigh the cost and benefits. But with that being said, at the very least, it looks like we have a bit of an interview with Rose up on the stage. Or where is she right now? Let's throw it over to Rose.
Terima kasih kepada caster-caster kita. Hai semua, this is Rose. Dan sekarang, Rose bersama owner pasukan yang tengah main. Kita ada Hajilan daripada Todak dan juga kita ada King Shah daripada KGE. So first of all, I nak tanya semua sihat ke?
Oh, sihat Alhamdulillah. Suara dah tak ada.
Oh, dah. Baru game kedua. Kita main best of 5 hari ni. Okay, let's start dulu dengan King Shah lah kan. Tadi rasa puas hati tak tengok first 2 game tu dah sengit macam tu, apa lagi game seterusnya kan?
Oish, itu memang dah lebih pada puas lah. Tapi walau macam mana pun kita tahu semua tim sentiasa ready untuk playoff ni. Betul tak? Jadi kita hanya buat yang terbaik saja. Saya cakap kat tim saja, kali ni je all out.
Oh, kali ni je?
Kali ni all out playoff ni.
Okay. For the side of Todak pula, tadi Todak menang game kedua tapi game tu bukan, actually it was quite to Todak side lah kan early game. Lepas tu mid ada macam mistake sikit, lepas tu goyang-goyang sikit. So tadi tu apa yang tengah menjadi dekat backstage tu? Jerit ke?
Saya sebagai warga yang agak berumur tu agak risaulah atas kesihatan saya ni.
I pun tengah tengok kat belakang kan. Wow. Okay, so kita tahu kita ada 2 minggu cuti. Now, I tak tahu macam mana lah. Like pasukan lain celebrate orang punya 2 weeks break. For the side of KGE, apa yang KGE buat actually dengan player-player? Bagi diorang rehat ke? Balik kampung ke?
Okay, actually daripada KGE, kita orang mau pada chemistry diorang. Lebih fokus pada bonding diorang dulu. Sebab saya tengok kelemahan diorang kat situ lagi. Untuk dari gameplay, saya rasa diorang tak masalah. Cuma chemistry diorang kurang sangat. Kita lebih fokus kat situ lah.
Alright, for Todak pula, apa yang the boys buat? Sebab kita tahu you guys ada player import dari Filipina. Diorang balik ke cuti ke ataupun stay dekat Malaysia dan train untuk playoffs?
Jadi dia orang teruskan training. So ada juga training yang line up yang simpanan juga lah.
والله ما كان في جيم
so kita ada 2 minit lagi. Now, kita boleh nampak kan sekarang hari ni KG ada
كان موسكو يلعب 5 ضد 9.
So, boleh tak cerita sikit pasal jersey ni? Adakah jersey lain dah tak diguna ataupun what's going on actually pasal jersey?
What's going on? So kat sini jersey ni kita tak pernah wawakan macam sebelum ni. Biasalah jersey kita dapat kecaman kan. So kita keluar yang baru ni kepada haters pun dia tak kecam. So kita tak pernah peduli pun. Janji kita orang pakai. Itu je. So kat sini kita boleh.
They may need to rush this here. Sutsujin, you've got to catch the biggest retry here. Getting taunted up now. Here comes the final slash. He's dead before he can do anything. Unstoppable.
I think he's worried about the flicker final slash from Momo. He's also worried about
his way to deal way more damage.
Whether it be a tower, whether
4 item power spike. This is the strength of a Moskov. When he gets going, good luck trying to stop him. Right now, he has 4 items. He even has the Wind of Nature. I'm unsure whether he used it just now or not. But again, this is the strength. All you need is an opportunity. All you need is some space. Victor bought him space. Victor used his flicker to get the Earth Shatter to get something going.
And as soon as this happens, King Empire, they have to back out. They lose the tier 1 up top. Todak, they're looking to try to make a play here. Zion Senpoi does have the primal form coming in, so he is going to be a little bit more hurtful. But Momo now getting scouted out by Sutsujin, but the teammates a little bit too far off to actually provide.
انا نفسي احضره من الاول يا اخوان. انا ما كنتش مبالي بالجيم اصلا. قاعد بتفرج على تيك توك فجأة الجيم شدني. حرفيا الجيم مخيف.
ahead of Smooth ever since the very first turtle, and now KGE have no tempo, no control over the map, and we're able to get tier 1 bot side and top side, even though it was like a bit of a weird rotation, right? If you're in King Empire's position, I don't think Sasa wanted to move that early, but the fact that Shizo did really puts Smooth at odds against him.
One thing that I do have to say is Zion Senpoi is doing an amazing job controlling the mid duo. And all this while, it feels like he's doing it alone, giving room for Replicia to actually move around the river as well as stepping out the side lanes, because Zion Senpoi is level 10, Deto is level 8. It's been quite a while that they've been a 2-level difference here. So Zion Senpoi just using his passive, getting a level advantage over his counterpart, able to control 2. This is why I like the Valentina in this kind of draft, and I like it when Zion Senpoi is using it.
Oh no, Sutsujin, he might be in a little bit of trouble here. Momo does have the angle for the final slash, but again, doesn't want to overcommit. Tier 1 still stands. Prophasia getting scouted out by Vidder, but he's so low. Nice sidestep here, but does he have the taunt? Oh, Gary missing the taunt. So Vidder will live to tell another day as they try to strike back onto his top side. Gets scouted out, but here he comes, Gary. 2-man taunt. Zion Senpoi looking for the play. Eternal God stops the back line. Gary gonna be looking for the flank. Vidder gonna be surviving for now. Sutsujin will fall under turret. And Smooth as well. Tried to make a counter play, But Zion Senpai destroys them both with the double kill, not even using the ultimate here.
Good work from Gary. Good work from Todak. They cut off reinforcement paths towards their tier 2 and canceling out the circling eagle mid-animation. Just very nicely done from Gary.
Right now, Todak is definitely in control. For King Empire, they're just buying time. And I gotta say, Dado has to step up here because he's been very defensive. He's helping out his teammates, but he's not really being the one to enable things happening, if you catch my drift. He's reacting what Toda is trying to do. He's not forcing Toda to react to what he wants to do.
I think the worst part is that he's not exactly the strongest diver on the team. He's designed to be an anchor, to sit in the back line and stay safe as much as he can and wait for that big impact moment. But Todak, I think he's worried about the flicker final slash from Momo. He's also worried about the circling eagle from Rafflesia. Good spirit destruction, but I don't think it's going to result into anything.
They can't. They just can't fight this here. 7k net worth difference. Lord now in the hands of Toda, and I'm pretty sure this lead is going to go even bigger now. Whereas King Empire, they need to find a way to get levels up on Dado and Vader, because right now they need to be able to match Todak's tankiness as well as damage output, and if they don't do that anytime soon here, might be a very, very clean game coming from Todak.
Yeah, because I'm looking at all the levels, and it's only the mid that's really suffering here, because Zion Senpai is 2 levels instead of Dado. Everyone else just 1 level.
Well, middle lane here, Smooth, he's going to get caught out, but at the same time with the assist of Sasa, he's going to be able to get out here. Gary also going to be locked in as well. But Todak doesn't want to hard dives it yet. You're waiting for the Lord up on the top side. Waiting and waiting. Middle turret still will be standing, but again, it's all about timing right now. It's just when do they strike, and in this case, King Empire looking for the moment. They can't just open up the play. Weir still has the flicker. Dado just got his one as well, but the Lord gets defended very, very quickly. But again, objective is going to be the key coming in from Todak. Here comes the spear. Sasa thinking about a jump, but can they go? 2-man stun, but no follow-up. A little bit too far off, as King Empire just wants to defend this, and Todak gets no value more than just an inhibitor down bottom.
I think that's more than enough, right? They've set up the checkmate angle. Next Lord, develop a 10k lead, starve out King Empire. 1 inhibitor already down, maybe even a second, and then close the game from there.
Yeah, they're going to try and go for more. Here comes the drop into Hilgani, but a taunt! Smooth! Not able to be caught out here. They're trying their best to go in for the final slash, but a little bit slow off. Gary now with the taunt has to get out. Missed timings here coming from the members of Todak, but King Empire won't live to tell another day as they lose their buffs, and they will be able to hold on for now.
Look at the damage dealt by Zion Senpai. And this is just onto Neto as well as Victor. I mean, every once in a while during the team fights, we can see him going out of his way to deal way more damage onto everyone else. But this is so...
This is outlandish.
This is outlandish.
Like, is he playing Novaria or something? What's going on? Zion, he's playing mid-range mage, he's getting so much value out of it, for the most part.
Oh no, Todak is back. They're spelling T right now, and guess what?
Are they?
I guess they're spelling T. They were.
They're trying.
They're trying.
What?
شوف الريكول شوف الريكول شوف الريكول زي كانوا حاطين الاصبع الوسطاني. شفت الريكول؟
You know what's really crazy? Zion Senpai is level 14
كده نرجع.
the game as a mid laner.
Like I said.
Novaria or something? What's going on? He's playing a mid-range mage, and he's getting so much value out of it, for the most part.
Oh no, Todak is back. They're spelling T right now, and guess what?
Are they?
I guess they're spelling T. They were.
They're trying.
They're trying.
What?
Roughly
okay.
There we go. They finally got it.
Talk about miscommunication. How hard is it?
حلوة الحركة عجبتني كثير.
Level 14, 12 minutes in the game as a mid laner.
Like I said, this is everyone else is just 1 level difference. Zion Senpai is the one that the pass of Valentina is so good. People keep forgetting about it.
Yeah, they do. Every time you are progressively, every time you're making hits against your opponent, you're getting the EXP, and it stacks up when you're being overly aggressive against your opponents. You're rewarded for that, in a matter of fact. But now this is where it all boils down to it. King Empire, they cannot give this Lord away for Todak for free. They gotta take something away, whether it be a tower, whether it be a pick, they need something.
Yeah, this Lord is gonna fall very, very quickly here. King Empire not able to respond to this. They've got the spear, looking for the snipes, gets blocked off. But Todak once again secures the Lord. going for the next objective here. It is going to be the purple. They need everyone. Penalty zone already expended from King Empire. No value for this as Toda is going to be crashing in. 9-0 as of yet. King Empire not ready to fight this at all. They can't. I don't think they can at all. Oh, it's tough. Zion Senpai in the base as well, and there's just no respawn here. Taunt from Gary. Gets out to safety. Inhibitor will fall. Todak continuing with the assault. Slowly but surely. King Empire not going to be able to do anything. They have to make a move at some point. Lord comes in. Peter finally makes the play. He's going to get collapsed here. They're focusing on Momo, but they eventually take him down. Final slash.
شوف موسكوف إذا معجب عليهم يا زلمة قال ليش بتمرني بموسكوف.
From the sides, he's making the play. He somehow survived this, and now Sasa will be able to push them back despite the crash from Todak. What a play from Sasa.
Wow. Wow, wow. That's the power of a Moskov. This is the 3-item power spike. In fact, looking at 14 minutes here, it might be a 4-item power spike.
موسكوف الوحيد الشغال بكل جيم. تيمو.
Good luck trying to stop him. Right now, he has 4 items. He even has the Wind of Nature. I'm unsure whether he used it just now or not. But again, this is the strength. All you need is an opportunity. All you need is some space. Victor bought him space. Victor used his flicker to get the Earth Shatter, to get something going on to Momo. And after that, Sasa was just like, you know what? Good enough. That's all I need.
He finds it, right? I'm more surprised that he wasn't able to clean up the rest of Todak. Everybody was able, well, a good majority of them, right? The fact that only 3 people walked away with just a sliver of health was all thanks to Reflecia each and every time. I'm surprised that we didn't see Sasa clean up the rest of Todak in that fight alone, but this opens up opportunity, right? Now, they've technically, quote-unquote, missed the checkmate angle. Todak has one more attempt at this at 45 seconds.
You know what's the difference maker here?
What's the difference maker?
The person that he killed was Momo as well as Gary.
Yeah.
Neither of them have enough kills for a shutdown goal. If he was able to take down Shizo with 4 kills or Zion Senpai with 5 kills, he would have gotten a shutdown goal, and I kind of feel like he would have gotten his Malefic Roar as well. This is the foresight that Toda has, that the moment they see this Moskov going crazy, they're like, okay, guys, we know where this is going. Let's cut our losses. So this is their experience going up against Moskov, and they're like, we know we're ahead. We're 8,000 ahead, in fact, but we can still lose to a Moskov.
That's the thing, right? It's so crazy to see how Toda dropped the ball right there. But again, you have to give props to the King Empire here because they were able to find and stop Momo before he drops that final slash, which I think is the winning factor for Todak. But again, it came down to luck. It may be luck, it might be skill, it might be timing, but for now, it is still a very, very long journey for King Empire as a Lord Dance will begin between both Todak and King Empire. Oh boy, what do they do? Purple buffs first, Lord down half HP. Lanes are good. Todak, they may need to rush this here. Sutsujin, you gotta catch the biggest retry here, getting taunted up. Now here comes the final slash. He's dead before he can do anything. Unstoppable for Shizo. Now the collapse comes in. They are gonna try and fight everyone here. Meanwhile, Peter will pay with his life, but Sasa is able to find someone. Dito secures the Lord. Todak, they did not know what to do, and now Sasa getting free hits after free hits, and the spear to find one from behind. Now the collapse comes in. Todak, they're losing members.
شيلد شو اسمه ماتيلدا مش طبيعي.
Zion has to run for his life, and King Empire has somehow they made the most impossible comeback in the history of MPL, and just like that
من 8000 فرق جولد. شوف قديش تخلص الفارق تبع الجولد 1100. قاعد بنعكس.
needs to purify out. They've got the tanks, they've got the minions. Gary is back. They lose Reflecia, and now King Empire will have to back off as Todak needs to defend this. Shizo is back online as well. This is what a instant crazy game here. Here's an instant replay. What the hell?
Looking at it's like, look at the positioning coming in from Sasa. The moment he sees that Gary's on that lore, he's like, it's now or never. I gotta go in. I gotta make sure I deal enough damage that this Fredrin goes down.
إشي مخيف.
He takes Fredrin down.
موسكوف مخيف يا اخوان.
Again, Sasa's just like, bro, just let me 1v9.
Oh boy, this is difficult here. But again now, with the
1v9.
Uno reverse card has been played, and jokes on Todak as King Empire looking to try and close up this game. No immortalities up on Todak. What will King Empire do? As Sasa is the biggest threat of them.
لعيب يا زلمة موسكو اللي معهم لعيب هذا. بعدين معاه تنقية. مش حدا قادر يمسكه، مش حدا قادر يوقفه. ليش ستان قادر يوقفه؟ واقف وبضرب بس. وأي ستان في تنقية.
In Todak's side, and I think that Todak, they're still in it to win it, but they've got to be so careful of Sasa. Let's see any situational items. I see a Winter Truncheon. I am seeing a Winds of Nature as well for Shizo. Do we see the engagement Winter? No. He's taking his time with this.
Oh boy, this is tough. Sasa making quick work with
ما
this
زبط
tier
النسبة
2
بتستعمل تنقية. هو الانسباير أفضل معه.
biggest comeback ever. Todak was
بس ضد التيم اللي ضده هذا حرفيا بده تنقية.
leading by 3,000, so that is a
كله استناه. مش عندك غير روجر ما عندوش استنى. بس روجر مش مشكلة لموسكو بالليت. المشكلة عندك ارلوت وشو اسمه وماتيلدا. الانسباير
He's basically being a mid laner with the mentality of an EXP laner. But the fact is, when it comes to the late game, it's all about your gold laner. If you can shut down Sasa, then you have a good chance to win. The only problem is that
حرفيا
has the win of nature.
إذا موتوا موسكو بيفوزوا. إذا موتوش موسكو مش راح يفوزوا.
Has to sacrifice their life to take that purify away. But by that time, I'm pretty sure Sasa has everything going well for him. So this is a very difficult situation where you want to catch Sasa on his Moskov, but it's easier said than done. And the question is, who? Raflesia can go to the back line, can get Sasa, maybe even take.
هي لازم زمان ما شفنا هذا الشيء. هيرو واحد بالجيم مخليهم مأخرهم عن الفوز.
So it's not a good option to let Raflesia be the one to go to the back line. And Momo has tried, but so far, not good results.
I think the only person who can realistically do it is Zaim Senpoi, right? But that's under certain conditions, and I think it kind of depends on whether Sasa decides to overheat. We've seen him overheat before in these playoff games. Here we go, the 50-50.
Here he comes as well. He might be take two once again from Todak. Draw Lord Storm stops on King Empire. They're trying to go for the toys for Sauce, but chain stun for Bitter, trying to stop the Frederick here, but once again it's Dado that steals the Lord. But Sasa hasn't shown himself yet. They've lose one, but Toda, they're thinking of Sasa finally joins the fight. Momo forced the fall, but the reset comes in. Sasa being prioritized. First immortality, it doesn't matter. Finally Toda will shut him down. No comeback. King Empire, you won't fall. The Empire.
شوف هذا الفايت. شوف هذا الفايت.
Now looking to fight a little bit more, but they're so low. Smooth is able to fight Raflesia. The
روجر يموت من اللود.
What are you doing? They are so low. Final Slash comes in with the Trunket from Dato to buy time. He's got immortality. They're clearing the minions. They're dropping everything. They lose Dato, but guess what? He was able to take one with him. Smooth still holding on for King Empire. He's got the immortal, but Senpoi and Momo, they're so low. He needs to get out of Smooth. He cannot do any more than that. But guess what? He bought enough time. Veer spawns back, and now Veer will try and chase the remaining members of Toda. Run, Momo, run! Veer with the conceal. Are you gonna be able to get out? He's gonna try. He's got ultimate. He needs to go, but the
طيب لو ضربت فالنتينا هون. واي لو ضربت فالنتينا هون.
King Empire trying to give us a game of our lives, man. What a game to start here in the playoffs for MPL.
And that's a full reset for both teams.
روجر شرى ويند بس عشان موسكو.
Desperate to end, but King Empire making sure that they hold on with everything they've got here in game number 2.
Smooth was just like, you shall not pass. Everyone tried. He's like, no, I'm big boy Terizla. I'm the Rizzler. He took everyone down, man.
رزل لعيب اللي معهم كمان. لعيب.
Oh
زمان ما شفت تريزلا فعال وقوي بالجيم زي هيك.
That's game. That was totally game.
They honestly should change Rizla's passive from body of the Smith to body of Wall, because holy cow, he's just keeping them out.
Body Smith, body
تعادلوا بالذهب، طلعوا بالذهب كمان، مش بس تعادلوا. وصل فرق الذهب قريب ل 11,000 بيناتهم.
It was too close to be called.
Build the tank,
Both teams 50-50 could have lost that, and Dato stealing the Lord made things a little bit easier for King Empire to defend against that. But still, again, luck is a skill. Skill is sometimes made by luck as well.
All right, they got to play this map well, because I think King Empire, they got to remember, they've got a Moskov on their side. It's high risk, high reward, but that's what you've drafted. At this point, they need some kind of control, because every single time I see this Lord come into place, Torak, they've got naturally pushing waves. They've done all of their chores, and King Empire is always on the back foot because of that.
This is a crazy stat. Both 67% kill participation. In terms of gold per minute, Sasa has Shizo beat. Sasa in this game has been farming.
شوف موسكوف خلى روجر وماتيلدا يرجعوا.
But his farming faster than Shizo. That's amazing.
Agreed. But now Sasa, he just bought the power potion, so time is on King Empire's spot right now. They have to force a fight for the next 2 minutes before the power potion kind of wears off. Lord in the hands, down towards 30% now. Todak, what are they going to do? Do they take this on towards Sasa once more? They need to get the catch. Momo looking for the flank. Can't seem to find it. Gary with the taunt right now. It's not the right target, but they have to back off. Minions are being shoved up top. And King Empire still doesn't really know where Todak is. They're showing face, but they don't really know what to do. What's the best situation right now? How do they fight this? The Lord gets resetted.
They need Vitter to zone out Gary or Momo, and Sasa just needs to not get caught by Momo. Maybe use a spear of...
بيحكوا عن مومو.
It's hard to say, because no matter what move you see come out of Sasa, it feels like there's a good counter response from Todak.
Honestly, the longer they wait, this is good for Todak, because the waves is in their favor.
They played an ulti here. Gary still looking to commit to this. He's a little bit too far off. He's going to be able to get out here, but King Empire, they force out the Primal Wrath, and Todak doesn't want to overcommit here. They've dropped too many spells and not a lot of value from both sides. Now, minions shoved onto his King Empire, and Todak will be the ones in control as they try to zone off the members of King Empire. Smooth checking the Lord health, but he's a little bit taking too much damage. A little bit too risky as they make the jump. Sun Soo-jin still thinking what to do. His Q Unity gonna be wasting a little bit more. Gets stomped up as well, but here comes Galas. They're focusing on him. Can he get the kill? No, he still survives. Sasa still thinking, join the fight as well. He's still alive. They find one. They're looking for more. Lord still surviving this, but KGE members, their HP is so low. Sasa poking through the Lord. Not good enough. Gary takes the Lord, but no one dies from both sides.
Give me your thoughts on this, LaFell. Was it the right choice for Sasa to hit the Lord to maintain attack speed?
سرقوا اللورد.
I feel like Susujin was not in a good situation to secure the Lord in the first place, because I feel like Victor being taken down, Victor was the one with the Earth Shadow that can actually control Gary to make sure that he can't retry that. So the fact that Victor died, that was not a good time for King Empire to force that. He should have gone for bodies, not for the Lord.
Yeah, I agree as well. I definitely think the Eternal Guard could have been used a little bit better.
شوف موسكوف كيف بيعجبهم.
Now looking for the end game here.
Yep. This is going to be tough here. Smooth starting this off. Hero Diesel comes in. He's going to be taunted his way through. First to fall. That's going to be the first immortality coming in. Can he get out? He's getting taunted here, but the damage from Zion Senpai finds him eventually. They get two, but Sasa still standing on. He's got the life steal. Jizo manning up, but Sasa with the winds of nature. He's trying his best, but his
والله كان نفسي يفوز موسكوف. والله كان نفسي يفوز.
And Todak takes game 2 against King Empire, denying them the comeback as we tie it 1-1 here in the playoffs. What a way to start.
Also, I think it's generally interesting, right? Because I think Todak here in the export pick for the side of KGE.
صاروا جنجلر.
It makes it, yeah, it makes it really awkward for Arla to go into
اي رد اخذ موسكوف مرة ثانية الجيمات.
Arla into the roam position because I'm guessing they were thinking about to Rizla, but seems like KGE right on top of that. Deterrent forces him onto the Arla once again.
بزم محل المكان. هو تشوف بطولة العرب بقر قاعدين ايش قاعدين بالمطبخ ايش قاعدين بغرفة الضيوف.
I'm gonna save you here by saying Toda, this is potentially their last game. I like that they're going for comfort and they're taking away comfort from KG, taking the Vexana, taking the Claude, and having this floor in here.
شوف انت محل يا زلمة كابينة عاملين تنظيم يا زلمة عالمي. بنديتا نطمة.
It's game up
شوف
point
شوف
for
شوف شوف شوف
KGE,
شوف.
potentially the last bout, or could this go to 2-2? Let's find out as we load right into the game.
Oh, it is going to be an intense one here. Is the do or die for Todak? Will they be able to survive, or will King Empire show them who the real kings are as they go into game number 4? In this case, Dato is going to be
اسكافيه راعي للبطولة.
like Todak is in a
حتى تيك توك راعي للبطولة.
they are going to be having their backs pushed against the wall as they try to deal with Veeder. Veeder now trying to force out a retribution, eventually gets it though.
I feel like if he was going to retreat anyways, he should have retreated much earlier because now Susujin definitely has an advantage in terms of the clearing speed compared to Gary. So Susujin can invade Gary at this point.
نيو ايرا.
Now, Vitter is just like,
متى راح يرجعوهم؟
damage increase. How about now, sucker? He's just being annoying. As long as he forces out his retreat, he has done more than enough work.
Yeah, right now Dedo is actually controlling Zyme Senpoi, not letting Zyme Senpoi onto the minions, and now Rafflesia has to come and back him up. So Dedo is doing quite well with the. Oh, okay.
بدري انه متيلدا والله بكاتهم قوية.
I'm done.
We're holding it back for now. Vitter, he's going to be running around being the pocket medic for everybody, especially if they're taking a bad trade in their lanes, while still trying to find any advantages whatsoever to give to their opponents. For the most part, as you can see,
لا ما تابوش ما بندوش موسكو.
1v1 against Sasa in this lane so far, but on the opposite side, I can't say the same for Momo.
Yeah, and seeing how this is happening here, considering that there's been a lot
الكينج امبايرز بكاتهم مخيفة حرام يخسروا.
they are playing this story in the sense where knowing that Claude has done. Oh wait, hold that thought. What happened? First blood on middle. Wait a minute, that shouldn't happen.
I mean, I feel like Gary understands that the mid lane is losing, so he has to add a little bit more resource there. Usually we see them going to the EXP, but this time it's like, you know what, Zion Senpai, you be my guy, I'm gonna gank your lane.
But it does come at a cost, though. It does mean that Sutsujin does hit his level 5 on time. Wait, no Ferraga armor.
This is not good. This is going to be a 50-50 from both sides here. Snatch comes in with the Nether Realm. They still secure the turtle for King Empire, but they will lose Smooth in the process here. They're able to get Sutsujin and Dato out.
عكس يا فاشل.
For King Empire, but Todak, they still get another kill.
Nicely done by Gary. I would have said nicely done by Momo, but Sutsujin got his retribution at the same time as Gary. It's just like Gary was just a little quicker on the trigger by milliseconds. And now Sasa, he's losing out. Yeah. He can't breathe against Shizo.
Dude, like I said, this is Shizo's hero, man. His face looks like Claude. Get him on this hero, and he can do wonders for you. You just gotta believe.
Yeah.
And the team believes in him. So be like a team and believe in his Claude.
I think this is the reason why they got the floor read, right? Like, Claude has been nerfed so many times to the point that a lot of pro Claudes, quote-unquote, has struggled to actually carry the game to the later stage game. But with the deal, it is going to help him a little bit more in terms of scaling for this game. In this case, he is one level ahead of Sasa, and that's actually huge for Todak.
The truth is Claude the one receiving the nerfs, or is it just every other marksman in the meta just getting way better? I definitely think that, yeah, the nerfs do come into play, but for the most part, Claude is always going to be relevant in these types of games.
But right now, looking at the rotation here, Toda, they want Shizo to win a little bit more. They're going to invest a lot in this goal lane, but looks like the minion is not where they want it.
Oh my god, Sasa? No. He actually stole the crab?
Yeah, he stole it.
What?
It's like, thanks for the leash, guys. I'm gonna take that for myself.
Small victories. It's all about these small
كيف اخذ لك رب الالت شفتوا؟
initial spawns, we see Sutsujin still a full level ahead of Gary, but after losing out on that turtle, it might be a bit difficult to achieve. For the time being, at the very least, take a look at that mid lane, right? Because Detto, again, previously was trying to deny Zyme's Empire. Now it's the other way.
لعيب والله لعيب هذا بيلعب بموسكو فعجبني كثير.
Gary shows up into his lane.
Well, as of yet, Shizo now blazing duet down middle lane here. He's gonna shove the creep waves. Turtle gonna be the POI right now. Sutsujin looking for the plays. Dato doesn't have Purify. Needs to be a little bit careful here. When to go for the Nether Realm. Gary now starting things for the taunt here. Now the full drop comes in. They'll take one. Reader is out. And now Nether Realm already being bled out as well. Sutsujin with the toys was on. He's gonna go for the red tree.
لعبت مرة ثانية
Needs to get out. Gary secures it, but the appraisal.
يا زلمة باكس يا غبي بني آدم غبي. تعرفش يلعب يا زلمة. والله حرام فيكون جنجلر.
There's a high chance that he's going to get taken down. So, I don't know, I kind of feel like at that point, you try to get one member of Toda because their engage was clean. Gary jumps in, energy eruption, gets them all together, and then Zion Sepal drops a ward on top of them. The Eternal Guard was...
والله لو طلع معي هذا الجنجلر اللي بلغ عليه.
At the same time, I do respect Sutsujin for actually attempting. He was
2 تيرتر ولا واحد يعرف يجيب منهم.
A clean 50-50 chance against Todak's side, especially since Momo a little late.
لا ومات.
Unfortunately, good start.
هذا السيناريو الجيم الماضي بنعاد قاعد مع انه بكاتهم قوية.
That's huge, but he's gonna be able to get out for now. So King Empire.
موسكو مش راح يصمد قدام شو اسمه. كلاود بالليت مش راح يصمد قدامه.
That was a good 1v2. Right now, King Empire, they're moving as a team. Momo!
Oh my goodness, final stash comes in into Rogan. One shot Sasa. Nether Realm not able to save him at all. And Zyme Sempoint.
انكز بالشيك. اكيد دمج ديلر اصلا. غير موسكوف هم غلطهم بيعتمدوا على موسكوف بالدمج بس. بتشيل فريدرن ان شاء الله. رجع الميج يفتح فايت غلط.
Slow wave being set up on the bottom side of the map. Top side gonna get hard shoved in. They're trying to create some space, or at the very least try and take away this tier 2, but KGE refuses to let their structure go down. Todak, they back off, they don't mind, but at the very least, they know that the bottom side jungle is healthy and ripe with wealth to steal away from KGE.
Let me just say as well, Fredrin, his energy eruption has been nerfed, but Gary made it look like a non-factor. So far, he's been controlling the front side, the front lines very, very well. Gary has been performing extremely well with the Fredrin, where we see in other regions constantly getting banned out, but Gary has been getting it for free every single game.
I think a lot of people are confident in the counter picks, right? The Akais, the Barats of this world. Sorry, the Akais, the Barats, all do very even wait something. I feel like
لو أخذ برات ماشي.
Oh, sorry, the Boxio, of course. Natural counters to this Fredrin, but I think at the end of the day, like the Fredrin generally just scales better than a majority of them, right? So it makes sense why it gets picked up for the side of Todak. I think that KGE
حرفيا مش قاعد بيسوي شيء.
تنقلهم. It does come with a couple of costs and benefits.
As of yet here, Sasa gonna be taking a little bit too much damage here. Dato can't seem to start the fight. Gary getting a nice taunt onto Sutsujin, but again, I don't think King Empire can find more if they don't go all in. The heals from North Lisa is starting to get a little bit annoying here, considering King Empire is trying to...
ما تبي تروح ولا اليوم يا مان؟
We'll be able to once to start this off for now, but tier 2 gonna be the point of interest. Shizo does a lot of damage here. They are gonna scare him off. Shinzujin tries to re-engage, but the rest of the KGE not ready to commit to this as they back off.
يلا كويس.
Toda really wants this turret, huh? I have to say, I haven't seen Momo for a very long time.
Yeah, he's been soaking up that mid lane for a while. I mean, he could have like pushed on the opposite side of the map to be fair, but I guess he doesn't want to be ganked. But I mean, Todak, they need to spread King Empire.
عارف خميس جمعة.
Taking a little bit too much damage here. They don't
أوه سحب فريدرن.
But why are they diving? They're trying to do as well to toys.
أوه والله طلعته متيلدا.
NetherRealm connects on 4, but they're taking too much damage. And now she's
شوف الشيل
waits for
قديش
the right
معهم.
moment. He goes for the blazing duet. He cuts the backline. He finds Sasa. He finds Vader. Now he's looking for Sunsujin, but is not being able to.
بس هو يا اكس معهوش سكند. لو معاه سكند كان شقه.
Very low, but he will live to tell as Todak
والله اللعيب الفري لو.
on King Empire.
والله حرام موسكو يكون معهم بالتيم هذا.
Tier 1s will start to fall. Let's see what Todak does in the meantime, right? You definitely get somebody to start onto the Lord as soon as possible. But their Taurus, that bot side is pushing in. They should be able to clear this fast enough.
I gotta say, so many low HPs coming in from King Empire. I like that Toda has the discipline to not chase after that, because the Lord was up. If they died in that moment, then it's gonna be disastrous for Toda. So in this game, like I said, I prefer them just charging headstrong, but I'd like to see this.
Oh no, Vader getting popped off here. He could not open up the map. Todak finds a very, very big pick, and now the opening comes in. Sunsujin getting CC'd in. Do they want to continue this? They're trying to go for Taunt. Abrasive's Draft will scare him off, but tier 2 going to be the point of interest. But Shizo, just one skill, Dado, dropping almost half HP. What do they do now? Like, what can KGE do at this point?
I mean, they take their time. KGE just needs the wave clear. They can play for high ground for a little bit, especially if they have their inhibitors still alive. And I think that's the most important thing. They need somebody to run up topside, and it's going to be Smooth who's going to stall out this Lord.
So Sunsujin getting dragged back in here. He somehow gets out. NetherRealm already popped off. The Eternal Guardian will be saved from Saizam standpoint, but eventually falls. The Lord on top also going to be cleared off by King Empire. Tier 3 gone. Spear connecting on Momo, but King Empire 9k behind. Can't seem to find an opening against Todak right now.
It's too difficult, and I think that Todak right now, Gary, he's extremely warmed up. He is ready. He is now making proactive decisions to punish King Empire rather than just waiting for things to fall into his lap.
Another wave comes in. Gary going for the taunt. He's under turret here. Nice pin from Sasa. Where's the follow-up? They're trying to make the play. Gary mowing down real low, but the final slash from Momo, trying to set things out. The blazing doing
هيخسروا كمان مرة شكلهم.
KGE, they somehow manage to survive, but they lose another turret again as Todak cracks open 2 lanes.
I think this is a checkmate angle from Todak's side. It's really hard to lose from this position. 2 open inhibitors for the side of King Empire Esports with a 10k deficit in Todak's favor. How do they recover from this?
Looking at the goal here, man, Shizo is 3,000 ahead of Sasa. Talking about comfort hero, this is huge comfort. And I got to talk about the items as well, because Gary having the brute force breastplate as well as the oracle kind of offsets the nerfs that he just got, and the fact that he has a Florian with him, the oracle is providing a lot for him. So he is able to solo tank everything coming in from King Empire, because the healing is enormous. The cooldown is there so that he can control everyone. He can heal by himself, but having Rapincia, this is the angle that Gideon, you and me were talking about. Take something like a Rafaela, take something like a Florian, because that seems to be more his style. He's not an engager, so might as well just support your teammates from the back.
Yep, and I think, you know, Momo and Zyme Simpoi finding these like really crucial picks has been what's keeping King Empire Esports in check. Like Sunsujin, he can't walk up anymore. Gary is hyper confident. If he has to use Retribution, oh, that's perfect. Means that we get a free Luminous Lord.
Yeah, now with the Lord coming in, the spear connecting. Oh, gets blocked by Zyme Simpoi. Doesn't want to make an attempt. Todak.
معلق بالدوت.
Again now, Todak with this huge lead. What can King Empire do now? Like, damage-wise, what do you think?
When you were
وراح غير يتفرشخ.
I was thinking of Big Sana with the body of a badang. just taunting the Moscow like, do it, just do it. Try me. I'll drop down my lord. But look at the damage here. Shizo is the highest damage, man. Highest damage, and in terms of the farm, he is leaving Sasa in the dust.
Yeah.
I feel like they've been saving this draft for an all-or-nothing situation, because we got to remember, this is potentially the last game for Toda. So if they win this one, from a best of 5 went to a best of 3, and then goes down to a best of 1.
Yeah, now with the Lord crashing in as well, Sasa going for the full play, Gary trying to kite smooth as much as he can. Lord gets chunked down pretty quickly by Sasa, so that's huge. But the inhibitor top side is gone. Smooth losing the Firaga armor, but Saim Senpai! He finds 3! He destroys them all, they're all dead! Faramis respawns, but it doesn't matter. Too much damage.
شبكوا عليهم.
Kodak taking it to game 5.
والله حرفيا تيم فاشل جدا.
For the first day of MPL MY playoffs, do or die for either KGE or Todak.
The equalizer that Todak was looking for, bringing us to a 5th match for our very best of 5 series here at the play-ins. This is just for an opportunity to qualify for the playoffs right now. These teams at elimination point.
I gotta say, this game is won by the draft. Specifically for Todak. They did 2 things right. Get Shizo on his hero. Get
ماتيلدا
on his hero.
بير
And
جدا.
deny the Vexana on Dedo. So the draft for this game, props to the coach. He made the right decisions.
Yeah, it took them a while, but eventually they kind of put Dato in a very, very awkward spot. And guess what? I really like how they've been playing this year, but what really saddens me is that both Faramis games have lost their respective matches here.
حرام والله يسترون.
0 in this series.
It's not looking good. It's really not looking good, and I think a lot of it just there's just so many ways to actually manage the Netherrealm right now, and we haven't been seeing too often that a Farmus gets too far ahead in the lane because his laning phase is now technically, I would say, a little bit weaker once you get the supports involved with Concussive Blast, especially smart Edith ban coming in from Todak's side, just to make sure that it's not a deterrent anymore.
It's KGE. KG is the one that
they banned it themselves. Yeah, it's weird, right?
Because they took the Matilda.
Yeah,
You're right.
So it's like KGE trying to take it away from Rafflesia, but Rafflesia has a different hero, the Florin.
Well, with that being said, let's have a look backstage to check out our MVP of this game. Give it up for Todak's one and only. Oh, who could it be? Is it Gary? Is it Momo? Give it up for Momo once again, finding some really good final slashes onto that back line, catching people at almost max range when he flickers final slashes.
Yeah, I think out of all the games here, whenever Momo plays an Arla, he is trying to make a lot of plays, right? Like game 1, arguably, sure, whatever, you know, he's just warming up the game. But after that, every time he makes a play, there is going to be somebody that gets caught out. So it's understandable that why he is going to be the MVP here. He's going to be the tempo breaker, and this time he's playing a tank Arla instead of a damage.
رجع بالي ألعب.
Yeah, I kind of feel like
خليها بالليل.
how he's been playing, it makes sense because he's
ترجع
setting up for the team.
نلعب سوا.
Like, again, the final slashes are impressive. But the thing that we also have to keep in mind is that he only died 1 time. Despite being the one who set things up, he's not putting himself in so much danger that he's
نعم
basically...
في بي أرلوت
So in this
1-11.
game, is always put in a situation that everything seems planned and everything
جزء 10 جيمات ورا بعض.
Gary goes in, clumps people
متى
together,
الشغل؟
the guard goes down, someone tries to run away, Momo says no, sweeps them back in, and then kill them all one at a time together. So I feel like the coordination is supremely clean.
ولا بطيق البراول يا أخي، نفسي أعرف ليش. ولا بحبش ألعبها. مرة.
One thing we realize here is like almost every single game, Vexana has been a huge factor between these teams, and even this final fight, like, oh, we dropped the ultimate here, great, you've got Netherrealm, you've got Gliding Wind, but what happens if those bleed out? And then if you can't get out, what you can do? Because you have this final slash that just sweeps him back into the Lord Pit, into the Eternal Guardian, who just does so much damage here. And I wouldn't be surprised to see later on getting top damage in this game.
Guys, I don't know how to feel about this. Momo's the only one that died, but Momo's the one that
Not bad.
I don't know how to feel about this. Maybe that just shows KD is not important. If you die, you get the MVP.
That's why martyrs are always remembered. Everybody remembers your mark. All of them happens to be martyrs, right? You die, you get honored. That's just the way it's going to be, especially when you have 10 assists under your belt. Looking at you, Revelation. Maybe you should have died, and maybe you got the MVP. But I think for the most part of it, it really just comes down to KGE playing very linearly, right? A lot of their plays can be telegraphed. A lot of their win conditions are very obvious. I think they need to start investing in a secondary win condition at this point of time.
لا في فيديو هسه بدي نزله وديك إياه.
Yeah, I think that's the thing about KGE, right? They're playing something that is comfort.
ويلي
Right now, suddenly switching
دقيقة
to a
بقدر
playstyle that
لا
doesn't work is actually
ايوه
hurting them here.
تليفون
And we talked about why they brought in the Matilda, right? It's supposed to be powered far by
الانستا
or allow Suzujin to get a little bit more oppressive. But again, every single game, Suzujin is just doing his own thing. Like, he hasn't been the guy that needs to start the fights. It's always been smooth opening up the fights, which I feel like there was a huge disconnect between the players themselves for KG for this match in particular.
Sasa was not been put in a good situation here. Only 20,000 damage on a Moskov, and Shizu doing 58,000 damage. Like, to put into perspective, Sasa's damage is only a little bit higher than Rafflesia.
It's hard. It's hard. You know, that's why once you give
It's hard. It's hard to out damage a Cory.
So the reason why I say it's hard this game is that Torak, they shifted their focus and give the deal onto the Shizo rather early. So to be honest, I feel like Claude shouldn't be winning the lane, but because of this early deal by this Florin, it allows him to head to head and out trade Moskov most of the time in the sense of just poking and pushing, right? Like, you have a skill where Sasa needs to auto attack. And then in team fights, he gets focused down. First.
I can't even.
بحب الانستغرام لاني بسرق منه افكار للصفحة.
Yeah, because when we look at the total damage taken, right, most of the time, a majority average that we're seeing so far, other than Sutsujin being the major outlier and Smooth, it's going to be
لانه افكار حلوة.
because there's not a lot of counterplay once you get hit by that first initial final.
بس ما بسرق الافكار وبس بعدي على الفكرة نفسها.
Although one other thing is that I just remembered in scrims I heard coming in from a lot of players, especially coming in from the Philippines. Funny enough,
بعدلها للأنسب.
Deal with it with the Claude. The Claude can outplay the Moscow. So this is not just Shizo's.
بكون الشخص طارحها بفكرة غلط. أنا بصحح الفكرة. طريقة غلط. بصحح أنا بس.
That does a lot of damage in the early stage of the game.
I mean that too, but
if it's one person who's taking damage, though.
Because the only way you see Sasa actually winning this lane is if he somehow is able to like land a pin.
فنين.
Doesn't 100% win that. Unless we see him go real crazy and be like, I'm gonna take Inspire, no matter what, I'm gonna try and win this lane.
I think we have to talk about the point that both Dato and Vitor can't really play the game because of the fact that both of them actually went for flares. Considering that how much stuns that Torak bring to the table, right? We've got the Terrify from Zion Senpai, we've got the Eternal God, we've got Gary's Taunt, we've got Momo. Final Stash. One of this, if he catches Dato, he is going to be late to actually drop the Nether Realm on time. And there were a couple instances where Dato was swept into a situation where by the time he gets to pop it off, somebody's dead or out of position or slightly a pixel off towards the Nether Realm circle.
Well, look at that. If you don't allow these two to play, you win.
Yeah, wow. That's a large part of it, right? Because again, it's just controlling the shape of the fights, and when Smooth is in control of shaping that fight, a majority of the time it comes out well. But once he's off of it, and more importantly, so when he gets like one shot like that, losing that Faraga armor, which is again one of your biggest strengths is the X-Borg, then it can get a little more different. I think that KGE, they need to start taking risks in lane. They need to start considering like, hey, how do we get Sutsujin involved in influencing the lanes? Because so far it feels like either Sutsujin is hovering around the lane for too long or is very farm oriented.
Yeah, honestly, looking at his draft here, I'm also still considering here that we haven't seen the CC and we haven't seen the Angela as well, right? I kind of feel like the Angela is a pretty strong contender in the lineup for either KGE or Toda. I wonder if game number 5 we will see it, because imagining going up against a Claude, if you have a CC with Vengeance as well as an Angela, the Claude won't be able to deal out free damage.
That's a good shout here. We'll keep that in mind for the upcoming game. I think that might be a line of play that KG might actually do. Let's look at our Hall of Famers here. Rich Guy and Carry going over to Shizo. Sandbag going over to Sutsujin. And Best Wingman once again on Rafflesia. No surprises here. I think that for the most part, now that at least from KGE side, they see Shizo, he can play the Claude. It's clear that he can do that. Does this open up different options?
I think when it comes to options right now here, I feel like Toda has a little bit more luxury in terms of adaptations here, because think about this, right? They had 3 to 4 games to 3 games to adapt to, oh, what was KGE playing all along? Guess what? day1 playing Vexana 3 games in a row has caused them so much problems. But now, from KGE's side, now with only this game lost, they only have one chance to prove how do we fix this for day1. Because I'm pretty sure Todak has figured out, like, hey, if day1 doesn't have both Novaria or Vexana, he's going to be in a little bit of trouble here. They tried to Faramis, didn't really work out. Whereas for Zyme's standpoint, he's proven himself that he can play multiple majors with no problem, except for the Faramis.
I think they're looking for a deterrent. I think that's what KGE needs to do. If they can find a deterrent to force, at the very least, force the Vexana away, or at least deny the Faramis from the side of Todak, then maybe they have some kind of leeway in the draft. I think so far that's what's missing from KGE.
Right now we're going to look at the highlights here, and the thing that I want everyone to focus on is how easy it is for Todak when it comes to the team fight. It's like A, B, C. Okay, Gary goes in, and then dropping the Eternal God, wait for a little bit, final slash, and then clean house. And it's been the same thing over and over again, where at this point it's probably just muscle memory. It's like, okay, Gary, have you done it? Okay, Gary goes in, and then someone goes in.
Yeah.
And like A, B, C, D, A, B, C, D. Sometimes they change D, E, F, but it's all the same pattern. So Todak, I feel like this is one of those drafts that is very comfortable for them, that they can autopilot and it will still look good.
Yeah, this is what I'm talking about in all these instances, what Todak actually took the fight, right? Like, even in prior to this middle fight as well, they find an opportunity, they get a stun on day1. day1 was half a second late with the NetherRealm. Someone gets died. Gets a big final stash, pulls out maybe half of the heroes away from NetherRealm and isolate here. day1 was put in a situation where, what do I do? Who do I save? How do I save? Because eventually he doesn't have those mobilities to actually catch up to other people here. And in this case, I feel like Todak was able to figure out and punish that you guys got no Purify. That's all. Simple.
Well, with the wombo combos that they do have, I feel like they could easily just break Purifies like on cooldown every single time. And I think, you know, Todak have been doing that since game number 1 up until game number 4 that we just witnessed. At this point, I've been mentioning it very, very often. I don't think it's going to happen, but I'm down for a surprise. Are they going to change sides?
Throughout the entire game, one thing that I do have to say, what Todak did that has success is to shut down day1. I feel like for KGE, now this is a bit of a curveball. Shut down Rafflesia.
Shut down Rafflesia.
Yeah.
Interesting. But then we did see him play the floor, which I would say is like, for the most part, you're kind of, I wouldn't say giving up, but like slowing down on the early to mid.
Do you know how to deal with the flooring, right? So the flooring wants to stay in the back, in the back lines, right? Trying to avoid damage. If you use something like a Lilia that avoids everything in the front, go straight on to the flooring and then deal with the flooring first, you're done. It doesn't have to be the mid. It could be the jungler. It could be the EXP. But basically, deal with the flooring first, and then everything else will be easier.
All right. Keep that in mind, right? That's the next plan for the upcoming game. But do not miss the Snapdragon Pro Series Open Final week number 3, because you can get support Todak as well as Team Hawk, and also
شوف سنابدراجون راعي رسمي.
and JP9ers to continue their journey. It's a Swiss format, so it's pretty brutal in comparison to the MOI playoffs, which they did not qualify for.
Yeah. MV hasn't lost a single game yet.
They haven't, in a matter of fact.
They have not lost a single game.
Yeah, you know, it was really surprising to see MV, you know, actually making it towards the next stage here for the Open Finals as well, which I think none of us actually expected here, considering that they beat Bigatron Beta 2-0.
Again, they've beaten some big names, so please go and check out the Snapdragon Pro Series. Check out what's going on there. Many different Tier 2s and Tier 1 teams are going to be involved from all over Southeast Asia. With that being said, we have a little bit of an interview here that I'm getting the words from Zipper. Now, let's throw it over to Rose. Who are you talking to?
Terima kasih kepada caster-caster kita. Hello semua, nama saya Rose. Dan sekarang, saya dengan Todak Legion, Champion MAL musim pertama. Alright, okay. Kita start dulu dengan Zaid. Hai Zaid, sihat?
Hai, sihat. Alhamdulillah.
Alright, Zaid. So, I rasa kita semua nak tanya, apa perasaan jadi the first ever champion untuk MAL Malaysia?
Rasa happy gila sebab dapat juara MAL Season 1. Dia ibarat korang champion MPL Season 1. Dia akan jadi siarah nanti.
Oh. Okay, untuk rival pula. Now, kita tahu that rival ni pernah main atas pentas MPL. Sekarang main dekat MAL dan dapat champion. Tapi sebenarnya kan, apa yang biggest difference ataupun apa yang beza main MPL dengan MAL? Pressure lain tak?
Pressure sebab kalau MPL fans lagi ramai dari MAL.
You lagi suka main online ke offline?
Offline.
Kenapa?
Sebab main depan fans lagi semangat.
Ya ke? Nak dengar sikit fans Todak? Patutlah kan diorang rasa semangat. Alright, last question. Let's give it to
بلش
Formaze.
تلفزيون رجع ماله.
Dulu Formaze ni player tapi sekarang dah jadi coach. So, sebagai coach kan, apa yang you rasa Todak buat silap tadi di game pertama dengan game ketiga that cost them the game?
Agak gementar jugalah sebab tadi kalau kita buat mistake sikit pun orang dah boleh menang game tu. So just be careful je lah untuk next game.
Okay, dengar tu Todak. Be careful next game. So Formaze, as your ex-teammates up on stage, apa yang you nak cakap dekat dorang sebelum game seterusnya bermula? Match point dah sekarang.
Okay, untuk teammate yang tengah main sekarang, all the best. Focus next game and don't be overconfident. Kita bantai dorang.
Wow, you rasa boleh tak dapatkan game ni dan main seterusnya jumpa SRG?
Boleh sangat lah.
Boleh sangat?
Boleh sangat.
Predict score?
Predict score 2-1. 3-2.
Tak, bukan predict score tu. In game. Tadi tadi berapa Tak,
dua sama, tadi
tak,
dua sama.
bukan. Like in game kills tadi berapa?
Kills tadi.
1-14
Oh, diorang ada kill tadi?
1-12. Diorang dapat 12, seorang lagi dapat 1. You rasa kills untuk game ni?
Paling bagi satu lagi lah dekat diorang. At least diorang happy sikit walaupun kalah.
Okey lah. So, kita dah dengar dah daripada Todak Legend. Tapi, which team will be advancing further to the upper bracket to meet Selangor Red Giants tomorrow? This last game will decide it. And with that, mari kita masuk game kelima untuk Best of 5 series ni. Casters, silakan.
I'm having fun.
Thanks, Rose. We're having fun here at the desk while you're taking care of the interviews. We're refreshed, and now for this final game here between both of these teams. One will move on to the playoffs, and the other one will go home. Let's see whether the play-ins is as brutal as they say as we jump into the drafting phase in just a bit, and hopefully we get to see some surprises from KGE, because I think the onus is on them, to be fair.
Yeah. Remember last season where every single game went every single game?
Yes.
And then only the grand finals where it's like 4-0 or something.
Yes.
Will this be the same?
Nah.
Will this be 5 games, 5 games, 5 games, best of 7, 4 games?
Oh my god. Wait, that would be even funnier.
No, sorry. That was 2 seasons ago. The last season, the very last season, we actually went 7 games.
Yes, we did go all 7 games. As we go into the drafting phase, I would be worried if that were to happen, because that would mean that one of these teams would be in the upper bracket, get knocked down to the lower bracket, win in the lower bracket with the maximum amount of games, just to lose an entire clean sweep in the grand finals.
Can we negotiate a pay raise? Okay, probably not. You know what? It's okay. Let's jump into the draft where, again, KGE, blue side.
I hate
Okay, every game has been like this, but this time we do have a little bit of adaptations here, because this time King Empire, they actually banned Arlott first phase instead. A little bit of difference here. So what snuck through? Well, okay.
Dude,
KG.
they keep going for this Moscow. Just
Come on.
stop banning the Harith. Let Todak do it.
Like this.
Vexana, Frederick?
Yeah, first pick, man. Like, should have first pick Vexana if you want to play comfort against KGE.
I mean, that's if you want to play around Deto. Deto has apparently a huge hero pool, and so far, we've only been able to see 2 heroes.
That really stood out.
Not even 2 heroes that really stood out. 2 heroes he's played thus far in this game. Fredrin Vex, as expected. All right, KG, it's up to you. Are you going to play the exact same thing, or are you going to change things up?
Hey, Barats again. You
Oh,
dog, yes.
All right. Smooth is like, all right. You know what? Enough funny business. Roar.
I think this is huge for KGE, right? Because if you think about the games that KGE won, Smooth was able to kind of suppress the opponents every single time. First game was with the Tamos here, and the game that we won was Export. And think about this, even in the last game, they lost with the Export. I feel like in KGE's defense, there was nothing really much he could have done to actually make space for the team, in particular for Dato or even Suzuki to do anything here. But with a Yu Jong, you're guaranteed space every single time. And now, with no double dragons, because of the Vexana pick, Valentina is secured for KGE.
Yep, and so far, That's under the assumption that it doesn't get banned. We're already complete with the very first pick phase.
Isn't this good though? Now that KG already picked up their EXP laner, just ban all the mid laners, right?
Oh,
Balin,
no.
ban out Faramis, maybe even ban out Lilia, you know. So it's like, oh, you got your EXP laner, great. Now, Deto, my man, my guy.
Play the Faramis again, bro.
My dude with the huge hero pool. You're gonna get targeted, no?
Let him get targeted. Worst comes to worst, he plays Nana.
Well,
Hey,
actually,
Nana
is not bad.
Nana's not bad.
Considering how hard he's being dived every single time, Nana is just great.
I'm telling you, that's what's gonna happen, right? If they get rid of the Faramis on their side, and KGE probably at this point, what else is there to get rid of? EXP laners, right? So get rid of the early game forcers.
What is super good against Yuzong? Because I feel like Yuzong every single lane is just a skill matchup, right? Nothing truly wins against Yuzong.
Yeah.
Diroff wins a Yuzong is pretty good.
No, honestly, there's a lot of clips. Level 1, Yuzong beats a Diroff. You just clear the lane
level
faster.
1.
You get level 2, and then with the Petrify, then you just win it out. Trust me, searching on YouTube, there's compilations. Man.
There's many ways to play it. There's a lot of counterplay when you have Yuzong, right? In comparison to some other heroes where you just basically have to give up the lane regardless. Yuzong can actually fight for it, though the conditions may be a bit tight. We do see the Angela. It's not pure mage bans.
Matilda is open.
Yeah. Both sides ignoring it, though.
No, I mean, like, Toda could take it, no?
I mean, Toda definitely can.
Rafflesia has been doing well on it, especially played on Matilda, though.
I mean, like, Matilda and Claude. How are you gonna catch this Claude with the Matilda as well?
Okay.
Cho, yeah.
Single target lockdown. Maybe even like you know what? Let's take it further. Yeah, suppressions at the Kaja. Start adding on the Franco as well. We haven't seen Franco in a long time. That's also fun. I do think that the Kaja probably would be the safest, but there's no real enabler here, right?
The only reason is that I kind of feel like Kaja is difficult here because the moment you catch someone, Eternal Guard will stop you, or the Energy Eruption will stop you.
Yep.
So I like the Kaja idea, but it's difficult to execute against what Toda already has.
To be fair, it's all hard to execute.
Yeah. Even with the Purify on it, it's not gonna good, right? It kind of defeats the purpose of him having the flicker jump engagement, right? So I don't think Kaja is gonna be good for here. But I'm more curious on what Dato is gonna be playing here because as of now, oh no,
wow,
he actually went for it. Wow.
See, this is what I'm talking about.
Crazy.
Right? When you don't reveal the enabler, it's hard to make a hard guess on what the extra duo is. We knew that they wanted some kind of like way to kind of break this comp apart, right? It's something to forcefully get rid of these Purifies to open up that opportunity, and I think Kaja kind of suited well. And what does her passive do? Shred down people's MR. You need something with high burst. Nana comes into mind. I would argue the Valentina, but it's already gotten banned.
But yeah, you called it. You called both the Nana as well as the Kaja.
I
helped with the Kaja, but still, you know, it's you, buddy.
Don't worry. You're gonna have.
I have an assist. You got to kill.
Yeah.
I like it, but I think it's really crazy coming from KG.
Isn't that crazy? I don't think it's that crazy.
Like it's just putting all your eggs on
one
Spoof,
basket,
able to actually cut the back lines, or trusting Peter to get the biggest catch of his life. This is so risky. But if he gets it, he pays off. If he doesn't, it's a disaster.
I mean, I see Vader, high-fiving Sasa, and they're still the fact that they made contact. I would assume they're still on good terms.
Yeah, I mean, like here's the thing: picking up the Terizla to deny any good pickoffs coming in from the Kaja is honestly still risky, right? Because you're picking this Terizla because it's good against the Kaja. But it's one of those heroes where you can't always reliably go to the back line. You can't always go for Sasa on this Moskov. So if you don't catch him, he's bound to become a problem.
Yep. Let's see how much of a problem it's going to be. We've seen the lane matchups. We have a rough idea of how this game is actually going to progress. With both teams in a position, look at one to team fight, the other to pick them off slowly. At the end of the day, the most important part is scaling as we jump right into the Land of Dawn. Elimination match, tournament lives on the line. It's Todak up against their opponents, KGE, in this best of 5.
Yeah, and now, without further ado, let's see how things are going to be happening here, especially where now KGE made a little bit more adaptations. Hopefully, it is going to be fine for them. Same can be said for Toda, but this time, Rafflesia is going to be the ones that annoy Sutsujin instead of Vader this game.
This is the loophole. Extra damage received in the jungle, not going to mean anything if no one hits me.
Exactly. That's the beautiful part of the game.
Wait a minute. Bottom lane, Smooth taking a little bit too much damage, though. And
okay. As long as he doesn't get hit by the first skill from Momo right here.
Okay, he's fine. He's fine.
nothing to worry about, right? Just lost his Petrify early, means that he's not going to have as much lane control as he wants to. It's the only way to really turn the tides in that lane at the very least when it comes down to the life lead. But at the very least, Sutsujin, he's a level ahead of Gary.
Something to note here is that Sasa pick up the tenacity here, really thinking that he's going to get ganked or in a team fight he's going to get targeted a lot, which makes sense.
Which makes sense, definitely makes sense. I think that, man, the counter engage is going to be really, really rough, right? What are some pre-preparations that Todak has to do to make sure that this is successful, right? I think a lot of it just comes down to battle spells. How do we force it out of him?
Yeah, speaking of which here, Suzuki once again getting focused down this time. He's taking a little bit too much damage. So Toys Basalt comes in, but Vader, can he get out? Yes, he will. That's going to be Flicker out. So that's going to be 2 minutes with no Flicker for this first turtle fight.
A little bit sad, but still, not like it isn't recoverable. I think that, especially for KGE, it's a bit of an advantage for them, assuming that they hit the level 4s on time. If they don't, if one person is missing the level 4, I think they call it off.
I would say that the timing is a little bit off because it was before 2 minutes and they tried to get something in the jungle. And that's where we see the 20% extra damage really comes in because King Empire, they were chunked down quite a lot. So a little bit of misplay there. I understand what they're trying to do. They're getting extra farm onto Sisijin, but that was pretty risky.
You think they could have waited right outside the jungle? Waited until it's 2 minutes and then walked in?
Oh, that thought for now because they're trying to make a play right here. Eternal Guardians comes in. First Blood Force move. He's shredding it through his armor here and he's not even dead. Divine Judgment will catch onto Momo in the midst of chaos. And guess what? The trust on Smooth has paid off for King Empire. And the dunk, the alley-oop, is gotta be Vader to get the kill.
That's why the Yuzong is bannable, man. That's why you don't give Smooth a Yuzong.
My God, Gary could not move. He couldn't cast a single ability. He was just stuck in place for a total of like 6 seconds worth of stuns. Where Playfield might be next to fall here, but still, he manages to survive. King Empire, they've got something cooking here, and I think that Todak need to give respect to it.
Yeah, so far, Smooth has been surviving his lane, which is in a way winning, going up against getting ganked like 1 or twice. And the thing is, he has big impact when it comes to the turtle. Toda, they have to take note of this because turtle, if you don't secure it, fine. But what will happen when it comes to the ward, right? So after this, they got to micromanage what Smooth is doing. And that's going to be a problem because you got to look at Smooth. But then when you look at Smooth, you might miss Victor. You might miss Sasa.
Yeah, in this case, top side though. They are going to try to babysit a gold lane this time. They're sending up 4 on top. But King Empire, once again, not making unnecessary moves here. They're waiting for the next turtle, I guess. They just don't commit to the fight right now.
Yeah, this lane is pretty much lost from Momo at this stage of the game, right? Full level behind Smooth. Down in gold as well. Losing out on the EXP because of these stupid river crabs. Nothing seems to be going right, but doesn't mean that Momo can't make that impact, right? We're seeing the Vixana as well as Gary rotate down. Again, they want to get a preemptive gank onto Smooth before this Turtle or Lord comes up.
Yeah, but Smooth is just like, I'm not having it. You know who I am. I'm Lord Smooth. I'm built to take pressure.
This is disgusting. He's intentionally freezing the lane as well just because he knows something is up. Nicely done coming from Smooth. And again, now he will have the Black Dragon to join the fight here, but Todak, you have to make a play. So Sujin scouts this out and confirms Smooth's suspicions. And it's going to be able to get out to this. Now the Lord Dance comes in, but Sujin, you got to make it work here. Retri on you. Circling comes in. Here comes the drop everything. Goes Smooth! Goes in! Catches 2! Sujin secures the Retri and Sasa gets the kill as they continue their assault. Smooth now, finding one, but Sujin steals the kill away as King Empire completely engulfs Todak in the turtle pit.
All right, here's the wrap time, right? King Empire with this 3.4k lead, but more importantly, their huge EXP and jungle lead is gigantic, right? That's going to be what? 2 levels for Sutsujin, 2 levels for Smooth as well. That side of the map is completely compromised. These neutral objectives are hard to take, and worse yet, when all is lost, Sutsujin just has the bigger retribution.
It looks like Smooth is fuming, man. Because like for the past 4 games, I keep getting dunked on. It's like, okay, you guys have to understand, Smooth is a quiet guy. He's a nice guy. He's the kind of guy that wouldn't hurt a butterfly, right? But then you just know, I feel like going back, and then the coach is like, "Hey, Smooth, how are you feeling?" And then he just looks him in the eyes like, "Just give me Yuzong. Let me be third pick. Don't let me be fourth pick. Let me do my thing."
Well, in this case, you know, you talk about him being quiet here. In this game, he's an absolute monster right now. And he's going to be a force to be reckoned with.
I can't imagine Smooth calling for a tech pause. It's like, excuse me, Marshall, a tech pause. Why? I snapped my phone in half. This game has not gone well for me, but I snapped it in half.
All while just maintaining a smile. You know, like, very innocent. Like, oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that.
Yeah.
I'll pay for it. You know, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, Cedric. Also, I did it with one hand as well, just like you, sir. For the most part, nothing's going to be happening here as King Empire slowly just rotating around, looking for an angle to get underneath the chin of Todak to eventually choke him out. Put him in a rear naked chokehold. Even a Kimura if they can find it.
Well, it is finally a best of one series, the full reset, right? Do or die. You can see both teams a little bit hesitant on jumping the gun. Gary also playing a little bit more defensively. Susujin, half on the turtle. King Empire looking for the jump reader. He sees, he doesn't see Shizo, he doesn't go for it, but Black Dragon being used to zone him off to secure the turtle. And once again, King Empire, they take a major objective. Conceal, comes in, looking for the pull, but no! Shizo gets out to safety. Finally pops the Purify, he will be able to survive, and King Empire misses the jump. Todak able to get out.
Shizo
like
dodge?
Dude.
Divine Judgment, dude.
That was actually
that was cool.
So he dropped the BMI. He knew he was gonna do it. He quit before he sees Vader actually go and preemptively flicker. He pops that Purify, so he's untargetable by that CC, and quickly takes his BMI to sneak out of there to create just enough distance so that the animation can't even go through, even if it wanted to.
That's the thing, right? From my perspective, Shizo didn't even pop it, and he still got out first.
I mean,
so
I wish
weird.
I had a hand cam for that.
Here's the thing, right? We've seen this a couple of times. Moonton told us nothing can beat suppression. And then you have players like this that says, who decided that?
But speaking of deciding here, Vader, a little bit of a ballsy here. You know, he doesn't have Divine Judgment, but Todak is afraid that he might have it, so they don't really want to take the risk right now, and it's scary.
No need to. They have the 5K lead about to turn 6, and they get a free tier 1 if they wanted, but looks like they're going to back away. I thought they'd be more aggressive about this. There we go.
Okay.
That's what we wanted to see. Just run them down.
Okay, you know, they force a flicker out of nothing in the first kill, and a spear now, sending up top, not going to be connecting. So KG can take this as slow as they can once more.
Yeah, we'll only see them go for that 2x multiplier once that Lord is in place, but until then, they're just waiting to pick off Todak one by one. Todak not making any proactive plays themselves, knowing that it can be a little difficult, but they are forgetting to do some of their chores.
Right now, King Empire is 7,000 gold ahead, and this is one of the more disciplined games coming in from both teams because it's 9 minutes in and it's only 4-0.
Yep.
Toda is not finding areas where they can exploit King Empire because for now, Victor has not really had a successful Divine Judgment, but it could be said that he's really trying to use it defensively instead of offensively. So if anyone oversteps their welcome, then he's going to pull someone in.
Oh, Black Dragon being used to zone out the members of Todak. They were securely snipe lot available, but now he makes an attempt. He's going to pay with his life. Smooth, can he get out? No, he doesn't even die. He catches the setup. He turns in favor for King Empire. 2 down. Zion Senpai Gary taken out. King Empire. Smooth.
Wow.
Wow.
Great comms.
He's never going to get that Yuzong again, man. Never going to get that Yuzong again.
Now there's another one to add to the list. Used to be Paquito and Benedetta. Now it's Yuzong and Benedetta. He's never going to be able to touch him again. Jeez, this team, King Empire, as of right now, are looking phenomenal, right? It feels like they can do no wrong in this game.
It's just crazy to think he just got it one time, and then they're like, why did we let this through?
Oh, boy. Not looking good for Todak fans with the Lord coming in. Smooth, not having the... still has the Black Dragon, actually, but he's nowhere near to contest this. As Todak will be able to defend this for now. Tier 1 still stands surprisingly on top, though, for Todak.
Well, they're going to take their time. They're going to take all the outer tier turrets and then probably use the Black Dragon form to maybe fight for one inhibitor. Really depends on how big the wave is. Considering that the wave is pretty small right now, don't think it's going to happen. And they've already used their first set of Lord Empowered minions second one, I don't think it's going to make too much of a difference unless Torak walks out.
One good thing about this Lord take here coming in from King Empire, the thing is they didn't get inhibitors, but they got everything from the top lane, and I feel like that's a big swing in goal. Now King Empire is on the verge of getting 10,000. Tora is having a rough time here. Shizo wants to deal damage, but he still has not completed his Trinity items, only having the Demon Hunter Sword as well as the Golden Staff. The Corrosion Scythe is not there yet, so the damage is not going to be there just yet.
I mean, speaking of damage, apparently not even the gold is there, right? Like Sasa maybe 2.6, but Smooth at 2.9.
Whoa!
What?
3,000!
3,000!
3,000! What the heck?
It's over 3,000!
I hope he gets MVP and we get to see his GPM.
Well, speaking of which here, Suzujin going to be starting the fight right now. They pop the Eternal Guardian, and Zyme Senpai losing his edge here. He's getting a little bit desperate coming from Todak, as there seems to be no windows of opportunity for Todak to actually punish any of this. They've not gotten a single kill, and King Empire, think about this, 6 kills, and Smooth was in all 6 of them.
I'm saying, like, even in the games that they lost, Smooth has looked phenomenal. He deserved the MVP. But either ways, right now, King Empire, they're closing all possible routes for Tora to go in. Surprisingly enough, Zyme Senpai is doing quite a lot of damage, 20,000 damage dealt. But this is just him being him, man. He always deals the most amount of damage, but there's no opportunities to go in. This is the biggest, I would say this is the biggest weakness of the new generation of Toda compared to before, where previously, it's not you don't have to worry about one person want to go in. Everyone wants to go in. But now Toda, no one really wants to go in.
Yeah, last time the previous Toda guard usually uses their death timers as a means to an end, right?
Yeah.
Having overly long engaged fights, extremely messy, but they're always together. But unfortunately, not this time. Looks like Todak has taken a more reserved routes, especially for their next generation, like you mentioned. But at the same time, they're up against King Empire. Previously having members from Team SMG and even Zyme Senpai being part of that squad just goes to show how much influence these players have.
Yeah, they just understand each other on the micro level and also their habits, right? And now seeing that Smooth is 13 minutes in, 14 levels, and as an XP laner, I don't know what Toda can do.
We got to talk about the stakes here. If Toda loses this,
it's over.
They're not going to MSC.
It's the first time they miss it.
They miss MSC. They missed the previous M series, like being the first team, number 3 in the regular season, first team to get knocked out. Damn. That's not good for the Toda brand.
Well, speaking of which here, can they defend as King Empire does a lot of chip damage on Sasa down middle, but again, Toda playing this very safe. The bigger picture here is going to be the Lord crashing in as he slowly walks in here. Tier 3 will explode. Black Dragon already expended, cutting the back lines and looking for the push. Bitter tries to go for a flicker play, thinking about it, but still has the flicker. Divine Judgment. They're slowly mowing down all the inhibitors. Crystal down towards half HP. Todak, they will be able to hold on, but the King Empire, they're not risking it. Why?
I feel like it's a good reason why. Dude, there's so much at stake here, man. You don't want to make a mistake where Toda could possibly just end mid.
Yeah, that's true, but also because the big ultimates are gone, right? No Divine Judgment, no Black Dragon form, no reason to actually expand it, no way to enable them. Smooth, like before he left, used that Furious Dive to get the heck out of there. So at the very least, we know that King Empire, they weren't given the opportunity to actually jump in and find that engage, and that's basically just due to Todak being passive, right? However, the checkmate angle is still in play, 12k ahead, but Todak, they're catching up quick.
Well, they've got the ultimate here, round 2, take 2. Black Dragon comes in, no minions again. Not sure what exactly is going on through KBGE's mind here. Makes a second attempt. Black Dragon form down for now. Vader still going for the Divine Judgment. Pulls one. They connect on Momo, but he's able to get out. So no value for King Empire. Toda still holding on for their dear lives as the Crystal, 70% health, but it buys enough time as they try to push back KGE.
I'm pretty sure that was a mistake in terms of communication as well, because it looked like Victor really wanted the target. I'm pretty sure Terizla was not his target, and King Empire, I feel like if the communication was there saying, I'm gonna go in, burst them down, even if they chose the wrong target, it would have bursted them down. So I feel like the lack of commitment in that fight there shows that it wasn't communicated well, that Victor wanted to make a play.
Yeah. If not, you would have expected to see Smooth like jump in with Petrify as well. If they're already willing to commit the Divine Judgment as well as a Flicker nonetheless, then I think everybody should be looking to commit. Now, without the Divine Judgment, but more importantly, without that Flicker, Todak can anticipate when Bitter actually tries to close that distance. That's why we're seeing such a long Lord Dance here. And it's not like King Empire needs to do anything. They've got 3 naturally pushing waves.
Yeah, and seeing how KGE is doing this right now, all they gotta do is just wait things out, right? They don't necessarily need to rush here. And Sasa, he's gonna risk himself to try and clear off top here. He's not even in this fight. Todak looking to make the jump here. Lord down towards half HP. They might be sniped here. KGE, they need to secure this. Sujin, can he win the retry battle? Dato again! He steals the Lord with the Nana this time. Smooth now collapsing on the backlines. Now he's gonna try and run them off here, but Sasa with the spear from behind. Looking for the flag. Todak, they've lost from Flacia, but they still keep their lives. They need to reset quick. The Lord already marching down the middle lane. KGE looking to take away the title, take away their dreams as Todak now. Momo tries everything to stop them. He will lose his life. The Lord knocking on the crystal. Momo will fall. Sasa focusing the crystal. KGE has done it. The King Empire, the true kings of MPL MY, telling Todak goodbye.
GG well played to King Empire. They qualified through the play-ins. Welcome to the playoffs here at day number 1. But we also have to say goodbye to Todak. They put up one hell of a fight in this best of 5. GG well played to them as well, as they have been eliminated.
Congratulations to KGE, but I gotta say, it's gonna get tougher after this, man. Selangor Red Giants, they're waiting. Speaking of waiting, Rose is waiting for them on stage, so let's go over to Rose. What does she have to say to the players?
Perlawanan ini adalah perlawanan terakhir untuk pasukan Todak di MPL Malaysia musim ke-13. So, guys, first of all, I would like to ask the audience dekat Stadium MBSJ to give Todak a round of applause. Dan kita akan bagi Todak peluang untuk bagi dorang punya final bow in 3, 2, 1. Once again, everybody give it up for Todak. Dan kita harap kita akan jumpa dorang lebih kuat musim depan. And of course, pasukan yang akan jumpa Selangor Red Giants di upper bracket esok. Guys, give it up for King Empire Esports. All right, I'm getting goosebumps. The crowd is hyped and the stage is overwhelmed with emotions. First of all, everybody okay?
Okay.
Sangat okay. Let's start with Smooth dulu. Smooth, tadi game yang sangat-sangat sengit, but you guys came out on top. Apa yang Smooth rasa you guys dah fix sebab you guys start kalah dengan Todak? Todak kalahkan korang 2-0. Sekarang adakah you rasa KGE dah dapat balas dendam and you guys are super ready untuk membalaskan dendam dekat SRG esok?
Kita orang just slow-slow fokus one game at a time. Kita orang punya comeback tu bolehlah dapat sikit sebab kita orang dah fix satu persatu masalah kita orang.
I see. Okay, thank you. Can we please pass it to Deto?
Hello?
Hi, Deto.
Hello.
Oh, he looks alive. Okay, Deto. First of all, very amazing play with that Nana. Now, a lot of people always cakap kan, Deto ni hanya bisa Nova je. So, sebenarnya tadi kita nampak Nana. Kenapa Deto pilih Nana untuk perlawanan ni?
Sebab mau.
Sebab mau je?
Mau
Lepas tu
aja.
coach bagi? So, maksud tu coach percayalah Deto?
Percaya.
So tomorrow you'll be going up against the Mage Prodigy once again in the mid lane. How do you think this will play out after you guys meet them in the regular season? Do you know how they play already?
Kita bakal coba yang terbaik lah buat kalahin mereka lah.
I see. Okay, SRG akan cuba yang terbaik and since dorang menang game ni, dorang akan pergi ke upper bracket dan if let's say lah dorang kalah esok, dorang ada lagi satu nyawa di lower bracket. So KGE can take a breather sikit, tak macam game tadi. Alright, so I nak tanya, Stadium MBSJ, korang rasa siapa yang layak jadi MVP untuk perlawanan ini? Alright, MVP kita dah ready. So, mari kita tengok MVP in 3, 2, 1. MVP jatuh kepada jeng 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 jeng. Ha. Legenda. Hi Sasa.
Hello.
Okay, Sasa, how are you? First of all, how are you feeling? Just now was a
Now very excited and then very happy because we win against Todak.
Okay, now just now was a very intense game for you guys because we know lah kan that if you guys are now only 1 life, now you guys got 2 life again. Okay, so I want to ask, what did KGE do during the 2 weeks break? How come suddenly KGE come back? Suddenly keluar goal pula?
Because we find it our problem because we have low stake and then we try to find our problem and then we fix it and now become good already.
So now you feel like the problem has been fixed? The problem has been fixed?
Almost.
Almost. Okay, can we please pass it to Sujin? Hi.
Hi.
Okay. Diorang semua nampak penat tapi kita faham best of 5 kan. Okay, so Sujin, tadi main game best of 5, kita tahu penat dia tapi you rasa KGE ada momentum tak kalau KGE masuk grand finals best of 7? Yakin boleh perform tak team?
Yakin.
Yakin?
Yakin.
Okay, can we please pass it to Viter for the last question? Viter. Victor, sorry. Sorry, it's too English. Okay, Victor. This is your first time entering playoffs. Your first match was last week 6, kan? Minggu ke-6.
Bahasa Melayu aja kan, nggak paham bahasa Inggris.
Oh, okay, nggak apa-apa. So, kali pertama Victor main di minggu ke-6. Sekarang masuk playoff, keluar dari zon merah, esok jumpa SRG. Victor, how are you feeling? Dan apa perasaan awak? Dan ready ke tak jumpa SRG esok?
Kalau perasaan saya sebenarnya di playoff ini, saya main nothing tulus saja Kak. Buat lawan SRG besok, all in aja, do the best. Coba do the best.
Alright. Okay, Victor, apa yang Victor nak cakap dekat fans Battalions yang datang dan sokong korang hari ini?
Buat fans King Empire, terima kasih udah datang hari ini. Terima kasih juga udah dukung kami. Semoga besok bisa kasih yang terbaik lagi.
Alright, thank you very much to King Empire Esports. You guys may now go celebrate your victory. Wow. Perlawanan pertama di MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 Playoffs. Hari pertama, best of 5 yang sangat-sangat sengit. An amazing 3 berbalas 2. But that's not it for today sebab kita ada satu lagi perlawanan selepas ni. Before that, kita akan throw it back to the casters for them to dissect apa yang jadi di game kelima dalam best of 5 series ni. Casters, silakan.
Thanks again, Rose. Give it up for the MVP of the match. It's going to be Sasa on form today with his Roger as well as Moskov. 10, 2, and 11 his final KDA score. Looking mighty fine, boys. What can I say? He's looking great.
I mean, 2 deaths in 3 games. That's wowzers.
It's crazy, man. Like, on top of it all, I know Lafel was like, oh no, he's bad. He made a little bit of mistakes here. But guess what? Old but gold, baby. Sometimes experience and game sense and instincts is what gets you power through here. And so far in that particular game, he's been playing out of his mind here. His timings has been spot on. And think about this, right? Sasa has never played a single Moskov before any other season. And this season, he was able to adapt. Like what?
Enough against SRG.
Oh yeah, that's a tough one.
I mean, like before you build him up that much.
I know, right?
Right. Let me just bring you back to reality.
I know, right? Gotta humble down a little bit.
Yeah, this game. Let me just say, this is impressive coming in from KGE. I did not expect that clean of a game going up against Toda. 9-0. Shizo didn't get any part of this game at all. He didn't die. He didn't get a kill. He didn't get assists.
He was, man. I think he was doing okay in lane against Sasa. I think he was doing very well in lane, in a matter of fact. But things just snowballed out of control so fast. This has been overall a very low kill count game.
I think when it comes to game 1 to 3, it all comes down to King Empire and Toda trying to figure out each other's playstyle, right? But game 4, game 5, it felt like just straight up, my draft beats you. I'm just gonna win you by draft. And game 4, like, think about this. KG couldn't do anything because everything they do is getting countered by Todak. And now this game, just one Yu Zhong, game over.
Oh yeah, that Yu Zhong coming in from Smooth, that was disgusting, man. Like, one of the best Yu Zhong influences that I've seen in all of MPL's games, right? I mean, like, we've seen strong Yu Zhong plays, but his Yu Zhong basically dictate the entire game. Everyone else just like, hey, you guys can just clear the minion and then just push. I can handle the rest. Like, even you, Gideon, like, I'm not blaming you for this, because even I was weirded out. Like, he Black Dragon formed, and they were like, okay, they already got the Lord, they might as well just back off. But Smooth is just like, no, I'm already on top of 2 people, might as well commit.
Yeah.
And then we thought he was gonna die.
I thought he was gonna die. I was like, wait, oh, okay.
And then they got kills?
And we're like, wait a minute. He sustained through that thing?
See, this is why it begs the question, does Smooth come up with these ideas himself, or is Sasa just like secretly behind him, puppeting him, like ratatouilleing him, pulling his hair a little bit, just like get him in the right position?
I feel like it's Smooth. I feel like at this point it's just Smooth. Like, he himself has a darker side to his character. One that he doesn't show the public. If you give him the mic, you wouldn't expect it. But behind the scenes, he pulls Sasa to the side. He's like, who do you think you are?
You know who I am?
Do you see my Yu Zhong? Do they ban your heroes, or they ban my heroes?
We ban your hero, Sasa. You think you're good at inherit? Blue side ban. I think that Smooth overall, phenomenal player as he is good at communicating with the rest of his team at the very least, right? The fact that the Spear of Destruction landed right on time when he decides to go on the Furious Dive with the Petrify to set it all up for him to get Sasa in that fight. A lot of things just went well for KGE. And the only way, I'm using this as a litmus test.
Sure.
If Sutsujin is 2 levels ahead of his of the enemy jungler, that's how you know that KGE is playing well as a team.
Yeah.
That's how you know that Dato was skilled the Lord. Secured the Lord, yeah.
That's the thing. I don't know how Dato gets it every single time. With like, instead of a Vexana, with a Nana, he still somehow stole the Lord, like, or the turtle. It was like, how? Like, why? How? Shouldn't he be like retry, easy retry?
Remember the situation where Smooth pulled Sasa aside? Now Sasa and Smooth is pulling Sutsujin aside. It's like, yo, we imported you. You're here to do this one thing.
Retry for Dato to secure it.
You have one job. I mean, to be fair, it's a hard job to do. To be fair, it's a very hard.
It's a difficult job to do. Until Deto goes up to Sutsujin and is just like, you listen here, buddy.
It's not that hard.
He pulls him aside. It's one big chain of people bullying each other.
This is KGE style. They pull someone to the side. It's like, yo, who do you think you are?
Hey, think about it, right? This is a King's Empire. All 5 of them are kings here. They all have their own egos. They have to sit at a round table and have, like, discussions before passing through emotion, man.
It's like okay, get in. Having these conversations, like, you know, it's like, hey Sasa, how you doing? And then when no one's here, it's like, yo Sasa, how you doing?
He picks him up and pushes him against the locker. It's just like, give me your lunch money.
Yeah, everyone's voice just becomes deep. It's like, yo, where's the divine judgment?
As soon as Sasa leaves, Smooth gets pushed up against the locker by Sutsujin. He's just like, where's my Black Dragon form? Now let's go into our little highlights here. Official gaming phone brought to you by the Republic of Gamers. Throughout this match, right, I would have expected a lot more fights to actually occur towards Todak. To be fair, I do think they were expecting a lot of fights, but I was expecting Todak to cut the resources off from Smooth, right? Start attacking the enemy jungle from their side, pull Smooth to help their jungler, Sutsujin, and then look to collapse on him during that mid-rotation. Like, I was expecting moves like that from Todak, but we didn't get to see any.
You know, seeing that play just now, like, when Smooth went in for the die, he should have technically died. It was Sasa who went in, saved the day, and got a stun of the 2 men, and then allowed Smooth to actually survive that fight, which is insane.
I mean, like, he attacked the turret when he should have been attacking the person, but at least we can say one thing. His Spear of Destruction has been on point. Like, if we're going to talk about anything, is that his use of the Moskov, the ult, has been on point. It's very destructive.
Yep, definitely has hit more people with the spirit of destruction when played on Sasa rather than than his opponent Jizo. But with that being said, that concludes our very first best of 5. We now have KGE up against SRG for tomorrow, and that's going to be another best of 5. Every game here is a best of 5. Our next game, though, RSG versus Team Hawk. Winner takes on the Homeboys tomorrow.
One thing to note, the SRG KGE game, like starting it up a bracket here, they have an extra life. So even if KGE lost, they have another chance. So because of this win, KGE will be playing the minimum until Saturday.
That's pretty much it. The reason why they have these play-ins, right? They have to fight for that chance to have a second life later on. So I think that's a sigh of relief for KGE to adapt here. So even if SRG wins them, they can still find ways to improve if they go down low bracket. But again, what am I talking about? Like, who wants to lose in these games? Like, you want to win every single one to be called the champion, right? In this case, King Empire, they're one step closer, but still, it wasn't an easy battle for them, to be honest.
No, it really hasn't. That's why, you know, MPLMY playoffs specifically is a dangerous time to be putting your guest coins on the line, because you never really know who's going to be coming out alive. And better yet, guessing the score of the matches, especially in the best of 5, has never been easy. More so now. But coming up next, we have RSG up against Team Hawk. Boys, what do you think? What are your thoughts about it?
Actually, before that, I wanted to bring back to the interview.
Oh.
Now that I remembered it. Remember Rose asking for me? It's like, so what do you think is the kill score going to be? And then for me, it's like, oh, we're going to give him at least 1 kill. Just to, you know, make them feel good about themselves. Yeah. And then ended up they did not have a single kill.
Yeah, that was 9 kills too much.
That backfired.
That did not age well.
That did not age
well. Formaze, man, maybe he needs to become a caster one day. He's already got the curse. With that being said, keep in mind, RSG versus Team Hawk for our upcoming match. We are going to go on a short break in just a little bit. So final words for this, to wrap this all up between KGE and as well as Toda.
To be honest here, 3rd place can beat 6th place. I don't know, anything can happen.
No. 6th place beat
6th place beat 3rd place.
Yeah.
All right, yeah, my bad. And now,
numbers is difficult.
4 versus 5. Who's going to be the better one? Is it going to be 4 or is it going to be 5? I don't know.
It's placement, not the amount of people. If 5 people going up against 4, that's it. But yeah.
Well,
let's go to a break.
It looks like we're going to go into a break. With that being said, we'll catch you guys back right after these messages for more Mobile Legends action. We'll see you then.
Go slow ini. Ya, ya. Federin di gua. Gua tak sampai. Aman itu, bisa mati dia tuh. Hati-hati dia tuh. Nice banget. Mati gua. Ada baru dah. Sini. Lep. Flicker siapa? Itu tuh. Mati. Moskow mati. Orang. Nice. Lawan. Udah baru dak. Lo. Turretnya free guys, turretnya bisa di-hit itu. Bisa di-hit. Nice. Gua mati. Apa. Nice guys. Hero. Udah bisa get skill ya. Go. I have now. They're coming in. Hey, go. I want mana. Itu blinker. Nice. Agak mundur. Gas, fokus mundur guys. Nice. Take my dash. 2 seconds. Nice. Nice. Fight. Hero. Tidak. Mid. Ayo bolting. Yeah, we have Flori ya guys. Teaming guys. Wow. No.
mengetahui info lanjut mengenai prestasi pemain dan jadi sebahagian daripada MPL Malaysia, layari laman rasmi MPL Malaysia sekarang. Ayo kita bersama menaikkan mutu MLBB di Malaysia. Jangan terlepas kemas kini Liga Academy rasmi MLBB Malaysia, MAL Malaysia. Ikuti semua platform rasmi kami. Ayo sokong MAL Malaysia musim pertama. Ikuti semua platform rasmi. Semua peminat dan penyokong dijemput ke arena MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 di Serdang. Anda berpeluang berjumpa dengan pemain kegemaran anda, kumpul tanda tangan eksklusif dan sertai kempen Fan of the Season.
Interested in knowing more about player performance and be a part of MPL Malaysia? Visit the website of MPL Malaysia's #1 esports league for the latest news and league updates. Don't miss out on updates from the official MLBB Malaysia Academy League, MAL Malaysia. Follow all our official platforms. All fans are invited to the MPL Malaysia Season 13 Arena in Serdang. You will get a chance to meet your favorite players, get exclusive autographs, and join the Fan of the Season campaign.
Versus satu Skylar can you do it? Dan Albert di sana ternyata harus hilang.
Ledge fight as Long gets instantly shot down by the Blazing Duet as well as the Electro final blow. This is going to be easy cleanup for Todak as most of the...
Apat yun, pero nasipa din siya yung ninakaw na sipa. Buhay pa rin ang 41!
Backline already, and they're running for the lives, gunning it. David trying to drag the members of RG right underneath the turret. It's not enough though. Gray coming all the way in, he cleans it all the way up. Just nowhere for him to run. Just...
Kita akan ada satu body weapon Malaysia membuat pergerakan dari Liga tuh lalu benar-benar slow. Rafanya sudah tumbang.
Nikmati jago 5G untuk gaming sepantas kilat dengan Hotlink Prepaid 5G. Internet 5G tanpa had dengan kelajuan 5G tanpa batas untuk layan gaming tanpa gangguan. Nikmati latensi rangkaian 5G terunggul dan gameplay termantap sepanjang malam. Semuanya hanya RM32 sebulan dengan 20% cashback. Dapatkan sekarang.
Iyo, kenapa tergesa-gesa? Tak boleh tunggu kejap ke? Sama-sama. Hei, bertahanlah. Awak nak mati kat sini ke?
Kalau saya hilang kawan, bunuh saya tanpa lagi. Itu tugas saya.
Mestilah.
Confirm mantap, confirmlah Nescafe.
akan bantai Barakuda.
Kau nak main sini, kau tak payah nak ada mentality champion.
Oi, kau tu lagi orang. Dah.
Paling tak lupa time minta maaf.
No idea with that. Maybe
Masih ingat banyak ah. Nak cerita buruk ke nak cerita baik
Lepas adalah macam conflict sikit, macam saya bergaduh dengan mak saya kan, nak masuk e-sport. Sampaikan saya kena halau rumah.
Aku ada terbaca lah orang cakap Im ni dah rasti teruk lah, dah boleh pergi kerja kilang lah. tapi ya aku okey je sebenarnya. Yang video aku viral nangis-nangis apa semua itu bukan sebab aku kecewa dengan kecaman orang apa semua, tak ada. Kecaman netizen semua aku tak kisah pun. Semua tu like aku disappointed dengan aku punya performance je. Dengan apa yang aku bagi, apa yang hard work yang aku put. Tapi end up performance aku macam tu lah. So aku tahu orang-orang yang komen apa semua, diorang tak tahu pun apa yang terjadi. Diorang nampak daripada luar, diorang tak tahu apa yang dalam. Macam ibarat kita tengok bola, dia ni passing tu betul lah. Kita bukan tahu, kita bukan join training pun. Kenapa Harry Maguire main setiap minggu? Kita tak tahu pun dalam training dia macam mana. Pergaduhan yang paling risau, perit dan pedih lah kan. Kita tak ada cakap apa-apa, cuma waktu tu MPL Season 6 di mana Todak tak ada kalah lagi best of 3. Waktu tu pressure dia sangat besar sebab orang semua mengharapkan kita menang daripada regular season sampai habis. And waktu tu masing-masing pelik gameplay dia. Pelik gila kan. Macam timing tak kena. Pakai hero pun pelik-pelik. And dengan pressure apa semua pun bengang. Mental, ketuk meja. Kata kita main apa benda ni kan. Waktu tu dah nak play off dah. Tak silap pun lagi 2 hari dah nak play off season 6. Kalau korang main macam ni, better aku pergi main dengan parti-parti Indo joki apa semua kan. Lagi bagus daripada aku main dengan korang kan. Biasalah kan, kita bekerja as a team, as a kumpulan kan. So kalau tak gaduh tu bukan team lah maksudnya kan. So bila habis tu dah macam biasa je lah. Basically kita orang gaduh macam tu je. Dia tak ada lebih-lebih sebab
Now, let's talk a little bit more on the heat maps here for Saken and how he's been rotating thus far in all these maps here. And let's talk through some sense here. What happened in this? Like kills, assists, what's going on? Analysts?
I mean, look, if you look at the KDA map and you wait for it to loop back one more time, you can see exactly when they start getting rid of heroes, assists, kills, and even the turrets, right? In that order. This is from...
Look at how fast it is, too.
I mean, we're comprehensive. We're, compressing 21 minutes worth of gameplay. Well, technically, if we round it up 22, into, like, what? A 3-second segment here that we're seeing. For the most part, right? A lot of these kills happening towards the second side of the map because he's gold.
Yeah, he's just like... come up to me, I'm gonna bam bam chicka bam you all the way.
He's not even the one taking out the turrets on the opposite side of the map.
Yeah.
He's been starting off a lot of interesting fights as well. I think one of the most important one here, I think it was that moment where you can see the green shield right below the turtle pit here, where they actually did a damage hack on Storm, right? Like it's like 2 seconds, boom, he's dead. So ever since that happened, Saken was like super confident to just go in and like, if he doesn't die, he's gonna destroy everyone here. And yeah, so...
Yeah. I mean, his damage is coming from a different dimension.
Yeah, I agree. And I think we're getting a little bit distracted here. I think we're going to talk to Chip.
Huh?
Yeah, okay, never mind. Forget it.
I'm just distracted by the KDA map.
Dude,
I'm trying to figure out what's going on. I'm not prepared for this today.
I'm distracted by Picasso, man.
Hey, man. What?
Oh wait, sorry.
Is
it not Picasso?
Hey, man. This guy was depressed. Van Gogh has...
Oh, Van Gogh. All right.
He's going to have a word with you. He's going to have a word with you, brother, man. A starry night. Now, let's look at the official... highlights here, brought to you by our official gaming phone, Republic of Gamers. Now, there's not much to be said about this. It's a pretty straightforward game so far. I'm just waiting to see what this upcoming, like, adapted draft from the side of RSG MY is going to look like.
The only thing that we can take away from the highlight is just that Team Hawk is all about go, 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 and go. Not stopping. The moment your ult is up, we're going in. The moment the ult is up, going in. I'm talking about Maima on that Louis, by the way. Which I kind of feel like, you're talking about a Natan, I kind of feel like you can't let this Louis go.
Yeah.
I kind of feel like, looking at the early stage of the game, Lolia was having a good time against the Natan. So he can win. So the matchup is good. And Izanami can kill Natan as well. The one that they have a bit trouble of is the Louis. I kind of feel like you can't let the Louis go.
Yeah.
I think to top on top of that as well here is also the fact that when it comes to the mindsets on what RGMY was trying to approach those fights, right? Like normally when a hard guard is dropped, you kind of want to, there's two things you can do. Run away, wait for the hard guard, and then re-engage the fight. Whereas from the side of RGMY, they have a couple of things they need to worry about. Primal Wrath, Entropy, as well as the Black Dragon form. So if you wait for the Primal Wrath, all Team Hawk did was kind of like you said, right? What was Noir doing? He propped up Primal Wrath. Oh, wait, you know what? He's not getting any value. Let's wait for that. And that pretty much buys time for the Alpha to kind of clear us off jungle. By the time the Primal Wrath is finished here comes the Black Dragon. Here comes the Entropy. So I guess it comes down to what RGMY has to do in terms of comms on how they want to take the fight. And I feel like there's just so many ways that Team Hawk could have just won that fight. And in this case, I think RGMY just overthink what they needed to do. And I agree with Lafel. What was with the Farsa pick?
Well, I think it's less about thinking about it and more so of just don't die. You know, very simple communication. Just don't die.
Don't die. Not that hard.
Yeah, don't give a double kill. Make sure we end up with a Savage at some point in the game. Doesn't matter when. We crack the crystal, we win. GG, well played.
Yeah,
you know?
if they attack you, dodge.
Exactly.
Dodge.
Right?
Yeah.
Just do
It's
the
not that
Matrix
hard.
thing. Just do the Matrix thing, dodge the bullets in slow motion, ideally.
Natan shoot left, you go to the right.
Yeah.
Wait,
what?
Actually, no. I feel like if you reverse it, then you're going towards the damage. But
Okay. Usually Natan drops his Entropy behind so that on the first skill you can get 2 stacks instead. Because if you put it on the side, you can't. But anyways, we have a very, very interesting session right now. Because here at MPSJ, we have a very, very lively crowd. And apparently, we have something installed for you guys. Because we are going to be throwing it over to our host, Widrose, as she is going to be telling you guys what's up.
Hello semua, selamat kembali. And of course, you guys are tuning in live to the first day of our MPL Malaysia playoffs. And of course, we have a code for you guys to redeem in-game. Alright guys, sekarang kita berada di match kedua untuk hari pertama playoffs kita. Mana kita tadi dah nampak KGE akan further their journey in MPL MY and Toda unfortunately has to go home. Untuk perlawanan ini, benda sama akan jadi. Satu pasukan akan continue journey esok lawan Homeboys dan satu pasukan akan say bye-bye to this playoffs. But bukan tu sahaja. Actually, we have a special guest. Ni guest yang import juga. So, we have a special guest from the Philippines. Apa kata kita tengok siapa special guest kita? Hi. Hello. Okay, so please introduce yourself and why are you in Malaysia?
Hi, I'm RSG Lexi, the Philippines manager for RSGPH. So I'm just here in Malaysia to experience how MPL Malaysia is and to of course support my boys.
Okay, so Dini, I panggil dia Ate Lexi actually because I've met her quite a few times in international tournaments. Okay, Ate Lexi, I want to ask, you said you came here to experience MPL MY. Now, I think one good question is, what's the difference with MPL MY and MPL Philippines?
I think MPL MY is much more like community-based. They have this set of players, community na nagda-drums on the side. Kasi in PH, usually we have pero little lang. But compared to MY, sobrang laki ng fan base din nila. Yan.
Okay, dia cakap actually dia suka yang orang yang main drums dengan chant dekat belakang ni. Dia cakap dekat Philippines, dorang pun ada tapi dorang ada macam limit. Ada satu drum je boleh kalau untuk satu pasukan. Lepas tu tak kuat sangat. Dan dia cakap kita punya support dekat pasukan-pasukan yang tengah main tu memang on top lah. Memang dia cakap padu. So guys, korang agree tak MPL MY actually support system kita very, very good? Yes. Okay, so Ate Lexi, aside from MPL, okay, let's talk about RSG. You're the manager for RSG Philippines. So, of course, you see how your boys play, you see how they train, how they communicate. And I'm pretty sure your time in MPL MY, you can see how RSG MY side does it. What's the difference actually? And what contributes to bigger success in RSG Philippines?
I think the difference is that in RSGMY, we have multicultural, so they have Filipino players also. But for PH, pure Filipino, so they speak purely Tagalog. So here, I was surprised na they can all speak in English, not pure Filipino din or pure Bahasa. Ganun.
Oh, so you think that communication is actually one of the bigger factor as well?
Yes.
And are you impressed that Vinogo and Stome can communicate easily in English and maybe potentially Bahasa Melayu?
Actually, I was surprised that they were communicating din ng English, just konting Melayu din.
Oh, maksud tu Stome dengan si Vinogo ni dah slow by slow, bit by bit tengah belajar Bahasa Melayu untuk make communications so much easier. Okay, Ate, in your opinion, now that RSGMY is not looking too safe from elimination, okay, what do you think they're actually lacking? Because RSG Philippines finished number 3 this season. So what do you think they could actually improve on from RSGMY side?
In Filipino, we say gigil. Yung gigil ba? Yung eagerness to win.
I see. So, untuk orang yang tak tahu, gigil ni dia macam lebih kurang geram. Dia cakap RSG Philippines, dorang geram sangat. Dorang geram nak menang. Tapi dia rasa untuk RSGMY, geram tu agak kurang. Okay, so ano sa tingin mo, what do you think that the Malaysian players or the Malaysian community as a whole, ecosystem as a whole, can learn from the Philippines? Because we know that Philippines has been technically getting the championship over and over again. What's something that we lack, actually?
I think in the Philippines, Filipinos are generally competitive. That's why we always want to push ourselves and reach for the top.
Okay, so maksud tu players kita kena jadi lebih competitive untuk, provide better results. Okay, Ate, before I send you off and before we enter the second game of this series, what do you want to say to the RSGMY boys up on stage right now? Because if they lose this match, it's about to be match point for Team Hawk.
For the RSG boys up there, I just want you to play with confidence and I know you can do it.
All right, maraming salamat Ate Lexi. Thank you so much. All right guys, apa kata let's throw it to the casters untuk start game kedua dalam best of 5 series ni. Casters, silakan.
Thanks, Rose. And those were some quick words from the manager of RSG, PH. And I've had a conversation before. She is one of the biggest fans for RSG. You can hear her in the crowd, especially if her boys are playing.
Cool. Yeah, I did hear her just now, unfortunately, because I would like to hear her if RSG takes game 2, though.
If they take game 2, I mean,
I kind of feel like they will.
They might. They should. Technically, it was a draft issue.
Yeah, it was a draft issue because we got confirmation that Izanami has the highest average damage per minute. You don't get to that level if you're not doing something right.
I mean, how much damage per minute do you need to carry 4 other people in your team? Because so far, that's not what I'm seeing right now.
I feel the pain in your voice. Those rank games haven't been treating you well.
Look, rank games are one thing, but seeing the rest of RSGMY play the way that they are doing right now really just comes down to is like, yes, just arm your players. We just need our players to have the right tools for the job.
It's easy, just don't die, get a few kills, and then eventually just destroy this thing called the base. Right? It's like step A, step B, step C. It's just like, what's so hard about it?
Well, that's the thing, right? If everybody could be a pro player, I think that step would be the reason why they become a champion, man. I'm pretty sure there's more than that.
Honestly, it's like digging your own grave with just
What if Coach Ducky tells that to his players?
Dig your own grave with spoons?
No. Just don't die. and then the player's like, why? Oh my goodness.
Yes, Ducky. I will not die this round.
It's like, this is the words of wisdom from my coach. Just dodge.
Dodge everything microly, huh? Not macroly, huh? Yeah. Okay, then like micro gameplay and macro gameplay doesn't exist.
If you see a Kaja coming to you, just don't get ult.
The famous words of Coach Ducky when he was giving his famous words of advice. The Flapteasy when he was taking over the jungle position. Get good.
Yeah, just get good.
Get good. That's it. 2 words, simple one-liners. That's all we need.
We saw Sora's girlfriend just there, giving support.
Do your coolest pose. Well, he's in the suit and he's standing like that. I think that's gotta be the coolest pose so far.
He's in a suit. That's cool enough of a pose.
Yeah. Guys in suits are just different, you know. Guys in suits are just built different.
I don't know how I want to approach this. Let's not get started. Let's not get started.
Oh wait, you're wearing a suit. You're cool.
Everyone wears suit. Average damage per minute ranking Izanami is number 1 and Munji is number 2. Innocent is number 3. Izanami better than Innocent? Question mark?
Big question mark here. The last time we saw the average... Wait, no, that we're talking about KDA at the very
Yeah, this is damage per minute.
This is damage per minute. We have Moon in second place. I'm rather surprised. Oh, to be fair, he did play a lot of Novaria.
Yes,
Innocent,
yes.
we don't need it. We don't need to go there. Lima and Lolios.
Yeah, oh my goodness.
Lolios, I can kind of understand because he proactively trades, but Maima having an average DPM of that high, considering they only came like halfway through the season.
Not even halfway, like towards the third.
I think it's a little bit.
That's like a weekend difference.
Like the third quarter.
Yeah,
Yeah, right.
Like probably
like
there.
as in the 3 out of 4.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah.
It might be a little bit inflated because of the overall matches that's been played, right? So now game 2, let's talk a little bit more on what adaptations need to be done
And
here.
Louis.
Because I feel like, yeah, I agree. Loyi needs to be banned. Drafts need to be a little bit better. And communications. Was there issues between communications with RG and MY?
They need to speak more Tagalog. I mean, the Filipinos keep doing it. Isn't
true.
that what Lexi said?
They're missing out the gigilness.
Yeah, you need the gigil.
I really hope we're saying
You
it
need
right.
the gigil.
We could be butchering this and be saying it
No,
entirely
gigil is in
different word.
Malay as well.
Yeah,
Right?
but Gigil in Malay is what's Gigil? Shivering?
Shivering.
Yeah, shivering.
We
in
just
Malay.
need to gigil a bit more.
Yeah, shivering with
Excitement.
Okay, okay.
That's as good as I could get there.
Shivering so much that you're avoiding the damage.
You gotta be quaking.
Gotta
It's like the Flash.
everything. All right.
Like the Flash, you're just like shivering so much, and then you can pass through walls.
I don't like the hand
Face
gestures
through
you're doing. I don't like that hand gesture at all. If you guys could only see it. As we were looking at the draft, Team Hawk has decided to go on blue side with RSGMY on the red side. 2 bans for each side. Third one coming in from Hawk, and it's going to be the Yuzong getting that out of there as quickly as possible. They're also banning out the Valentina as well as the Matilda. Matilda I get, but the Valentina does give indication that they want to open up Farmis.
Yeah.
I think this is a situation where they might be able to pick the chips up for themselves, right? Like RG have MY have 2 choices. Let the chips through, give Team Hawk the chips, and then deny the Nathan away for Team Hawk. And I feel like RG and MY, do they want to take that gamble, considering that Saken has a very, very good track record with Nathan, but aside from that, he hasn't had a good game so far. But nope, not taking it. Team Hawk, first pick Nathan.
Or Louis.
Or Loyi, but yeah, true. I think Loyi though.
Do it.
They have to. Maima has had a good game with it.
Where's Coach Wright? I want to see his like anticipation of like, you lock in Loyi now. We don't need the extra time. We got make him nervous.
You listen to me, boy. As long as Louis is up, you pick it up.
You listen to me.
Don't give me lip.
Except it's just Maima telling Coach Wright. He's just like, Coach Wright, look at me, give it to me.
Yeah.
Give it. Finally lock it in. The Loyi here, the extra time used to deliberate.
Now you can use the far side. The Yuzong has been banned out.
It's
let
still
the
too
draft.
early.
I feel like the draft needs to go out a little bit longer. There's other things to worry about. Grok, you know, is the number 1 contender of one of the more annoying supports. Faramis. Also something to take into consideration here.
They might consider just taking the Arlot away as well, which is something that RSGMI has banned it against Iris. Again, I think it comes down to what Repo wants to deal with Iris in terms of this matchup, right? But for me personally, I feel like right now they have to deny Nathan away from Saken. He's just too good on that hero.
I think just holding on to the Arlet is totally fine within the first rotation. What they pair it up, maybe a Fredrin? No.
Oh,
go for the Moskov into the Fredrin. They say, hey, you can take whatever you want. We're not even going to flex pick.
I think this is the same opening, right? Coming from RGMY from game 1?
Yes. They pick up the Fredrin and the Farsa as the second pick. So now Team Hawk, they probably should... Hey, Panda! Panda's back with Team Hawk.
Post like your favorite hero. All right, let's see.
Franco.
Oh, Franco. Okay. That's cool. That's so cool.
That could have been a Minzatar for like half a second there. That could have been. But now we see that Team Hawk going to be locking in the Baratzen as well as the Natan. Thoughts about the Baratzen now that he can't in will. We say like he can't do it, but it's advised not to within the first 2 minutes of the game.
Oh, and this time RSG, they're picking up the Novaria. So the only thing that I'm worried about for RSG is just that their damage is going to be a little bit lacking when it comes to the early game. Like, they have enough to do what they need to do, but not enough to get kills. So they're kind of playing for the mid game instead of the early game. So they just have to be a little bit careful there, and then it's all good.
Yeah, I think it comes down to whether or not who is going to be the setup for RGMY and how is Novara going to be able to contribute after the setup for
Team Hush ban Minotaur,
right? So, yeah, I think Minotaur is pretty good shout here, but at the same time, let's talk about comforts here, right? Comforts for Storm are Grok, Arlet, Guinevere. So I think Team Hawk is just going to shut things down with this, you know, taking with Arlet.
I don't know. I kind of feel like the Astral Echo with the Minuan Fury.
Yeah, it hurts as well. It's annoying.
It's so the hitbox is so big.
It's so big. I'm leaning more inclined to lean into LaFell's opinion only because they got rid of the Arlet, right? If they're getting rid of the Arlet, they're thinking about like big team fight impact ultimates, and I think Minotaur also falls in that line, in that category. I would also argue Minotaur. Look, I don't know, man.
What? Oh my! I was talking about Team Hawk.
I don't know, man. Look, I don't put it past me. Don't put it past me. But I think that RSG wants Team Hawk to be like, hey, maybe consider banning something else. We're taking one for the team. We're taking one for us as a community. What about you now? Do they return the favor?
Why do I have a feeling that either or this team might pick the floor in this game?
I feel like Florian for RSG is a little bit wasted.
Yeah, but on
a
Team
lot
Hawk,
wasted actually.
On this Barats isn't too bad though.
I think he would have preferred Rafa in that case, right? Just
maybe a Rafa. Yeah.
Ooh.
Now RSG is pick up the Grok.
Okay.
Okay.
Do they go for a Grok?
I mean,
like it's comfort.
And then Team Hawk will pick up something like a Cho. Because that's Noir's hero.
Noir's signature, right? Yeah.
I think
Cho or Kaja, I guess.
I think it's Kaja. I think it's gonna lean more into Kaja just because of the distribution of damage here. Like the Grok expected from the side of RSG, but even if they don't get it, right? Are there any other things that we have to consider? Maybe EXP matchups could be a potential Paquito. Don't think it'll work that well, especially against Barats and Loyi. Benedetta, if he still plays it.
Benedetta roam, really?
No, EXP.
Okay, EXP, right, for Repo?
Paquito
is still open, though.
I don't know, Uranus, like, jeez.
Okay,
ooh, the Lapu, really bringing it back to the classics.
Yeah, I mean, like, this is to target the Natan as well as having crowd control immunity will help out a lot going up against the Wu Yi. So the Lapu Lapu does make sense.
Yeah. I like what I'm seeing coming from RGMY. They're still hovering for Storm to kind of be the playmaker for this, but I feel like Team Hawk has a very, very strong opening compared to RSG, just because of the fact that, hey, we've got Barats, works well with a lot of these things, and again, like you said, Rafaela, really good. Florian is also pretty good as well for Team Hawk, if they decide to go for the Enchanter style, but Noir playing the Cho isn't too bad. But seems like they're going to go for the Ruby as a Ruby roam and double downing on the Alpha this game. So sustains is the way to go.
Interesting. So they wanted somebody who could technically peel very, very well without having to sacrifice an EXP laner who gives up that control. I felt like Ruby could have done both, to be fair, but I think that the Barats is a little better in this case. Stronger wave clear, allowing Ruby to kind of roam around the map as much as she wants and do whatever she wants.
Okay. Wow. Talking about a risky pick, man. I mean,
okay. So bold, dude.
With the Astral Echo, it's going to be easier to hit Abyssal Arrows, but...
Woo! Still a very high-risk, high-reward game.
Very high-risk, high-reward. RSG's been taking those risks, man. Game number 1, now game number 2. I don't know, like... This is the playoffs. Whoever loses doesn't get to advance.
Yeah, they don't. And I think this will be interesting, right? They needed something with CC. They needed something to make sure they keep Team Hawk on their toes. And I think the Selena pick kind of checks those boxes, but in a strange way. But it is time here. This is it. One of these teams are going to be moving on while the other gets left behind. It's the play-in stage here at day number 1. Let's see who's going to be on top. Is it going to be Team Hawk, or is it going to be their opponents, RSG MY?
Well, it is going to be a tough one here. Again, do or die situation here. By the end of the series, one team will be eliminated and one will advance into the playoffs. In this case, Team Hawk, game 1 again, doubling down on this alpha for Janus. And interesting enough, Ira is going to be playing the Barat XP. So this is something I think Team Hawk has done it in the earlier weeks of regular season, though.
Yes, they
I
have.
think even the later weeks they've done this as well.
Well, I mean, they've done so pretty often, and I think a lot of it just boils down to the last time. A lot of their problems just came down to when they chose to fight, and I think a lot of those options were missed, opportunities were missed, as a matter of fact. But now they have to slow things down, right? You're not expecting too much from this squad right now, but later on, and especially if an Abyssal Arrow connects from Stoem, then that could be the difference maker.
One thing that we have to note is that Stoem is originally a mid laner, and he transitioned into the roam position. So now that I think about it, it does make sense for him to use mage damage dealers even in the roam position. Looking at his emblem setup as well, Rupture for both the Selena as well as the Novaria. So the early game, there's still potential for damage.
Yeah, but at the same time as well, let's take a look at the battle spells from Hawk. They do not have a single Purify, so it's all flickers here. So if Storm gets a sick arrow, well, especially in the early stage of the game, someone's gonna die.
We'll see. We'll see about that, right? I think he's going to need 2 full combos to start one-shotting some of the squishier targets like Maiman as well as Saken. Maybe even less. Kind of depends on how far ahead he is. But like you mentioned, if they get hit by an Abyssal Arrow, there's not a lot of counterplay from the side of Team Hawk. They just have to stand their ground and tank it.
Interesting here that both mid laners are not getting the level 4 EXP by going towards the EXP. As I say that, Maiman now arrives. A little bit late, but he's still going to get it.
Okay, they get those level 4. Storm, no, not going to be getting in the level 4 at all. It is a roamer. Noir, very close to it as well. Astro Echo comes in, Divergent, right in the faces of RSGMY. They secured the turtle, but RSGMY now not making a response at all in top side. Lulio losing out the 1v1 against Saken.
Okay, to be fair, earlier he wasn't losing it, right? He was taking advantage of his level 3 before Saken hits his level 4. As soon as Saken hits level 4, he goes for the all-in against Loliels, forcing him out of lane. A little bit sad, but at the very least, Saken, he's still maintaining that control.
Stole?
He's fine.
He's fine. I like that RSG did not go for a fight there because, again, that draft is not about the early game. Even though they have a Selena, they need to scale up a little bit because the Selena doesn't need farm, but everyone else does. So if they force a fight, then it's probably going to be GG. It's going to be the same as what happened in game number 1.
Well, speaking of fights here, Janus popping it out, kind of doing a little bit of damage check on Vinogo. Vinogo backs out for now, but bottom lane though, Repo still trading 50-50s with Iris, but I don't think we are going to see a lot of action coming from this game from Team Hawk.
For RSGMY especially, because look at Ripple. He's not taking any chances. He's just staying by his turret. It's like, I don't need to fight you. You're the one that needs to fight me. So RSGMY, they understand. Don't put yourself in a dangerous situation. Let it be a nothing game for the first 5 to 6 minutes of the game.
That'll be the most comforting for them. So many things need to go right. At the same time, we are seeing that at least for RSGMY, it doesn't mean that they're not going to probe for information, right? A lot of their members walking alongside No Man's Land in this river just to kind of generally figure out where the Team Hawk motions are going to be. They know he started on...
Okay. Oh! Astro Echo comes in. They're all caught. They need to get out now. RGMY trying to salvage this here. Noir with the counterplay. I'm offended. Flickers out as well. And the Entropy also the connecting as well. But Noir, he took the arrow and Izanami missed the snipe. So Team Hawk, they will be able to get away from the aggression here as RGMY now having a little bit more confidence with this next upcoming play.
I mean, they traded 2 flickers for 1, so inevitably RSGMY walking away the victors here in terms of raw resources.
Yeah, I completely agree. Not getting a kill there is totally fine. And now Maima is getting chunked down. Izanami as well as Stone opening up the vision so much. This is how they're countering the lead.
Arrow connects on Noir. He needs to get out. Daytona's Welcome comes in, saves the day. Repo gets chain stun with the Alpha. Instantly gets destroyed here. Lord, the turtle available. Echo connects on tree, but Nogo still deciding on how he wants to do this. Rush this or not. They don't really have a lot of work with here. RSGMY, they need to connect a lot. Maima, big damage onto Izanami. Noir trying to stall him again. Now the second out from Janus. Retro Battle comes in, but Nogo chain stun once more. RGMY left him to rot and die as Team Hawk fights another.
It was a good attempt, but nothing much they can really do from that point onwards. A lot of EXP ended up getting lost here, but Team Hawk's not done with his punishment just yet.
Okay, Repo now going to be going for the Chips's race. He's looking for the kill. He gets one. He clears the minion to 1v3. He'll be able to kill one, but he will lose his life as Team Hawk looking to break this tier 1 down bottom. RGMY cannot do anything about this.
Yep, they definitely lose that tower off of that, but at least Ripple finds one. Unfortunately, he only finds Noir, the two main members still alive and continuing to push their lead even further. 2.4k developed. Nah.
Oh, they saw him. They saw him. My mind is get out. Okay, he's fine. He's fine. Entropy comes in for counterplay. Echo also used as well. Sakin needs to run. Now, great spam here through the wall from Maima to kind of damage check onto his RGMY, but they're grouping out of 4. Team Hawk Noir looking for the play, but RGMY says nope. We've shown too long. We've stayed too long. Let's back off.
It's unfortunate, but Repo has been making fundamental mistakes. Like I don't know why he overextended in the turtle fight, especially in regards to the drop. They shouldn't be fighting. So I don't know why he was in that position. And the moment he sees 3 people on his lane, and there's gonna be another minion wave coming up, I don't know. I kind of feel like it was a bad idea to go for that.
Oh, Divergent comes in. Team Hawk taking a little bit of damage here. Maima forced to back out in this situation. Meanwhile, let's talk about the levels here. Janus, level 11 as to Vinogo, 3 levels apart right now.
I mean, this is looking more and more like the previous game, right? That Team Hawk was dominating in the earlier sectors of the game, but RSGMY might be able to make a single comeback here.
Well, right now RSG, their draft is definitely geared towards the mid as well as late game, so losing by 2,000 gold hurts, but doesn't hurt that much.
Oh, Iris now. Daytona's welcome to block the arrows here. He's going to turn the tides on Vinogo. He will eventually fall, but he will take Vinogo first. No, he actually flickered out. Janus will be the ones to fall. Loleo finally finishes him off. Now here comes the stun onto Noir. Can he get out? No, he cannot. It's up to Loleo to save the day. They get 3 out of nowhere. RSGMY. As soon as you think they're out, Loleos makes it a comeback for the team once more for RGMY.
I'm pretty sure Iris should not have recalled there.
Okay, the stop. No, the stop is Tsunami. Now Arrow. No, he connected. What? Maima might be dead. Oh no, he missed. He missed. Oh, so close.
Dude, no, that's so unlucky. All the good intentions wasted.
Oh boy, this is so close here. It's frustrating now. Team Hawk not going to be able to dodge the arrow with the Daytona's welcome. This time they will respect RSGMY. Loleo starting to pop off a little too much. RGMY now securing turtle for the team.
That's a Demon Hunter sword purchase coming in from Loliels. That Trinity build is coming on quickly, a lot sooner than expected. Whether or not Sakin can actually handle that damage, completely different question, but here comes the diversion in case somebody shows up.
Okay.
Well, Lolio is there. I'm pretty sure he doesn't know who's there.
Oh my god.
Oh, Lolios. Okay, here he comes. Comes in. Sakin able to get out. Doesn't have to purify, but again, very, very close calls coming in. Vinogo also looking to try intercept this arrow. Okay.
Oh man, Sakin.
Okay.
Man, Maima ended up missing the yin-yang reaction. Had that connected onto Loliels, I think he would have died there for sure. 78 more seconds until the next upcoming Lord gets spawned. But for the most part, the map seems pretty much in RSGMY's control. I mean, a lot of missing tier 1s from the side of Team Hawk, but it's slowly leaning back into RSGMY's favor.
Yeah, definitely. Right now, looking at the items here, Enchanted Talisman for both the Selena as well as the Novaria, making sure that they can spam a lot of skills. This is how they're controlling the map, really, by knowing information without really being there. The map is never dark for RGMY, so that's why the Louis is a little bit not as
the arrow connecting on the top side. Noir needs to make a run for it as well. Nogo needs the taunt. Can he get it? No, he's not gonna commit. Great setups coming from Leos, but unfortunately needs to back off. But Noir, you're recalling right in front of bases here. Might be in trouble. Is Tsunami? Is he gonna go for a snipe? Nope, he is not. So he is gonna disengage. RSGMY in the driver's seat now, which I'm really surprised with just one play. Now they're gonna be the aggressors here.
Well, there's a number of things we need to see from RSGMY. Number one, how exactly do they develop their lead? That's number one. Number two is whether or not they're able to close out the game a lot better than Team Hawk, because Team Hawk, they waited for such a long time before they found the ample opportunity to close it out.
RSGMY, they're playing the vision very, very well. Like, we were questioning on the Selena pick, but not only are the arrows hitting, but the missile trap is giving them valuable information. Something that Team Hawk did in game number one is that they have a lot of surprise elements. RSGMY did not see the engage coming, but now they see it coming from a mile away. And Team Hawk, they're having a difficult time actually moving forward, because every single time they're moving forward, they're getting poked out quite a lot. So the front line of RSGMY is actually having a better time because they're having a lot of backup coming in from their roamer as well.
Oh, wait. Back lines here. Lolios, he makes an attempt on Socket here. He's going to get caught out. He might be bursted down, but eventually stopped by Iris here. Lolios finally gets found by Maima to get the kill. But again, it's only 1-for-1. They're dropping down very low. Repo and Vinogo trying to force a fight, but Iris at the last moment flickers out of there. And RSGMY, they lose Lolios for absolutely nothing. Oh no, Maima. Divergent. He's out. He's safe. Oh wait, he doesn't have no Divergent. He's gonna try and go for a 1v1. He's all by himself. Finally pops it. Here comes the arrow. He might die before he gets out. Storm with the snipe. RSGMI finds a play. Now Noir as well. I'm offended. Catches Repo. Needs to get out. Astro Echo comes there. But the Lord is still healthy. Do they want to force a fight? Lolio with the spear. Now the arrow as well. Can they get out? Yes, they can. Lord dropping down half HP. Team Hawk. They're looking for the jump. How do they do this?
They're not finding these angles just yet. RSG, they can't just take this freely.
Oh no. They have to wait for this juggle. Arrow comes in, connects on one. Vinogo, two-man taunt. Where's the follow-up? They get the snipe. They're so low. A Princess Ruff comes in. Repo goes in for the dive. They get one. And now Team Hawk, they lost two. Both the tanky heroes. And now Janus, so low, the jungler. As Team Hawk cannot do this 3v5, but Nogo still has the retribution. Divergent comes in, but it's not going to do him any good. RSGMI finds the big pick.
These pokes have been extremely effective. Izanami just slowly chunking them down while these fights have been dragged out longer than it should be.
Arrow, wait, what? Lolios, what? He's going to try for it as well. He's taking a little bit too much damage, but Arrow connects on Socket. He made a mistake. He thought he could one-shot Lolios, and he is going to get killed for his greed. The bait and push effect.
Couldn't get worse than that, right? Couldn't get worse. Couldn't get worse. I mean, the whole team decides not to take Purifier, and I think now, at least for Socket, might regret it just a little bit.
Well, at this point, it's a little bit too late, right? The lead coming in from RSGMY isn't that huge, but the way that they're using this lead is huge. Iris now has the Radiant Armor, so he can tank it a little bit. But the thing is, the damage dealt ranking right now, Izanami is at the top of the rankings. No wonder he is highest average damage per minute, but Loliel is keep catching up. So the moment Team Hawk is able to deal with all the magic damage coming in from RSGMY, that's where Loliel gets even more dangerous. Even if Loliel is putting himself in quite a bad position, he just out-damages them and then out-heals them as well.
I think what we've been failing to see as well is Noir finding like that huge engage. The big four-man I'm offended.
Yeah, agreed. But now with the Echo coming in, Team Hawk, they have to make a play. Janna's going to be going for the shovel. Leo takes half HP, but now here he comes again. Arrow stun. He might die to an arrow here, but he actually survives. But at the same time, Vinogo getting caught up by Daytona's Welcome here. He's going to get bleed out. They lose an inhibitor, but Team Hawk is able to defend. They're making a run here. Divergent gets them all towards the back lines, but RSGMY is running the rather direction. Not the direction that they were looking for Team Hawk, but they will need to reset this fight.
Good call coming in from RSGMY, making sure that they're able to escape cleanly, not having to lose any more members than absolutely necessary. I do think that Team Hawk, their on-the-fly decision-making has been much better than RSGMY, but at the same time, it's really starting to look like, man, maybe we should have set up a little bit better. Maybe the draft could have been done in a particularly different way, because they're starting to realize that they have no real means of like catching RSGMY off guard. Maybe with like a conceal they could do it, but even then, I feel like they'll get spotted out before it even happens.
right now, the problem that Team Hawk is having is that before the fight even starts, they're turned down way low. And this is the difference when you have a healer and when you don't, right? You can't out-sustain the amount of damage that RGMY is slowly poking at you. But the thing is, the moment Team Hawk gets a good dive in, then it's all over. So this is a clash of styles. One, where you want to take it slow and you just want to chump them down one by one.
Deals with the stun set up with the Janus. Oh, right at the pixel. He's able to get out, but now they told us welcome Iris. He's getting mowed down by Loleos. He needs to run for his life. You can see Repo trying to chase him as well. The Astro Echo connects as well. Iris might fall, but the back lines. Saken tried to make a play. He blunders. They lose 3 as Loleos is able to make it happen for RSGMY. They bounce back with this draft. They're trying to clear the minions, but it's too low. Loleos waiting the next set of creep waves. My is going to try and buy time, but it doesn't matter. RSGMY takes this to game 3.
Evening out the score to 1-1. It's RSGMY. GG well played as they take this game over, tie up this series, and now both teams back to the drawing board.
Well, right now, RSGMY just revealed a huge secret. Stone can use the Selena. So now, it adds another flavor for Team Hawk. It's like, they're the ones that's supposed to be coming up with this unorthodox picks. But now RSG is like, we got some for ourselves as well. We have tricks up our sleeve. Now we gotta figure this out. Maybe Selena's the last thing that we have. Maybe we have something else.
Man, that is just such a game.